His name is Zephyr, the last survivor, and the one who reached the absolute pinnacle of human strength. In the final battle against the demon god Tartarus, he was defeated, marking the end of humanity's existence. However, Zephyr unexpectedly received a chance to regress 10 years into the past. But in exchange, he had to become a slave to the gods, the very beings he utterly despised. Zephyr knew full well that they were the ones truly pulling the strings behind everything. But his power was far too weak to oppose these existences known as gods. So, he decided to grit his teeth and accept the regression they offered. In this second life, Zephyr has formulated a plan. He will make himself far stronger than in his previous life, determined to save humanity and take revenge on all those so-called gods out there. Under a burning sky, the roars of monsters echo everywhere. Atop a towering rocky peak, a pillar of light shoots straight into the sky, tearing through the pitch-black night. Fresh blood drips from the sharp blade, mixing with the ashes of the battlefield. Well done, last of humanity. The sharp blade extends, reflecting the crimson light from the flames scorching the earth. But it doesn't matter. With this, victory will surely belong to me. The demonic blade pierces straight through the young man's chest. The evil power surges, bringing a gut-wrenching pain. The sword in his hand cracks, then shatters into pieces. Blood rises in his throat, spilling from the corners of his lips. The demonic sword is buried deep in his body, endlessly burning every muscle fiber, every blood vessel. The pain spreads, dragging along a sense of absolute despair. The end of the world has come. It has been a year since humanity fell to the demons. Most humans were slaughtered. The few survivors were captured, stripped of their consciousness, and turned into hosts to breed new monsters. And I, the last of humanity, have fought until this very moment. Before me, the demon god Tartarus, the ruler of darkness, the destroyer of the human realm, speaks in a deep voice. You look like you're in a lot of pain. Let me give you a hand. Dark rings of light wrap around Zephyr's body. Everything suddenly slows down. Time stretches out in a bizarre way. I've slowed down time. This way, we can have a longer conversation. The demon god steps closer, his eyes burning like two pits of hellfire. Human. No, Zephyr. I remember your name. You are the only one who has bothered me for such a long time. While everyone else saw this war as hopeless, your persistence truly impressed me. You deserve a compliment. His voice is hoarse, full of authority. Those who give up fighting just because they fear their opponent's strength are nothing but trash. I've never even paid attention to those weaklings. But you are different. The demon god pauses, then smiles ruthlessly. You are the one who has reached the absolute pinnacle of humanity. A true warrior. Because of that, I will give you a chance. He extends his hand, an invitation full of power. Submit to me, Zephyr. Conquer this world with me, and other worlds as well. Even if it's the realm of the gods, we will destroy them and claim everything. A soft chuckle escapes his lips. Zephyr looks up at the being before him, the corners of his mouth twitching in mockery. Huh, really? Do you honestly think I'd accept that? The demon god replies, of course. Zephyr smirks. Not a bad offer. Bullshit. Under the impact of that last battle, my body is shattered beyond imagination. Even if this body could recover, it would never be whole again. What is he trying to do? Giving me a chance? This isn't an offer. It's just another way for him to watch me beg for my life. My friends, the people I loved. How could I ever beg the one who took everything from me? Zephyr's slightly trembling hand reaches toward the demon god. Tartarus, thinking he has won, smiles wickedly. I have a truly terrible personality. She always told me that, and told me to stop cursing. But ever since I couldn't hear her voice anymore, she placed an interesting spell on me. His hand tightly grips the demon god's hand. The demon god realizes something is wrong. Power gathers in Zephyr's arm. If I do this with my arm, my body will explode with a force that could reach beyond this realm. This is my answer to your offer, demon god Tartarus. Zephyr's eyes are full of defiance. Shut the fuck up, you son of a bitch. The energy detonates like a bomb. A blinding light erupts. Flames fill the sky, shattering everything. The demon god's silhouette blurs behind the massive wave of heat. His eyes widen in shock. The arm Zephyr grabbed is completely charred. My arm. After all this, what happened to my arm? The demon god's eyes are filled with disbelief. His face tenses up, veins bulging under his skin, his teeth gritted hard. The demon god roars. Arg! Cold sweat breaks out on his face. He glares at the half-kneeling figure before him, trembling with rage. Zephyr, you bastard. How dare you disrespect me like this? You damn human. He strikes Zephyr hard. Arg! His burned body instantly shatters into pieces. With that, the final battle has finally come to an end. I couldn't avenge my loved ones, nor could I save humanity as I wished. Everything just ended in vain. Or at least, that's how it should have been. A fingertip twitches slightly. Zephyr opens his eyes. He is bewildered. What is this? Am I not dead yet? He sits up and checks his body. Something's wrong. My wounds are all healed. My armor is fine too. But where am I? He looks around. Statues of gods. A sanctuary? Is there a sanctuary like this here? He laughs mockingly at himself. Of course there is. This is the afterlife. So this place must be hell. A voice suddenly rings out. This isn't hell. This is the lowest floor of the temple where the gods reside. A sphere of light appears from the main hall. An angel steps out from the void. Zephyr warily reaches behind his back. His eyes widen in shock. I can't summon my sword. The angel speaks. There's no need to be surprised, Zephyr. I am the representative of the gods, High Angel Mercedes. She announces, you are already dead. Normally, you would be sent straight to hell. However, by the request of the three great gods, we have decided to send you back to the past. Zephyr doesn't understand. What does that mean? The angel explains, we will send you back to the past along with your memories, giving you a chance to change the future. Of course, not only will you keep your memories when you return, but you will also retain your physical capabilities, magical power, and the skills you've acquired. The angel adds, since you reached the pinnacle of the human world, I'm sure you can quickly make your way back here. Zephyr falls silent for a moment. Am I dreaming? Tartarus doesn't have the ability to create illusions. Could this be a hallucination before death? He breathes heavily. Zephyr asks, why give me a second chance? The angel notices Zephyr's suspicion. It seems you don't believe us. I understand. If you want something to prove it. Zephyr refuses. No, I believe you. Or rather, I accept. It's just, what do I have to do in return? How could you guys give me this chance for free? You must want something from me in exchange. While everyone around me was slowly dying in the war against the demons, when I begged for help in despair, the gods cut off all communication with this world. They rejected every plea and accepted no sacrifices. Furthermore, they stripped the priests of their ability to borrow divine power, causing them to lose all healing abilities and leading to the rapid collapse of the human army. Once they saw there was nothing left to exploit, they abandoned this world. So there's no reason these calculating beings would just hand me an opportunity like this for nothing. The angel replies, I understand. To answer that question, I will tell you what the gods are thinking right now. The angel opens her deep blue eyes. Show us something even more entertaining. Zephyr's face darkens. He grits his teeth. What did you say? The angel explains, the gods are still watching after you met that tragic end. A human with such relentless fighting spirit, standing alone against the apocalypse until the very end of his life. You are a rare existence. And fighting nonstop for 5 years against the mighty demon army. To be honest, watching and following you is completely worth it. Zephyr's eyes turn fierce. The angel continues, many gods felt regret watching your world end in such a short time. Do you remember? Go with the flow of time, and luck will favor you. The reason the gods decided to give you another chance, despite the potential consequences, is because a streak of light flashes like lightning. Zephyr channels his power into his fist and throws a long-range punch at the angel. He curses, you bastards. You think this is a fucking joke? Me, everyone. The reason we all fought with our lives on the line. Was it just to be your entertainment? Just because it was worth watching? The angel calmly raises her hand and shoots a beam of light. A giant foot appears from the void and stomps hard on Zephyr. He is crushed, forced to bend over. The ground shakes violently. The giant footprint is deeply imprinted in the earth. The angel is completely unaffected. She walks over to Zephyr, who is pinned to the ground. The gods are still watching. Try to be a little polite. She leans down slightly. It seems you've misunderstood. Let me make things clear. The only thing the gods find interesting is you. From the very beginning, they had no interest in common creatures like humans. Zephyr's chin is grabbed. She reaches out. Prove your worth. That is the only way you can get what you want. The same goes for humans and other similar creatures. Nothing in this world is free. Zephyr scoffs coldly, showing no sympathy. The angel retracts the giant foot. Her eyes become distant. There is an entity. No, a god who desperately wants you to return, for a different reason. Zephyr frowns in confusion. A loud sound of destruction echoes. The demon god lifts a massive pillar he just uprooted with one hand. How much longer do I have to wait? Come out. Let me talk to that manager. The guardian angels are terrified. Please don't do that. We are currently processing your request, and the demon god roars aggressively. Shut up. I am the demon god, the one who conquered 10 worlds, and I was defeated by a lowly human. Ridiculous. That's impossible. Do something right now to make sure that never happens to me. I already said I'd take responsibility for whatever happens afterward. Zephyr witnesses everything through a mirror. What is this lunatic doing? The angel says, Demon God Tartarus, the god of destruction. He has destroyed 10 worlds, including yours. His goal is to destroy all worlds, and he is the undefeated god of war, the one who could never be beaten by any creature. But because of you, that record has changed. Do you know how much you shattered his pride? Zephyr frowns. Just for that reason? This petty bastard. The angel relays. He wants another battle with you to claim his own victory. So, Zephyr, what do you think? Zephyr smirks. He clenches his fists. The answer is obvious, isn't it? If he wants to die, then I'll gladly oblige. The angel begins the process of reversing time. Then, we will now begin the transfer. Although the exact time is undetermined, you will still have enough time to recover your strength. In addition, the gods have granted you their support. You will receive it in the form of perks for a regressor. Check them once you return. A magic circle glows brightly around Zephyr. Even though this is a chance given by those disgusting gods, an opportunity is an opportunity. I'll use it to get my revenge. Demon God Tartarus, and all the gods who look down on humans. The angel announces, coordinates have been set. Final confirmation from the constellation in the dimensional intersection. Complete. Now, I wish you the best of luck, Zephyr. I hope you will satisfy all of us. The ring of light turns into a tornado, shooting up and vanishing into the void. A faint light and sounds, sometimes close, sometimes far, echo around him. Boss. Boss. He stopped breathing. The boss yells, shut up. Hey, wake up. Wake up. Zephyr snaps his eyes open. Wake up, newbie. Cold water is dumped over his head, soaking him. Zephyr is confused. Huh. The guys around him shout, he's awake. See, told you he wasn't dead. Zephyr looks at the guy who just dumped water on him. TCH. Then he looks around. Who are these people? I feel like I've seen them before. He notices the brand on their chests. This brand. He holds his head. I remember now. Heh. Ha ha. A lackey snitches. Boss, this guy is laughing. Zephyr deduces, I must have returned 10 or 12 years into the past, back when I was a slave of the sanctuary. A man holding a lantern approaches. What's going on here? The boss quickly replies, Captain, it's nothing, sir. The man reminds them, break time is over. Get back to work. The boss obediently says, yes, sir. Before leaving, he doesn't forget to warn Zephyr. You there. If you piss me off, I'll seriously kill you. Zephyr asks back, what the fuck are you talking about? The blonde guy gets angry. You little shit. His lackeys pull him back. Boss, let's go. Zephyr thinks, I really don't care about these guys. A trembling person makes a weak sound. The young boy says, Master, thank you for protecting me. Zephyr is confused. Who is this kid? It's been 10 years, so I don't remember the details clearly. It looks like it'll be a hassle getting used to this again. He stops walking. Right. The perks for a regressor. The angel said I could use them at any time. I just need to say, open perks. Zephyr recalls, that's what she said. Let's see. He watches the kid from earlier walk a distance away. He says, open perks. A beam of light surrounds him. Zephyr is stunned. Wait, this. He smirks. This is insane. His face is filled with excitement. Did they really give me this? The people around him marvel. Whoa, this new guy is pretty good. He's actually really capable. Did he work as a moon miner before coming here? They watch Zephyr. Look at his speed. Your bags are packed full. The other two walk away. I wish that guy was in my group. Damn it. Because this guy is working so hard, we don't even get to rest. Zephyr is currently very excited. Whoa, is this real? A moment ago, he said, open perks. He holds his head, groaning. Information about the perks is flooding my mind. He opens his eyes wide. What is this? High-tier skills and items. Even abilities that can be used as actual skills. He can't believe it. This is crazy. Did they really give me things like this? Why are those stingy bastards being so generous? The supervisor from the other side. He comes rushing over. Didn't I tell you to get back to work? How dare you slack off and rest on your first few days here? Zephyr recognizes him. It's the mining team captain. The captain glares at him. You damn bastards. Are you really not going to listen to me? He fiercely swings his whip. Let me teach you some manners. The whip cracks through the air, lashing out violently, only to be caught bare-handed by Zephyr. The captain is bewildered. What the? He caught the whip bare-handed. How is that possible? Zephyr respectfully hands the whip back. Sorry. I'll get back to work now. The captain takes the whip back, his jaw dropping in shock as he watches Zephyr's back. Zephyr guesses, it's probably thanks to my combat experience that the captain's whip seemed to move so slowly. But I didn't even get a single scratch. This reminds him of the first perk. Skill, Iron Wall. Massively increases defensive power. Completely ignores damage lower than your defense, and prevents you from feeling fatigue. I don't even feel the slightest bit tired. He continues mining or nonstop. I could do this all day. I received a total of 9 perks. By combining them with my knowledge of the future, I'll quickly regain my strength. The first thing I need to do is... The recording clerk's jaw drops at the amount of, or in front of him. He is amazed. Great. Great job. The captain gathers everyone and announces, I've finished calculating today's workload. Now I will announce the rankings. First place, Group S. The kid hears this and cheers loudly. Zephyr thinks, so this kid is in my group. Second place, Group B. The blonde guy scowls. What? How did they get first place? Third place, Group H. Skipping the rest. And dead last, Group E. The last place group holds their heads and groans. The captain announces, according to the mining team's protocol, the supplies and compensation of the last place group will be distributed reasonably among the top 3 groups. Zephyr looks over at the members of the last group, who are suffering miserably. The captain shouts, next, we will perform the prayer ritual to Goddess Arya. The believers raise their hands and chant in unison, Goddess Arya, please grant us salvation with your eternal light. Almighty Goddess Arya, please grant us salvation with your eternal light. Almighty Goddess Arya. Zephyr goes through the motions half-heartedly. Salvation, my ass. The Temple of Arya. One of the 3 most powerful gods, with the greatest influence on the continent, and also the largest lending guild. Most of the people here either lost their homes to monsters, or were adventurers saved by the temple, only to become slaves to pay off massive medical debts. Anyway, as long as I have this brand on me, I can't freely move around as I please. If I leave the work area without permission, my heart will stop beating and I'll die instantly. I have to quickly pay off my medical debt and regain my freedom. Only then can I proceed with the next step of my plan. Demon God Tartarus. This time, I won't let you do whatever you want. I will get my revenge. And vivid images appear in his mind. The lingering gaze and smile of that person. Altair. This time, I will protect you. The guiding nun says, those who wish to use the shop or need a consultation, please come this way. The bustling sound of people. 1 beer, 2 orders of roasted potatoes. The prices are already listed. 80 silver coins for a mug of beer. Zephyr thinks, these things are ridiculously expensive. The kid tags along behind him. Master, I'll buy you a drink. Zephyr looks at him. Huh, you have money? The kid takes out a few small coins. I just got paid. Even though I can't buy you anything expensive. Since you protected me from getting beaten by those guys, and we managed to get first place thanks to you. Because our group is full of weaklings, and we were always in last place. So this is the first time I've ever received money. Zephyr understands. So that's why they beat you up. If a person in a group gets beaten and can't continue working, that group won't be able to mine much iron ore. If they do that, the other group's ranking will go up. He refuses. Are you kidding me? I'm not going to exploit a kid. Adults have their pride too, you know. He thinks, that kid probably thought I'd use up all his money, but it's too annoying. Don't come over here. The shop owner welcomes him. Hello. What do you need? Zephyr asks. Do you have recovery potions? The owner is surprised. I've never seen you before. New here? Do you even have money? 1 gold coin for a cup, 4 gold coins for a bottle. If you can still bear it, I think you should just endure the pain. Zephyr drops the money on the table. Here is 1.5 gold coins. Put the rest on my tab. Do you have an IOU form? Give me one. The kid panics. Master. When Zephyr stamps the IOU, he screams, "Are you crazy? Do you know how scary being in debt is? We only get paid 1 gold coin, which is only half the amount you have to pay. But if you can't pay it back, you'll really? Plus, the interest rate is insanely high." Zephyr reminds him, "Keep quiet." He drinks the recovery potion. I just need to pay it back, right? The kid is dumbfounded. Recovery potion, a common item that can restore a small amount of stamina. If consumed in large quantities, it has a hidden effect of increasing magical power. Even drinking 10 bottles only increases magical power by a microscopic amount. It seems completely useless. But with this perk, I won't even need elixirs. Perk 2. Skill, 2-meter vision. Massively increases the effects of all potions. Effect multiplier, 500%. I won't even need to touch my mining wages, because I wouldn't have enough to pay off the debt even if I worked my fingers to the bone. Tell me, what should I do? The mining captain is surprised. Huh, you're saying you heard monster cries in the mines? Zephyr confirms, yes. Please call the hunter team here. I'll take them to where I heard the monsters cry. Zephyr has already laid out his plan. I'll make money from the dungeons. Monsters. Creatures born from energy vortexes. Most monsters are hostile to humans. Over the years, they've caused a lot of chaos. But, on the other hand, it's also an opportunity for humanity. The will of the energy inside a monster's body, energy stones. Bones and fur are materials for items. Before we knew it, monsters were considered a valuable resource. In other words, a monster's den is both a dangerous place and a treasure trove. The sound of hurried footsteps echoes. A 3-man team appears. The hunter team. A team of hunters formed by people devastated by the war. The basic allowance is high to compensate for the danger of facing monsters. Bonuses are added depending on performance. Zephyr wonders, why was I assigned as a miner when I was an adventurer? There must be a reason. The shop owner shouts loudly, "Are you listening to me? No more loans." Zephyr asks, "Did I exceed the daily limit?" The owner replies, "No, I just can't lend you any more." Zephyr wonders, what should I do? Who can I borrow from? A nun appears beside him. If you sell your organs, you could. Our temple buys organs as research materials. The atmosphere falls silent for a moment. Zephyr asks, "Can I see the documents?" The nun replies, "Of course." He suggests, "Please set the deadline for next week. And if I pay off the debt, can it be postponed?" The nun immediately replies, "Of course, of course. Our temple isn't evil." The owner yells, "You idiot. Why would you sell that?" Zephyr turns to him. "Then lend me some recovery potions." The owner can only raise both hands in defeat. "Do whatever you want." The nun praises, "Wow, you're really crazy manly." The owner sighs heavily. Another person is going to be dragged to the research lab. All the potions have been used up by Zephyr. He is satisfied. Good. The conditions are met. The spear is thrust firmly into the ground. The hunter team members appear. "You're Zephyr, the guide?" Zephyr looks over. "Right on time." He replies, "Yes, that's me." The leader introduces them. "I'm the captain of the scouting team, Gord. This is Dale and Marco." Zephyr also introduces himself. "I don't have the night vision skill, but I can use energy intuition. Night vision allows you to see in the dark. Energy intuition spreads out to sharpen the senses. To enter a dungeon without a monster's intuition, this skill is essential." Gord calculates. "Looks like we'll have to pay extra for the night vision potion." He speaks up, "If you're ready, let's go." Marco hands Zephyr a bag. "Here, carry this." Dale walks ahead with Gord. A miner who knows how to use energy. That's interesting. Haha, looks like he'll help clear the dungeon, Dale? Zephyr hears everything, but stays silent. He calculates internally. Let's see. I've never seen these two, and I know one of them. The time I transferred to the hunter team was a month after this dungeon was cleared. So, if things go as they did, these two will die in the dungeon. I already have an idea of how to use these guys. The group climbs up the rocky slabs. The temple staff are already waiting. We are the backup team. Everyone, hold out your hands. The temple staff ties strings around the hunter's wrists. Zephyr also gets one tied. He explains, these are bracelets that contain magical power. If anything happens to you, the one I'm holding will snap, and we will immediately request backup from the main headquarters. Anyway, since it's your job, as long as you stay focused, you'll be fine. Good luck. The male lead walks in front, with the hunter team following behind. They go deep inside the cave. A group of monsters is patrolling their territory. A scouting stone is thrown out. The monsters look suspiciously at the stone rolling a few times before stopping on the ground. Two figures suddenly appear behind them. The scouting team's job is to confirm if there are monsters and gather information related to the dungeon. The attack information will be organized. The assault team, possessing the firepower, will clear the dungeon. That's the usual procedure. The hunters determine this is probably their nest. The lair near the entrance belongs to them, right? Last week, hunter teams A and B came here. Dale guesses, looks like the survivors dug a hole and hid. But the scouting team consists of hunters capable of combat. Gord draws a map on the ground. Dale, Marco. Gord asks, should we clear this place? Considering we can attack. They've cleared dungeons immediately many times before. The other two are shocked. Huh. Dale frowns. Captain, our job is just to scout. Don't do anything dangerous. What are you going to do if there's a horde of monsters over there? What if they're stronger? There's only 3 of us. Gord corrects him for enough to catch kobolds. Dale raises his voice, pointing at the male lead. Are you kidding me? 3 people and a burden. What can this guy even do? Marco stops him. Come on, don't jump the gun. Does the captain have a plan? I want to hear it before making a choice. Gord smirks. He looks at Zephyr. Hey, take it out. He replies, yes. He takes out a sprig of cardamom, chestnut leaves, and nuts. If you mix this with kobold feces, it will perfectly mimic the scent of a female in heat. Dale covers his nose because of the foul smell. Gord explains, it has a strong smell. It can be smelled from 100 meters away. The monsters have caught the scent. They become frantic and go crazy. Gord pinches his nose. So we'll use these. A monster rushes over, but it immediately steps into a trap. Obviously, the potion was used to set the trap. Gord looks at the spoils in the pit. See, told you we could do it. Dale marvels, wow. Sometimes I really respect you, Captain. Gord scolds, only sometimes, huh? You want to die? He asks, how did you know that? I didn't expect an attack like that. Arrogant. More experience makes a difference. Zephyr thinks to himself, actually, I was the one who told him. Gord. In my first life, before I regressed, he transferred to the Hunter Guild and was in the same group as me. He wanted to be recognized by others, but never had the chance. Before the meeting, Gord was surprised. What? Clear it? Zephyr met him privately. He said, actually, I checked inside myself yesterday. It's just a kobold hideout. Gord mocked, huh? Alone? How many lives do you have? Zephyr replied, before coming here, I was a scout for a team. My specialty is finding ways to hide. Gord rubbed his chin. Do you think the 4 of us are enough to attack with that strategy? Zephyr had no objections. Of course, you're the one making the decision. But, please consider it. Zephyr was confident Gord would definitely agree. Because a good dungeon like this couldn't be shared with anyone. Gord looked at him. He's useful too. Chestnuts are quite hard to find. He prepared well and knows how to hunt monsters. I also like how he handed it to me and didn't interfere. With my authority as captain, if I recommend him to the team, he can transfer to the hunter team. He took something out and handed it to Zephyr. Use this. He took the knife. Huh. Thanks. Gord decided, all right. The rest is. Dale finds something. TCH. There's something here. He bends down to examine it. Bones. Leftovers after someone was eaten? Mountain monster? No, this texture is. Kobold bones. As soon as he realizes it, something massive rushes toward him. Dale is grabbed before he can even process it. Gord shouts, Dale. The monster's arm throws Dale away. He flies backward and slams hard into the ground. Marco immediately channels his power into his weapon. A magic circle activates. Everyone, get behind me. He panics. God, I thought it was over. What is that thing in there? Whatever. I'll just defend and get out of here. He tries to reinforce his shield. It's a shield that can block an orc chieftain. There's no way it can break this. A massive tail whips forward. Marco is sent flying. My shield. Gord roars, Marco. He is terrified. That tail? No way. That's. The tail whips forward again. The target is Gord. Outside the dungeon. The backup team is horrified. What is this? These are bracelets that contain magical power. He told them, if anything happens to you, the one I'm holding will snap. Right now, 3 of them snapped at the same time. He worries, did something happen inside? Gord holds his wounded arm. His eyes are full of surprise. Zephyr, at some point, had stepped in front of him, partially blocking the attack from the tail. Perk 1. Skill, Iron Wall. Blocking ability greatly increased. Damage lower than defense is ignored, and you will not feel fatigue. Zephyr looks at the wound on his arm. Looks like Iron Wall doesn't block everything. Must be like a baby under a year old. As expected, this creature is nothing to scoff at. The tail wraps around Dale. The monster lifts him up. Its massive body is revealed. A predator. A carnivore. Tricked by someone using pheromones and raising them. And when they mature, they eat the one who raised them. Zephyr says, I'll borrow this spear. Gord is stunned. Wait. Hold on. What are you doing? Zephyr spins the spear skillfully. He smiles. Now I can relieve some stress. Haha. Let's ask the party involved. How do you want to die? The third perk is activated. Perk 3, Silver Key. The key leading to a forgotten castle. The owner can retrieve items from the silver room at any time. Recently equipped on the left hand. In short, manipulation of a subspace. Gord is dumbfounded seeing items naturally fall out. Dragon's Heart and Cloth. Dragon's Heart. A potion with a soothing effect. Zephyr takes off the bandages wrapped around Dale's arm. He wraps it tightly around the spear shaft. Then he says, it's going to be intense. Gord is startled. What? He yells, what the hell are you doing? You haven't even been trained for combat. He curses internally. Damn it. If he dies, but I can't die a meaningless death. A massive shockwave sweeps through. It's caused by the monster opening its mouth and roaring. Skill, Fear. Your enemies will be stunned in terror. Gord is scared stiff, sitting paralyzed on the ground. Right. I remember now. The story the instructor told me when I was a rookie. A few years ago. When a carnivore came to a nearby village. It started wreaking havoc and eating people. The villagers reported what happened in the blink of an eye. Everyone was paralyzed. They couldn't even blink. Couldn't do anything. Just waiting for their turn. As Gord is waiting for his death, something happens. What? This sound. What am I seeing? The spear blade leaves cuts all over the monster's body. The provoked monster starts swinging its claws wildly. Zephyr ducks to dodge, then continues to charge forward. As expected, the fear-inducing ability works well. Out of my 9 perks, only 1 is a weapon. Anyway, I need a massive amount of power, so I can't use it right now. But he creates a magic orb. This much is enough for these dogs. A potion is used. An old friend. The Poison King. Fades 72 lethal poisons. Number 68, Vario. He once asked the other person, are you really okay with this? You've been telling me how to make poisons all this time. Fade laughed. Haha. The world is coming to an end. Why hide it? Everything will be buried anyway. So it's better if we use it together. Fade's voice was full of expectation. No, I want you to use it. If you can kill more of those trashes with my poison, and save even one more person. Zephyr thrusts the spear hard. A deadly poison made from herbs. Vario. The spearhead pierces through the monster's skin. Zephyr uses the momentum to slash a deep wound into it. The monster screeches in pain. It thrashes around endlessly as the wound bleeds profusely. If it enters the body, it will destroy the intestines. On top of that, it creates infinite pain. Because the Poison King is brutal. 3 minutes until the poison fully spreads. Zephyr dodges the monster's frantic attacks. I have to hold out until then. He launches an attack at its leg. The monster's tail whips forward. Zephyr is sent flying, slamming into the cliff face. The force of the monster's strike makes him wince in pain. Zephyr's eyes widen. The monster opens its massive mouth and lunges at him. A bottle of poison is thrown into its mouth. I couldn't ask for more. He laughs and jumps to the side. The monster bites hard into the pile of rocks and dirt. It roars in agony. Blood gushes out of the monster's mouth. 2 minutes. No, 1 minute. Zephyr grips his spear tightly. He dashes forward like a gust of wind. With my current abilities, it'll be hard to take it down completely. So I either hold out for another minute, or deal a fatal blow. The monster's tail swings violently at him. Zephyr catches its massive tail with both hands. His whole body is lifted into the air along with the tail. He tries to hold on tight. 1 more minute. Just 1 more minute. He lets go? Now. Zephyr thrusts downward with all his might. The target is the monster's eyes. Arg. The spearhead plunges deep into its eye. The monster roars frantically. The spear shaft stuck in its eye is snapped and sent flying. Zephyr quickly grabs the broken half of the spear shaft that was knocked away. He stabs it down hard. Take another one. He pulls out the dagger tucked in his belt. His eyes are cold. More. The blade pierces deep into the eye. The monster thrashes wildly in pain, trying to shake him off. Zephyr is thrown off. His fingers dig hard into its skin. His other hand tries to grip the dagger tightly to hold on. Not yet. There's still one more attack. He leaps into the air. The me from 10 years ago, neither in strength nor stamina, could overcome it. That's why I prepared recovery potions. If consumed in large quantities, it has a hidden effect that maximizes the limit of strength. You have to drink over 10 bottles just to see a minor change, so it's not that effective. But if I have a special perk, I don't need anything else. Skill, 2-meter vision. Maximize everything. Even the effects of elixirs. 500% increase rate. Enough magic to crush a carnivore's head. Zephyr swings his fist. Basic magic manipulation technique. Release. A powerful force crashes down. The force punches straight through the monster's head. Gord, witnessing Zephyr's entire performance, bursts out, "Ha!" He recalls his previous calculations. With my authority as a captain, if I recommend him to HR, he can transfer to the hunter team. He might just be using it to look good in front of me, but too bad. I was too naive in the face of his sincerity. I didn't beg or anything. It didn't reach the point where I had to accept an offer from a mediocre guy. I made a terrible mistake. Even if it doesn't look good for me, if it's him, he could see through it in a second and stand up. It's just that right now, he's only a minor in the extraction team. Because they can't come and go freely, he needed a way to enter the dungeon. Zephyr's eyes are sharp and cold. Gord, let's talk for a bit. Panting sounds of fear echo. The person sitting on the ground is terrified. No, it wasn't me. There's a misunderstanding. The large man swings his spiked flail. Last time, we were in the temple together, right? Right? The man begs desperately. Sahaku, please believe me. I'm not a devil worshipper. The one called Sahaku orders, crush him. The heavy spiked flail smashes down. Fresh blood splatters everywhere. None of the unfortunate victims survive. The body of the man who was just killed suddenly twitches. A centipede crawls out of his mouth. Instantly, its body is sliced into 2 pieces. A sharp blade still glowing with magic. Looks like the bug came out. As expected, he was a worshipper. He wiped out 7 members of the team just to catch 1 bug. The person sitting behind the desk asks indifferently, "Isn't 7 a bit too few?" He points at the jar containing the monsters. It's really satisfying when it burns up like that. Sahaku objects. Do you understand the method? Inquisitor Matthias. The remaining members must be wondering if they'll be executed. There's only 1 month left until the raid. If we don't eliminate them as quickly as possible, it will bring bad luck to you. The person sitting in the chair ponders. Matthias replies, understood. I'll handle the complaints from the hunter team. In exchange, you have to make sure you get it done. Don't be shy. Act like a true heretic inquisitor. Sahaka smirks. Human Resources Department. The receptionist says, yes, Captain Gord of Scouting Team D. Please fill out the form first. Is it the same person you recommended? Acknowledge the name, please. Gord replies, the minor who fell in this week. The receptionist answers, I understand. Wait a moment. The receptionist explains, if you bring a department member that matches the personnel appointment, the nominee is yours. Additionally, if performance drops due to the nominee's mistakes, it could negatively affect the captain's personal evaluation report. Do you agree? Gord replies, yes, I agree. He thinks, of course. On the other hand, if he does well, it will benefit me. TSK. This life is just a game of luck. I never thought I'd get an opportunity like this. Just before this, at the dungeon, Gord was shocked. What? What did you say? You want me to ignore what just happened? A carnivore. Zephyr confirmed, yes. Gord guessed, are you trying to steal the monster's corpse? Zephyr didn't hide it. It's a carnivore. I'm not leaving it here. We'll report this simply as a kobold hideout. Monster corpses, energy stones, and other items from the dungeon. Slaves can't own anything. Everything the slaves gather belongs to the temple. And all the hunter team gets is a small bonus and a trophy. He taps the monster's corpse. If we give this to a broker, it'll be worth a lot of money. Gord objected. That's impossible. Don't you see there's a whole group of people out there to stop that? Besides, we're trying to complete the mission. The cleanup crew will come and cast spells on everything. Zephyr was confident. Oh, right. But what about this? He placed his hand on the monster's corpse. It's here right now. Magical fluctuations arose. The massive corpse just vanished. And now it's gone. Gord's jaw dropped in shock. Subspace? No way. Usually, only a Trihun can hold subspace magic with equipment. And he just made that giant monster disappear. It's blood, too. Zephyr called out, Gord, don't you want a promotion? Let's clear 2 more dungeons after this one. We can share the rewards. In return, leave the monsters to me. I'll handle them. Gord pondered. Frequently clearing dungeons, especially with this combat frequency, will definitely help with a promotion. Even if it's a low-level dungeon like a kobold hideout. But because my team was created primarily for scouting, the number of combatants is low. And since the beginning, we've been stuck in the same place for 3 years. But if a super strong person joins, the tables will turn. Since we're the first group to enter the dungeon, no one will get it this way, and we'll have a monopoly. If a few members clear the dungeon, my evaluation will go up. All I want is a promotion. What Zephyr wants is money. It's a good deal. We just need to be careful not to get caught. Zephyr calculates, as long as I can sell it for a good price, I'll be out of debt. I need to get out of here as fast as possible. There's only one thing left to do at this place. The new night raid is scheduled for a month from now. That's why the items causing chaos across the continent are found there. This time, no matter what happens, I have to join the raid. To get those items and change the future. The staff member confirms, registered. From now on, Zephyr will be a member of the hunter team. I'll give you an ID card. So go to the supply station and get your basic equipment. After completing the procedures, the two leave the HR room. In my previous life, the hunter team and I received the notice to participate, so we couldn't go on the raid. Because the hunter team can have up to 20 people. To get in there, you need top-tier skills or something like that. I have a plan, but the problem is when to execute it. Gord says, the supply station is on the first floor of that building, where everyone is lining up. I'll head over to that area. I need to check on Dale and Marco. Oh right, if you want to get anything. Gord's expression suddenly changes. He pushes Zephyr's head down. Keep your head down. Hurried footsteps. It's Sahaka's group passing by. As he walks past Zephyr, he seems to sense something amiss. Gord breathes a sigh of relief when he sees the group pass. That's the Heretic Inquisition team. Direct slaves of the Heretic Inquisitor. You should treat them as superiors rather than regular slaves. They have the authority to deal with us. There are people who have been fired for bumping into them or not greeting them. Especially the guy in the middle, Mad Dog Sahaku. That guy wants to kill everyone. That's the reason he works under the Heretic Inquisitor. He never lets his prey go, so be careful. Sahaka suddenly stops. Hey, over there. Sahaka's sharp, cold eyes. It sends chills down Gord's spine. They heard us. Sahako approaches. Excuse me for a moment. There's something I want to check. He points at Zephyr, the man in miner's clothes. I am a worker for the Heretic Inquisition, Sahaku. What is your name? Zephyr's eyes narrow. Gord speaks up. Inquisitor. This person is Zephyr. He just transferred to our team. If there's a problem, as the captain, Sahaka cuts him off. He snaps, shut up. I wasn't asking you. An oppressive aura constantly emanates from Sahaku. Gord immediately finds it hard to breathe. His threatening aura. He staggers. Zephyr beside him is completely unaffected. Sahaku's eyes stare intently like a predator. Now I'm sure. If I just stand still, there won't be a start. Others might not realize it, but I have the second sharpest senses. And that guy is an absolute master. Miner's clothes. Just transferred to the hunter team. Meaning he was originally in the extraction team. A new slave is assigned tasks after an ability test. Testing stamina, magical power. Those who can fight are given a chance to show off their strength. Because the hunter team always needs strong people. For a master like him to be in the extraction team, and then chosen and transferred to the hunter team. This is truly unusual. The members of the Heretic Inquisition team move in unison. In an instant, they split into 5 directions surrounding Zephyr. A skilled master. Even so, it won't be too hard to capture him. Sahaka sneers. I'm going to ask you a few questions. Get ready, and you must tell the truth. Zephyr tilts his head slightly and smirks. What's this? A sewer rat. No need to crawl over yourself. Thanks. Sahaku is arrogant. I will ask you a few questions. Keep quiet and answer honestly. Have you ever heard of devil worshippers? Those guys. No one knows them better than I do. The devil worshippers. The worshippers of the demon god Tartarus. They are the beings that lead to destruction in humanity's upcoming battle. The traitors of humanity. The only thing low-level members can know at this point is that they are an opposing faith, newly formed and conflicting with the pre-existing order. Sahaku says, there are a few things that can help us distinguish them from most others, and I am someone capable of recognizing even the smallest differences. From there, I will judge who is serving the Lord of the heretics. And my instincts, right now, are telling me, you are very dangerous. He points his weapon at Zephyr. From this moment on, it's best if you honestly answer my questions. As a member of the Heretic Inquisition team, anything you do and everything you say can be used against you. Make sure you always keep that in mind when answering me. Zephyr stares at him. Before that, can I ask you something? Sahaku's subordinate scolds, you son of a bitch. How dare you? Sahaku signals him to stop. Ask. Zephyr says coldly, can we change locations? Sahaku is confused. What's wrong with here? Zephyr replies, there are too many unrelated people watching. If they happen to see something unpleasant about you, I hope you can continue to uphold your honor as a member of the Heretic Inquisition team. Sahaku's eyes turn terrifying. You son of a bitch. He sneers. Haha, you're way too overconfident. So you mean you can handle all 5 of us by yourself? Fine. The more people like you there are, the more proud I feel of my mission. A magic circle forms with Zephyr as the central target. Skill, Chain Lightning. Allies within this range will have their power increased. The duration and time increase gradually based on the number of users. Equipment can be activated to compensate for the user's lack of skill. Zephyr thinks, oh, this is getting more and more interesting. In that case, I'll begin. He raises his hands, getting into a martial arts stance. With this, Sahaku furrows his brows. Huh, that stance. That's clearly just a bizarre martial arts stance. Should I wait for him to attack first? His body charges forward as fast as lightning. Others might think so, but it's useless, because I am the strongest among those standing within the range of Chain Lightning. Fierce Blade. Acceleration. A flurry of strikes is thrust at Zephyr. But with his agile body and fluid martial arts stance, he dodges all of them. Zephyr blocks Sahaku's sword-wielding hand with one hand. His other hand, hard as iron, punches towards Sahaku's face. Sahaku leans back and rolls away to dodge. Immediately after, Sahaku leaps forward and kicks hard at Zephyr's leg, trying to sweep him off his feet. He is excited. Got him. But right after, his face is drenched in sweat. This guy's leg. It's like I just kicked steel. Zephyr's fist smashes hard into Sahaku. He spits out a large mouthful of blood in pain. The weapon in his hand also drops. Sahaku falls flat on the ground after just one punch. Gord shouts a warning, Zephyr. On your right. A spiked flail swings hard at Zephyr. He is pushed back several meters. The large man swings the spiked flail. He smiles fiercely. Oh my, playing with your daddy too? Zephyr is disdainful. You sure know how to talk. But don't say that to others. Otherwise, they might think you're a rabid dog. The large man swings the spiked flail. Everywhere the iron ball hits is smashed to pieces. The onlookers shout rocks. Dodge. Gord swallows hard. A terrifying guy. After he fought in the dungeon, I knew he was very strong. But just now, he easily defeated Sahaku with a martial art I've never seen before. Even though that big guy's spiked flail is destroying the ground and throwing rocks at him, he can easily block all of it. What if he actually wins? Come to think of it, Sahaku will be furious and humiliated if he's defeated like this. He won't be able to just report to his superiors and request an official arrest warrant. He raises his hands in a cheering pose. If he wins, we won't be interrogated and can leave. Zephyr, good luck. If you lose, I'll be arrested along with you for assisting you. So don't lose. The person standing next to Gord suddenly speaks up. Huh, it's over. That guy is really unlucky. Gord is confused. What? The person explains, even though he's doing great by dodging and blocking everything with God-given reflexes, the problem is that it's taking him too much time. Gord still doesn't understand. What does time have to do with this? Zephyr's arms are wrapped in chains. The large man successfully locks both of his arms, while chain lightning is still active. The muscles on the large man bulge. He pulls the chains hard. Zephyr's body is pulled closer to him. Those within the range of chain lightning will grow stronger over time. Zephyr's back is slashed hard by Sahaku. Fresh blood drips from his blade. Haha, playtime is over. You should shut up now. Right from the start, you should have groveled and begged to be thrown in jail. But now it's too late. I'll make you regret what you've done. Sahaku's power is being enhanced. Acceleration. Continuous slash is used. Haha, how is it? You can't see anything, right? Cuts appear on Zephyr's face. All my skills have been boosted by 80%. With this wind-tearing speed, you can't even touch a single hair on my body. Countless cuts appear on Zephyr's body. If you've clearly seen your fate, then die. Haha, haha. The smile on Sahaku's face vanishes. Zephyr coldly delivers a blow to the top of his head. Sahaku faceplants into the ground like a beaten dog. His eyes roll back, and drool leaks from his mouth. Zephyr grabs his head. All of you, how the hell are you coordinating with each other? Then he knees him in the face. Sahaku's head snaps back. Impossible. The speed boosted by my chain lightning, and my defense too, did none of it have any effect? Sahaku falls face down on the ground. Zephyr mocks. Because you kept buzzing around like a fly, that big guy couldn't do anything to attack me. If you want to brag about your speed, you'd better boost your defense too. The chain is pulled taut. You son of a bitch. The large man exerts his strength. Come here right now. Zephyr activates the power within his body. And you too. The veins on his arms bulge. You big lug. Why do you keep howling over there? Why don't you charge in and take the hits for him? Or are you afraid of close combat? In my previous life, if my subordinates ran a team like that, I would have taught them a lesson right then and there. He pulls the chain taut in the opposite direction. The basic principle of using magic is the ability to supplement. The chain is pulled back toward him. The spiked ball smashes hard into the large man. Arg! The onlooker's jaws drop. The members of the heretic Inquisition team lie stiff on the ground. Sahaku struggles to lift his head. What exactly is your true identity? Zephyr smirks in disdain. I thought you'd ask something else. Is that the only question in your head? But unfortunately, you don't have the right to hear my answer. A person standing on a higher floor watches thoughtfully. This. Impossible. This guy? Did he send this guy to us? The people around finally snap out of it. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? What is going on? Sir Sahaku lost? Sahaku's eyes are filled with resentment. Arg. He roars, I'll kill you. Zephyr walks away, ignoring him. Annoying. The first step of the plan is done. The problem is, it's only a matter of time before this reaches him. Next is, his body suddenly becomes heavy. Zephyr leans heavily on the ground. I can't even move a finger. A sudden weakness spreads through his body. This is the phantom energy. Phantom energy. A phenomenon where pain and weakness suddenly appear when the body's mana is depleted. He grits his teeth. My mana depleted faster than I thought after using that move. Even though I leveled up my mana. Is this my body from 10 years ago? I'm screwed if this continues. An anomaly appears in the air. Beginning collection. A spirit appears from the void. I am the spirit of Sylph. I belong to the family of the god of debt, USRA. Verified user's magic is at 0. Beginning the collection process for the skill Wall of Iron. Wall of Iron. It's not just a skill that increases defense and endurance. The truth is, fatigue and damage accumulate as a debt while the skill is active. As soon as mana hits 0, everything accumulated will be returned to the body all at once. Countless adventurers mastered it and conquered high-level dungeons, but they all went bankrupt and died. USRA, the god of debt. A double-edged sword bestowed by the gods. The one who feeds on human despair. He must have been drooling while watching my battle. That bastard. USRA leisurely strokes his turtle while watching Zephyr. A smug and greedy smile appears on his face. The spirit begins the repayment process, calculating accumulated damage. The weight in his hand enlarges and drops. Judgment complete. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. Zephyr grips his hands tightly. My body is too heavy. I have to move. Damn it. I can't even take a step. 6. His whole body collapses. He tries to use his mouth to bite the bandages wrapped around his left arm. 4. Emergency recovery potion. The pulley moves. USRA smiles triumphantly. 2. The weight drops heavily. In the nick of time, Zephyr successfully pulls open the cap of the recovery potion. The weight crashes down, stopping just a millimeter away from Zephyr, confirming the existence of magical power. Canceling the collection process. The spirit announces, "I will postpone the debt collection until next time." Saying that, he disappears. Zephyr regains control of his senses and breathes heavily. He laughs triumphantly. Haha, USRA, you underestimated me. Did you think I wasn't prepared for this situation? I am a pro-survivor who lived for over a year after humanity went extinct. Dodging your traps is a piece of cake. And if I use my mana well, Wall of Iron will be a more effective and safer skill than ever before. He spreads his limbs, lying on the ground. Let's see. In my previous life, this skill was sold for about 500 gold or more. Most skills are expensive, and it's a popular skill for those who want to escape. I never dreamed I'd encounter a situation like this. He raises his hand to the sky. Thank you, you idiot. USRA is so furious, he crushes his turtle. Zephyr groggily opens his eyes. Did I pass out? Who am I? Where's this? The nun smiles friendly. Welcome, dear customer. Did you sleep well? Did you dream of me? Zephyr is dumbfounded by the situation before him. He looks up. What are you trying to do? The nun explains. Did I surprise you? You woke up and saw a strange scene. Don't worry, this is just my workshop. You must have been very tired. You were unconscious for a long time. And because of that, your loan is an hour overdue. Her expression changes. Dear customer, are you crazy? She takes out a sharp knife. I heard you jumped into some pretty dangerous things. Since you've been messing around with your guarantor, the interest is also overdue. If this continues, we can assume you have no intention of paying off your debt. The tip of the knife suddenly thrusts forward and stops right at Zephyr's pupil. The nun is furious. You bastard. Are you going to pay your debt or not? Zephyr finally remembers. All right, I still have a loan here. If I use magic in this situation, that collection process will start again. I have to tell her about that. So he quickly speaks up. Next week I'll receive the reward from clearing the dungeon. Please wait until then. The nun aggressively says, of course I'll take that. But what about the daily loans you took out? And the compound interest you haven't paid yet? How do you plan to pay off the interest that piles up every day while waiting for that tiny reward? You said it was kobolds. Do you think that's enough to cover the principal? How do you plan to pay it? Do you want to sell your organs right now? She orders, you guys. The others reply. The ropes tying one of Zephyr's arms are cut. Two muscular men tightly grab his arm and place it on the table. One of them holds a knife. The nun covers her mouth, smiling gloomily. Now I'll just take your fingers, dear customer. You must have underestimated this temple. But you'll change your mind if you lose a few fingers, right? Zephyr shouts, wait a minute. He thinks, that name. What was her name? If I can just remember that name. The nun orders, cut it off. The man holding the knife raises it. Zephyr moves his lips and blurts out a name. The nun's eyes widen. When the blade is just a millimeter away from his fingers, she shouts, wait. Over here. She asks, what the hell are you? The servant asks, is something wrong, sister? The nun orders, everyone get out. The servant is stunned. Huh. The nun yells, I told you to get the hell out. The servant is flustered. Yes. Sister is angry. Let's go. The room falls silent. The nun slams her hand next to Zephyr's head. She leans in close. Tell me the truth. How do you know that name? Zephyr pulls the corner of his mouth. How could I not know that name, sister? Or should I call you the monster broker, Weasel? A nun in the Temple of Light, Anna Brimrose. And her second persona, the broker Weasel. The one who maintains contact with the underworld and trades monster corpses, equipment, and even human information. You'd have to be crazy to rush into clearing a dungeon with just cheap equipment from the hunters. That's why I have to negotiate with this woman to get some supplies. He says, I was on my way to find you. Being welcomed by you like this makes me indescribably happy. Why don't you untie me first? Don't you find it a bit awkward to negotiate while I'm still lying on the bed like this? Why don't we try having a proper conversation? Objects are smashed in anger. The healer advises, Sir, please calm down. Please calm down while. Sahaku remembers Zephyr's disdainful smirk. Is that all? You don't have the right to know that. He trembles with anger and curses. How dare that bastard? I'll kill him. I'll definitely send him to hell. Someone walks in. What is this mess? Who dares to cause a ruckus in the hospital like this? Sahaku is startled. Sir Ned. He hurriedly gets out of bed. You're here. Ned signals, just lie down. Sahaku orders his subordinates, you guys can leave. I'll handle this. The two reply, yes, sir. Ned says, I heard about your situation. Sahaku is anxious. I'm sorry. I made a mistake, but it's in the past. You don't need to worry about it, sir. A sharp dagger cuts near Sahaku's mouth. Ned's expression turns fierce. Don't need to worry? Everyone I met today, all evening, kept blabbering about that incident. And you tell me not to worry about it. Sir Matthias always told me, don't do anything that embarrasses us. And yet you dared. In front of those slaves, getting beaten up like a useless dog. The sharp blade sweeps across. Fresh blood drips down. I guess the reason you got away with doing such stupid things is because the public knows your style. When you first found the devil worshippers, I thought you had some special talent, Sahaku. However, including the devil worshippers from that time, the number of people you've found in the past half year is only 2. The higher-ups feel you are losing your value. They're wondering how much longer they have to put up with you. And now you've turned our sanctuary into a joke in front of everyone. Sahaku trembles and begs, sir. Just one. Please give me one more chance. Anything. I'll do anything. So please. Ned steps closer. Just follow what we always do. He leans down. Don't let those who humiliate me live. We will decide the fate of that rising star. Sahaku trembles. If I can't even do this, it means they'll strip me of my crimson uniform. Ned tosses him a bundle. Use this. Sahaku opens it. This is from the devil worshippers. He is shocked. Sir, isn't this? Ned cuts him off. It was in the room of the devil worshippers you captured last time. It's up to you whether you use them or not. However, you don't have the luxury of choosing how to execute the mission. Choose so you won't regret it later. The room is left with only Sahaku. Mad Dog Sahaku, the enemy of everyone in the hunter army. The total number of hunters killed at the temple over the years has reached 26. Returning to being a slave after all this is no different from handing my life over to the slaves. Sahaku bursts into laughter. Ha ha, ha ha. He tightly grips the magic orb. Don't mess with me. My life finally got a little better. I just escaped that miserable life down there. I can't let it end here. The one who has to die isn't me, it's him. Ned, walking away, still hears Sahaku's echoing laughter. He orders, make sure to keep an eye on him so he doesn't cause trouble for us. The subordinate replies, yes, sir. Ned smirks. Humans need to understand their situation with an objective eye. That way, you won't be thrown away like him. Talent? Humph. He doesn't understand the real reason why we took in someone like him. The other person marvels. Well, maybe I should thank him. Because Sahaku caused a scene, the knights won't suspect us. Ned laughs smugly, haha. We will embezzle the items of the temple knights by infiltrating their upcoming raids. At the same time, we can also eliminate the temple leader in the dungeon, and in the name of the demon god, take over the Temple of Light in the 3rd district. Bestow the disciples of the demon god cult. That is an important mission that will change the religious dominance of the demon god. I will not allow any disturbances. He instructs, all right, investigate that guy too. The other person is confused. Huh, that guy? What do you mean, sir? Ned is suspicious. He used the martial arts of our school. But the only ones who know those techniques are the master and us 4 disciples. Was he sent here by the master? If so, why didn't he contact us properly? He is very suspicious. Since I can't recklessly approach him and expose our information, I'll confirm it through Sahaku. And if I find out he's not on our side, I just need to eliminate him. The nun bites her nails. I don't get it. I thought this guy was just crazy. But this is amazing. Zephyr asks, do you like it? The nun is startled. Do I like it? She coughs. Anyway, let me list it again. Cell list, predator corpse. No magic left. Brain and bones partially damaged. By list. High-tier amulets X5, poison-coated beads X1, flint X1, sun herb, moon herb, deer horn, etc. She is confident. There's nothing on this list I can't get. The problem is just the money. A total of 5,000 gold. You have to catch 3 more predators. Zephyr accepts. That's a piece of cake. I'll prepare them in 3 weeks. Make sure to get all the items before then. He looks at the jar on the shelf. But before that, I have one more request. The 3 people from the hunter team sit together with Zephyr. Gord speaks up. So then, He raises his beer mug. Even though we've already met, let's introduce ourselves again. This is our team's vanguard, Marco. Marco greets. Nice to meet you. And this is Dale. Even though he only joined 3 months ago, his skills are quite impressive. Dale stays silent. Gord looks at Zephyr. And this is the rookie we're all eager to get to know, Zephyr. He shouts, "All right, cheers everyone." The atmosphere is silent, making him frown and signal the other two. Are you kidding me? What's wrong with you guys? You have to warm up the atmosphere together. He's someone who will be very helpful to us in the future. Marco is flustered. What should we do? It seems he doesn't like us very much. Is it because our welcome party was too shabby? But this is the best food I could get. Because we still have to pay off our debts. Zephyr breaks the silence. Let me say this first. He reaches behind him to grab something. Personally, I don't drink horse piss. He places a bottle of liquor on the table. The other three stare with wide, greedy eyes. Wait, where did you get that? In a rundown town like this? Zephyr prepared it beforehand. This is liquor I bought from Weasel. It's a high-class type that slaves like us wouldn't even dare to dream of. He pours drinks for everyone. Have a glass. I'll be relying on you all from now on. The others are friendly. You're nicer than I thought. The 4 of them clink glasses together. I can definitely get good results with these guys. And they'll help me deal with the monsters around here. Whether I like it or not, from now until the subjugation, we are comrades in arms. Since I was in the same squad as Gord in my previous life, I know what to do with him. As long as he has a good teacher, he'll improve very quickly. However, regarding the other 2, since they were already dead by this time in my previous life, I don't know much about them. Should I try cooperating with them? Or should I get rid of them as soon as possible? Well, I still have enough time to make a decision. People usually favor those who can provide them with what they want and need. Give money to the greedy, bring results to those who want success, and flatter the arrogant. His eyes shift. However, there are exceptions to these rules. But even if there are exceptions, I'm not the type of person who will be nice to those who always want to pick a fight with me. Dale secretly glances at Zephyr. I don't like this bastard. When visiting them in the infirmary, Gord said, he'll be very helpful in the next mission. I'm level 4, and you're level 5. Don't you understand that just a 1-level difference affects how we are treated by others? Make sure you guys get along with him. When he arrives, greet him warmly. Marco said, I still can't believe that miners saved our lives. And now you've made a deal with him. Dale spoke up, Gord. Since you're the captain, you have full authority over this matter. But don't you think it would be better to discuss it with us? To be honest, I think that bastard just got lucky and acted like it was all his merit while we were unconscious. There's no way a miner could kill a predator by himself. Gord laughed, pointing at himself. Haha, then who killed it? Me? Dale, the problem is that deal. If we get caught, we could be thrown in jail. We could even be executed. Those monsters. Marco shushed him. Quiet. Someone might hear us. Anyway, we've already decided to let him join the team. Besides, the reward will be split among the 3 of us anyway. I think we should just wait and see how it goes. Dale slams his glass down. Don't mess with me. Just wait and see. You idiots. Even though the self-proclaimed captain made the decision, and the other guy was bribed with liquor, he glances at Zephyr. I still don't trust you. How dare you try to squeeze into our ranks? In time, we'll soon find out the truth. Scammers like him don't last long. That's just how the hunter profession is. The dungeons will teach him a harsh lesson. The 4 of them arrive at the cave town of Ed. This is a town formed hundreds of years ago by people building houses inside the mountains. Marco marvels, wow. I didn't know there was a place like this a 2-day journey from the temple. Dale looks into the distance. Are those all houses for people to live in? That's really interesting. Gord introduces, it's even more special inside. It has everything from living rooms to bedrooms. That's why people traveling from the temple in this direction, or sent on diplomatic missions, choose to stay here. When I was a rookie, I also visited this place. Marco is envious. Really? You should have brought me along back then, instead of deciding to bring me here after it became the monster nest it is now. A figure appears at the entrance. Inside is covered in spider webs. Mana manipulation skill. Mana wave. Zephyr moves between the spider webs. I can expand the range of my senses by radiating mana from my body outward or transferring it through the ground. Within the radius of the mana wave, from the shapes of objects, unexpected movements, to magical items, I can perceive everything clearly. The people behind follow his footsteps. A few minutes ago, They were shocked. A steel spider? Are there monsters like that where we're going? Zephyr replied. Just look at the tracks at the entrance and you'll know. Currently, our plan will be like this. First, we will move through the dungeon without touching the spider webs to get close to the pit containing the baby spiders. Then, we will pour paralyzing potion into the pit and wait until we can easily kill them. It won't be easy because I have to constantly maintain the mana wave skill while in there. However, since they sleep during the day, as long as we're careful. Dale, wait a minute. The problem isn't whether it's difficult or not. If you're sure there are steel spiders in there, then the four of us can't possibly clear that dungeon. Steel spiders are spider-like monsters with an outer shell as hard as steel. Their attack stats are high, but their defense stats are even higher. The most terrifying thing is their reproduction rate. Because of that, a nest of steel spiders is even harder than an adult predator. Dale says, that's not a place we can handle. Let's go back and report it. At the very least, we need to bring a combat team. Zephyr replies, that's not a bad idea. If you're not confident, I won't force you to come with me. I'm more than capable of handling this place alone anyway. Dale scowls. I didn't expect him to say that. But thanks to that, now I'm sure. That bastard is a fraud. The fact that he single-handedly hunted a predator and fought hand-to-hand with Sahaku from the Heretic Inquisition team. I didn't witness any of it with my own eyes. He's confident that he can solo clear the steel spiders? There's no way someone at that level would team up with people like us. So that means this dungeon isn't actually that dangerous. He's secretly acting on his own. He probably didn't expect us to still tag along after hearing his warning. Let's see how much longer you can keep up this act. His arm brushes against a spider web. Dale freezes. Did I really make such a stupid mistake? Huh. Why is it sticking so tightly? He curses, motherfucker. Countless spiders emerge from the darkness. Dale turns pale. The swarm of black steel spiders rushes toward their prey. Dale stumbles. Whoa. Zephyr looks toward the source of the commotion. Here they come. He reaches back, grabs Dale, and pulls him behind. The black steel spiders bite onto his arm, but their fangs can't pierce his skin. Zephyr smirks. What's wrong? Are you surprised you can't bite me? His other arm clenches into a fist. He punches away the black steel spider clinging to his arm with a single blow. A puddle of diluted blood falls in front of him. Zephyr orders, everyone, gather up. The four of them group together. The black steel spiders start shooting webs. After all, this was just a theoretical plan. I couldn't be sure what would happen inside that dungeon. So if we have to fight, we'll do it like this. Marco, wrap my scarf around your hammer. Dale, Gord, use your cloaks to wrap your weapons too. It's very hard to cut through their webs with regular swords. So everyone must use cloth-wrapped weapons to brush the webs away. Marco realizes it actually works. Even though the webs stick to the hammer, I just have to keep swinging. Because a single spider is weak. Gord curses internally. Damn it. Exactly how many of them are there? Dozens? Hundreds? I can't even catch a break. Dale roars, stay away from me, you bastards. A black steel spider dodges his strike. It slashes a bloody gash across his shoulder. Dale shouts, hey, hurry up. Once we've gathered the monsters together, I'll handle them. The baby black steel spiders are dealt with. Heavy panting echoes around. The other three are exhausted. Did we get them all? Dale holds his wound. Damn it. The wound is too deep. I shouldn't have been careless and thought this would be easy. I humiliated myself and had to rely on that bastard's help. Zephyr hands him a potion. Drink it. This is a potion mixed with herbs that has the same effect as a recovery potion. Dale stays silent. Throughout the battle, this bastard knew exactly what was going on. His situational awareness and sharpness are truly on another level. If he's that perceptive, he definitely knew right from the start that I was the one who got tangled in the web. He asks, aren't you going to say anything? Zephyr is relaxed. Everyone makes mistakes. Just be more careful next time. He secretly observes Dale. I'm used to this kind of thing. In my previous life, I always had to train soldiers. No matter how meticulously I instructed them, there were always many who were clumsy. This time it's not a problem because he focused on cleaning up the mess after making the mistake. Besides, it's better to let him experience it himself than just listen to me talk. Although he still seems to doubt me, after clearing this dungeon, he'll be able to decide for himself whether he should avoid dungeons from now on, or if he should listen to me. Dale and Marco attack a large black steel spider one after the other. Marco smashes his hammer into its body. Gord stands on the flank. Good. They're slowing down because of the paralyzing potion. Dale thrusts his sword hard. The tip of the sword pierces the monster's body. Zephyr had told them, the flesh near the abdomen is softer than the back, so aim for the abdomen. Dale realizes it's true. Everything he said was right. The habits, weaknesses, and stats of the monsters, along with the most effective way to kill them. He slashes his sword hard. How does he know everything? What the hell is he? His arm grips the sword so tightly that veins bulge. Dale successfully slices a gash across the monster's body. The steel spider collapses. The other two rejoice. We got it. Great job, Dale. He replies, it wasn't that hard. Zephyr speaks up, not bad for your first time. Keep it up. He sits on a pile of corpses of countless black steel spiders he had dealt with. Dale is horrified. Fucking crazy. While we were killing one, he took out the rest of them. The other two also sweat. How many of them are in here? Zephyr jumps down. Gather up. Gord, let's eat. Gord takes off his backpack. Ah, okay. Marco is curious. What did you do before this? Zephyr replies, do you even have to ask? I was an adventurer. Marco quickly says, no, not that. Were you a former member of a large team, or a disciple of someone famous? Dale looks over. I'm quite curious too. Zephyr clicks his tongue. A master? He remembers someone in his memories. Zephyr slightly opens his eyes. First, there's only the boss room left. The other three are enthusiastic. So what do we need to do now? Zephyr takes a dagger out of his backpack. Gord can't help but be confused. He cuts off the legs of the black steel spider. Its legs are just right to be used as weapons. You guys only need to move up to here. Everyone get out. The other three are stunned. They don't seem to understand what he means by that. For years ago was the time I worked as a hunter. During those 4 years, many people died. But fortunately, I survived. The main reason for this is that I always avoided dangerous bridges. I only crossed when I was sure the bridge was safe. Don't you think clearing a dungeon with such a large team is a waste? Haha, I don't think it's that easy. I guess the magic stone quality is a bit poor because it's from kobolds. And I only followed people stronger than me. Someone once growled at him, get down. Thanks to that, my reputation grew very slowly. But what could I do? No one was willing to step up and protect me. Zephyr says to his teammates with an expressionless face, you guys just go up to here. Everyone get out of here. Hearing this, the team members all agree. You plan to fight the boss alone from the start. Yeah, I guess we should leave him behind to avoid trouble. Yeah, okay. Contrary to the captain, Marco says, Zephyr, about that. Since we've already come this far, is it okay if we keep going with you? Hearing this, the captain's face darkens. He grits his teeth, silently cursing Marco 8,000 times. Marco, what are you saying? Even Dale beside him agrees. I think so too. Don't you think more people would be better? The captain is completely panicked now. You too, Dale. He probably thinks they've all gone crazy. Wake up, everyone. We'll die if we do something so unnecessary. He prays silently in his heart. Stop them, Zephyr. We're completely useless, right? And just as he hoped, Zephyr is a bit surprised. It seems you guys misunderstood. Me telling you to leave doesn't mean you won't do anything. Just walking away like that. I'll assign tasks to you. Hearing this, the captain is probably so happy he can't hold back his tears. A moment later, Zephyr walks into the Spider Queen's lair alone. Under his feet are thick spider webs. Before his eyes, this place is their nest. He thinks to himself, almost there. Right ahead is the Spider Queen's room. This place is guarded all around by spider knights. Spider knights have the nature of protecting the Spider Queen's room. And the one standing proudly in the middle of the cave is the Spider Queen. She is the master of the spider dungeon. He sweeps his eyes over the surrounding situation. He steps closer to them to observe. The spiders notice the intrusion of a stranger and stir alertly. This is probably the furthest I can go without being attacked. The spider knights guard the incubation room, always protecting the queen so she can lay eggs. We will not leave our positions unless some creature invades the room. After observing thoroughly, he begins his strategy. Zephyr quickly raises his hand to summon the silver key. What he summons is some flour. Without beating around the bush, he quickly hoists them onto his shoulder, then throws all of it toward the spider knights guarding the nest. Being attacked unexpectedly, they scramble in confusion. They frantically search for the one who attacked their nest. As the flour gradually disperses, he continues with the second plan. He pulls out a crossbow from his coat. then pulls the string and shoots an arrow straight at the monsters. When the arrow hits the spider's shells, it creates a spark. The arrow burns in the flower-filled air. It ignites, creating a chain of explosions. When the explosion occurs, he quickly runs to the side to avoid the explosion affecting him. After all, he understands the spiders very well. Of course, they can't die from something like this. Just as planned, the spiders relentlessly pursue the one who destroyed their nest. But before they can run far, they are pierced by poison arrows. He feels a sense of accomplishment seeing that some of them have been hit by poison arrows. Poison arrows. The 68th of Fade's 72 lethal poisons, Vario. Characteristic, extreme pain. Most of the spiders in the cave are hit by the poison needles, causing them to collapse right in the middle of their pursuit. But among them, an alpha spider luckily slips through. It chases right behind Zephyr with the intention of not letting him escape. While chasing aggressively, it unexpectedly triggers a mechanism on the wall. So, unsurprisingly, it is hung upside down by its own web. Going back a few minutes, he had requested his teammates. This is where the black steel spiders produce their webs. If you press them like a small pouch, the web will come out. A teammate asked him, "Does this web stick to the spiders?" Of course it does. They will stick to the web if they don't secrete a special fluid from their eggs. He handed the webs to them and instructed, "All you have to do is create a spider web where I tell you. Stay alert while waiting for me." There are more spider webs inside the incubation room than outside. We will be at a disadvantage if we fight in there. And the most thorough plan is, we have to lure them out. Returning to the present, he reaches out and tightly grips the rope, then pulls it taut backward. The spider trapped in the cocoon struggles endlessly. Not making it wait long, he quickly swings his sword, then slashes across its body. Now I just have to fight the spider knights. He gives it a victorious look, mixed with disdain. You're too weak. The last spider knight falls to the ground with a thud, then is crushed instantly. Once done, he dashes like the wind in one direction. Thinking to himself, it's here. He runs as fast as his legs can carry him. Chasing right behind him is the Spider Queen. The Spider Queen finally makes her debut. He is secretly excited. The Queen is here. In this life or death situation, his teammates constantly urge him to hurry up. As soon as she appears, she puffs up her cheeks, intending to give him a welcoming gift. Then a stream of purple liquid is spewed out by her. He runs with all his might while thinking, the Queen's poison. This poison is a strong acid, but the terrifying thing is its special effect. He recalls the words a professor once taught. Its inherent curse destroys the opponent's shield and self-healing abilities. Someone with low magical energy would melt before they even had time to be scared. And the important thing, he said, if you want to live, don't let it touch you. Dodge it. Following the professor's teachings, he tiptoes and leaps high into the air to avoid the toxic liquid splashing onto him. A moment later, he finally exits the Spider Queen's lair, luring her to follow him. The spider still refuses to shut its mouth, continuously spewing poison everywhere. A rock hit by the poison is quickly destroyed. The spider charges like the wind toward him. The battle officially begins. He shouts loudly to signal his teammates, "Everyone, get into position." Hearing this, they are all a bit stunned. He charges forward with burning fighting spirit straight toward the Spider Queen. Zephyr gathers momentum and leaps high into the air. Holding two sides of death, he executes 2 strikes on the spider's body, then lands on the ground looking incredibly cool. The spider, in pain, angrily swings its legs, attacking wildly. Facing its attacks, he just stands there expressionless, raising his sides to block. His face carries a cold indifference. Then he utters 2 words, "Bring it." Hearing this, the Spider Queen takes it as an invitation. She charges madly to attack him. According to the plan, I will fight on the front lines, because I'm the only one who can take the boss's head. Recalling the time Zephyr assigned tasks to his teammates, while I draw its attention, you guys chip away at the boss's health. Hearing the plan, everyone couldn't help but sweat profusely. Their hands trembled so much they couldn't even hold their weapons properly. Before, I always avoided dangerous bridges because my life is the most important. We will listen to you. They are a bit scared, wondering if this day next year will be their death anniversary. They ask themselves, can we kill it? Dale also grits his teeth, sweating profusely. They remember the mocking words of those people. Hey, You guys, prepare food for us. While you're at it, clean our equipment too. What? You guys are hunters too? Are you kidding me? What can guys like you even fight? If you want to be useful, do chores for us. Followed by a burst of mocking laughter. The more they think about it, the more bitter they feel. Motherfucker. How much longer do we have to endure being treated like this? Dale secretly makes a resolution in his heart. We've already come this far. There's no reason to be afraid. He swings his sword, showing his determination. We can take it down. The captain is a bit shocked seeing Dale like this. Dale. Marco also closes his eyes and thinks, that's right. Before this, we never tried facing monsters like this. At most, we only dealt with a few weaklings. However, ever since that guy decided to join the team, something has changed. Marco also grips his hammer. He thinks to himself, up until now, Zephyr has perfectly predicted everything that has happened to us. Let's trust him one more time. After standing there analyzing, he shouts loudly, we can do it. Charge. Hearing this, the captain can only cover his face in helplessness. Damn it. These bastards won't listen to me. If you guys are going to be like this, then I have no choice but to help out. Saying that, he also charges forward to fight the monster with his teammates. They observe the monster and notice its armor has been cracked by the recent explosion. According to the pre-laid plan, we can deal damage if we reach the inside. Only its outer shell is tough. All three wield their weapons and charge in to attack. Let's give it a try then. The spear pierces deep into its shell. Another person also hoists his hammer and gives it a few loving smashes. Everyone, aim for this spot. The nerve cluster located between its legs. We will cut that spot with a blade coated in paralyzing poison. Dale is in charge of wielding the sword, giving it a few slashes. Then he becomes more excited. Alright, I'm getting the feel of it. While happily fighting, Dale carelessly falls into the Spider Queen's encirclement. His face gradually turns pale. I'm dead, I can't dodge. Just when it seemed they would have to say goodbye to him here, Zephyr attacks, drawing its attention. It angrily swings its claws at him, accidentally letting Dale go. He coldly asks it, what are you looking at, you insect? Hearing him say that, it seems to understand, opening its 4 eyes wide to stare at him even more. Then he swings his scythe to attack it. His face hardens, looking no different from the face of the Grim Reaper. Zephyr continuously throws punches at its front, leaving it unable to react in time. Dale, observing the battle from afar, can't help but marvel. His skills are insane. He blocks every attack from the Spider Queen. His speed is so fast I can't even keep up. He remembers the previous conversation. We're so weak we can't do anything right. And you want us to be the main attackers? I'd rather you handle it yourself. Zephyr just calmly said, you guys don't have enough strength for that. Because I'm the one who burned all her eggs, the Spider Queen will only focus on me. She won't pay attention to you guys. The important thing is, moreover, the Steel Spider Queen has a specific trait. The more Dale thinks about it, the more he feels it's true. I knew it, exactly as he said. The battle has been going on for 5 minutes. The Spider Queen will definitely stand still in one spot. She jumps down. Because spiders usually stay in their nests to lay eggs, they have a habit of limiting the movement of their hind legs. Because of that, the position between her legs is usually a safe spot. Besides, apart from stomping and spewing poison, most of her attacks will focus on the target in front of her. I figured out this attack pattern of theirs after fighting many large spiders in dungeons. Thinking of this, his grip on the sword tightens. Not to mention Zephyr will draw the Spider Queen's attacks. If we can eliminate her mobility with the paralyzing poison, taking her down is only a matter of time. After calculating, Dale charges forward with his sword to attack her. With that information, the three of them charge forward together to attack the spider's weak points. With one determination, we can do this. One person attacks the flesh inside it. Another attacks its hind legs. Being attacked unexpectedly, it uses its front legs to knock the three of them away. The Spider Queen roars in anger. Its mouth opens wide as if wanting to poison them to death. Zephyr also takes the momentum to jump onto its body. Having completed its task, it angrily swings its legs wildly, kicking up dust everywhere. The 3 people hit by it are sent flying far away. It is so angry it can't even fake a smile anymore. I will not forgive the humans who dared to harm my children. Don't even dream of a peaceful death. I will use my poison to melt your entire bodies. Before it can finish its threat, a hand swings over. A loving touch to its head. He tightly grips its poison gland in his hand, thinking, the poison gland in its neck. After confirming this is the poison gland, he grips it tightly. A bit easier than expected. Then, quick as a flash, he pulls its poison sac out and takes out a piece of cloth, tying the poison sac tightly, making it temporarily unable to run rampant for the next few minutes. Looking at his achievement, he feels a bit smug. With this, it won't be able to use poison for the next few minutes. After successfully shutting its mouth, he quickly leaves its body, then jumps up. Zephyr frowns, reassuring himself. There's nothing to worry about. The spider is furious now. It charges forward, continuously attacking him. Zephyr dodges those attacks. Don't rush, remember to strike decisively, he tells himself. He stares intently at the monster. In this battle, a tense confrontation between the Spider Queen and the tiny humans. Whoever loses focus first is the loser. When the Spider Queen falls, the three men cheer in joy. We did it. They high-five each other. We did it. The blonde man looks at them cheering and thinks, the main point isn't this. He thinks of Zephyr. He let us do that. That guy? Thinking of that, he suddenly realizes. I get it now. When it comes to hunting, everything goes smoothly thanks to the commander. He looks at Zephyr and thinks, maybe, if I continue to follow him. At this moment, Zephyr is looking at the Spider Queen. He thinks, since we can't hide the existence of the Spider Queen here, we can't take all the loot like we did with the Predator. Maybe I need a larger pair of spiders to bring to Weasel. I should only take what I need. A voice rings out behind Zephyr. Boss. Zephyr turns around to see the blonde man laying out a mat. He asks, you must be tired, boss, right? Take a rest, boss. I'll handle the rest. Zephyr stands there watching all the blonde man's actions, not knowing what to say. The young man's voice keeps ringing out, giving him a headache. I might not look like much, but I'm really good at butchering monsters. Are you thirsty, boss? Please have some water, boss. Saying that, he hands water to him. Zephyr sits down, drinks the water, and sighs. Then, the blonde man turns to his two brothers. What are you two doing over there? Are you going to make Boss Zephyr wait? The two ask in surprise, what? Boss. Zephyr closes his eyes and thinks, thanks to their help, I saved some energy. If this continues, I won't have to worry about being killed by USRA while hunting. He looks at the three young men, thinking to himself, those three aren't too bad. As for their combat strength, he doesn't rate it highly. They're just average. He thinks, they won't be of any help when fighting that guy. From experience, equipment, to manpower, none of it is enough to face what's coming. He is resolute. I have to think of a way quickly. In a grand and spacious citadel, a voice rings out. It really is a predator. I didn't expect you to return with something so valuable. The girl with blonde hair, wearing a nun's outfit. She is Weasel. The man is satisfied with the girl's results. He hands her a large bag of reward money. He says, here, just as agreed. I guarantee this amount won't disappoint you. So make good use of it. The girl looks at the large bag of money, extremely surprised. Oh my, this much? The girl says to the man, thank you. The goddess will surely reward you for your generous heart. Do you have enough subspace bags? If you need them, we can give you a few. Zephyr, standing behind, has heard all of their transaction. He watches them conduct the transaction, thinking to himself, she conducts shady deals right inside the temple in broad daylight. What an interesting sight. But there's probably no one in the world naive enough to believe that all temples are sacred places and free from corrupt practices. An obvious truth is, the money donated by believers to the temples keeps piling up, leading to an entire city being built around the temples. All because the temple knights and combat slaves always ensure monsters can't get near the city. He stands with his arms crossed, thinking to himself, perhaps safety is truly a luxurious privilege. At least for now, people can still buy safety with money. Later on, even if you sell your body, safety isn't guaranteed. Zephyr and Weasel stroll through the city. She says to him, that was lucky. Both the buyer for the Predator and the buyer for the Steel Spider arrived right on time. We also sold them for a better price. She winks at him. But I didn't expect you to get a Steel Spider so quickly. You're more impressive than I thought. He doesn't care about her words. He only cares about the money earned. He asks her, so how much did we make? She thinks he looks handsome, but is so cold. She looks at the ledger and tells him, we've reached 48% of the goal. 20% of the sales money has been used to pay off the temple debt. Oh, and also, as she speaks, she hands him a set of clothes. She says, I've requested the research lab to be cleaned. Here are the work clothes and the access card you'll need. She looks at the purchase list. Renting a silver alchemist equipment set. She says, because real alchemist sets are usually quite large and have many important pieces of equipment, I couldn't find a way to borrow one. Everyone at the research lab gets off work at 7 p.m., so you can use the place as you please. Just remember to clean up after you're done. Zephyr thinks, anyway, this is safer than stealing. Since they always need someone to clean the research lab, they might call me in tonight. He says to her, I guess there's no other way. She smiles and links arms with him. Don't worry, you'll get paid for the work too. Suddenly, a voice rings out. So the sister is here. Zephyr turns to look. He is extremely surprised by the person who just appeared. A red-haired guy wearing a cloak approaches. He says to the girl, I was looking for you, sister, because I have a few things to convey. If possible, could you spare some time to talk with me? He talks to the girl, but his eyes are still directed at Zephyr. As for Zephyr, he is very surprised. He didn't expect to meet him at this time. Yes, Zephyr knows him. He is Ned, a member of the Heretic Inquisition team. One of the only 12 first-class inquisitors, and a highly capable member recognized by the temple itself. He thinks, as for me. At this moment, the girl smiles and replies to Ned, is something wrong? Don't tell me you're planning to ask me out on a date. Or did you come to borrow money? What should I do? Right now I have some business to take care of. She thinks, even though he started a conversation with me, his real target is the guy behind me. Ned is Sahaku's superior, the guy who was beaten to a pulp by the guy behind me. I knew they would try something as soon as they got the chance. But this is really bold. I didn't expect them to dare cause trouble right in front of an apostle of the temple. Thinking that, she says to Ned, let's talk another time. Next time I'll lower the interest rate for you. Because you have a lot of credibility here, Ned. Ned says to her, what if I have an urgent matter to ask? I'll treat you to a meal, sister. He turns to Zephyr. Why don't you come along too? How about it, Zephyr? Ned continues, come to think of it, you're quite close with our Sahaku, aren't you? Zephyr looks at him and says, beats me. Who's that? My memory isn't very good. I can never remember useless people. The two glare at each other, sparks flying. Both of them radiate a brilliant, sparkling power, confronting each other. Ned is red, while Zephyr is blue. The magical power radiating is so strong it sends birds flying in panic. The girl breaks out in a cold sweat, enduring it. She thinks, what? Impossible. This immense magical power. I didn't expect such a strong reaction. This guy isn't just a normal combat slave. He must be on par with the temple. Maybe even stronger. Zephyr thinks, being this close, makes me understand why Sahaku couldn't hold back and rushed in to fight him. Ned focuses his magical power into his two fingers. He thinks, even though I didn't come here today to get physical, but whatever, let's play a little. Thinking that, he channels his magical power to attack Zephyr, making him curse internally, this bastard. Seeing the two continue to act, the girl shouts, both of you kneel. Because this is the temple. Even though they are unwilling, the two still have to kneel. The girl angrily raises her hand and slaps Zephyr. She grabs his collar and yells, you insolent brat. Have you lost your mind? Do you want to die? I have to teach you a lesson. Follow me right now. As she walks, she says to Ned, and also Ned. She turns to warn him. This kid is my toy. If you touch him, watch out, I'll kill you. Ned is furious, but does nothing, only silently enduring. Walking to the stairs, Zephyr leans against the wall. Weasel sits on the steps, telling him, can you not just rush in and fight everyone? That bastard is very dangerous. Pausing for a moment, she smiles and says, I'm still shaking here. She continues to explain to him, since he's a first-class inquisitor, he's definitely very strong. Moreover, no one knows his fighting style. Because everyone who has ever seen him fight is dead. She stands up and yells in Zephyr's face, I'm so tired of you. Do you know that you constantly rushing into dangerous situations like this makes things very difficult for me? If you cause trouble again, you're dead meat. Outwardly she yells at Zephyr, but inwardly she is thinking, you are my goose that lays golden eggs, so you'd better take good care of yourself. After yelling, she sighs. She reaches up and touches the wound on his face. She says, also be careful. Outside the temple, I can't protect you. Zephyr pushes her hand away. I was just greeting him. If he really intended to start a fight, even you wouldn't be able to suppress him. He thinks. The fact that he showed his face proves they are almost done. I have to hurry up too. He hurriedly runs off. Seeing that, the girl asks him, "Where are you going?" Zephyr replies, "The research lab." He stops. "And also, I want to ask you for a favor." The girl clenches her fists. She thinks, what now? At this time, Ned is walking and thinking. So this is the power of the slave brand. Seriously, he is angry. So annoying. He recalls when the cult leader wanted him to be branded with the slave mark. He went to the cult leader and questioned him. "Cult leader, what does this mean? You're telling me to become a slave for the Temple of Light? You want me to be branded with that filthy slave mark?" Being angry, he didn't notice the old man's expression. He continues, "You know how much I hate them." "Why still?" The old man angrily interrupts him. The old man says to Ned, "Two of our people posing as priests to infiltrate the temple were just exposed and executed." Hearing the cult leader's words, Ned is very surprised. How could that be? The old man continues to explain to him. They have tightened security. The remaining brothers inside are trying their best not to get caught. We can't use this method anymore. After drawing a stroke, the cult leader continues, "However, there is still a way for us to plant someone inside. The Apostles of Light do not suspect those who have been branded. As long as you have the brand, they won't do anything. We must take advantage of that." He holds the brush behind his back and says to him, "You will let yourself be branded and infiltrate the Temple of Light, and steal the loot they gather from the dungeons." Ned tells himself, "This is a mission only you can do, Ned. The Apostles of Light have no idea that we have found a way to neutralize the slave brand." Ned thinks, however, not yet. Wait for the right moment. When that time comes, we will definitely make them pay. Those trash Apostles of Light. In a small village, the villagers are repairing the barricade. They call out to each other, "Let's eat first." A man turns around and asks, "Is it mealtime already?" The laborers take a break to eat. They say to each other, "We have to do this every month. Why does the barricade keep breaking? We have no other choice. Because a small village like ours can't afford the temple's protection, we have to build barricades like this." A person stands up and looks into the distance. "If we encounter a monster, I'll smash its head like this." Suddenly he shouts loudly, "Everyone, I think someone from the temple is here." Hearing that, the villagers ask in surprise, "What?" At this time, a blond man with a brand on his forehead approaches. A villager steps forward to greet him. "What brings you to our shabby village, sir?" He ignores the question and asks back, "How many people are in this village?" The man who just stepped forward to greet him says, "What? Probably about 50 people." Hearing that, he says, "Not bad." Then he blows into a red object. As he blows, a brilliant purple power radiates around him. This power attacks the villagers. They have no power to fight back. The village is filled with gruesome gore. The man remembers when Zephyr defeated him. He grits his teeth, thinking, "The humiliation he caused me. I will make him pay 100 times over." He laughs loudly. His face looks truly ferocious. In the research lab of the Temple of Light, the place dedicated to researching and crafting poisons and equipment, Zephyr is inside. He selects a few types of poisons. Stormweed, peony bark covered in fungus. Rotting kobold corpse fluid, corpse fungus, gray goat. Zephyr is inside. He thinks, "If I boil these ingredients with the Spider Queen's poison." Acting on his thoughts, he puts everything into a flask and boils it. After it boils, he uses tongs to lift the flask, looking at his creation. He thinks, it's done. The 61st of Fade's 72 lethal poisons, Dargan. In a room, Weasel holds a piece of paper, sitting on the bed watching Zephyr whittle a knife. She recalls the conversation between her and Zephyr. He said, "I'll die if Ned and the other inquisitors bother me. Please help." She was surprised. "Huh, lending you the room is a bit." Before she could finish, Zephyr interrupted her. "You said you'd protect me while in the temple. Wouldn't you lose money if I die?" After recalling, she thinks he's not wrong, since I've already helped him. She looks down at the piece of paper. What the hell is this? On the paper is a drawing of a human body with dense dots marking acupuncture points. At this time, Zephyr looks at a block of wood. He thinks ironwood. Hard as metal. He strikes the block of wood with his palm. Under such a powerful strike, the block of wood shatters into many small splinters. Weasel thinks to herself, so strong. She leans down and asks him, How did you split it so easily? Zephyr is heating them over a flame. He answers her, they are acupuncture needles. The East uses them to cure illnesses. After heating all the needles over the fire, he dips them into a solution of Vario and Dargan diluted at a 1:100 ratio for 10 minutes. He thinks, poison is very easy to use. Its only effect is to kill someone effortlessly. That's what everyone thinks. Who knew, when demons invaded this world, and the gods withdrew the power they had given? After a while, he lifts a needle. The part soaked in the solution has changed color. He looks at them, thinking, we can only rely on poison. He uses a needle to pierce his own shoulder. When the needle pierces his flesh, blue veins spread across his skin. He coughs up blood in pain. Seeing that, the girl runs over. Oh my God! Seeing the girl about to approach him, he waves his hand, signaling her not to come closer. She remembers his words. Don't be surprised by what happens next. When I give the signal, do this. At that time, she was still confused and didn't understand what he meant. Now she understands. She asks him, what are you doing? He crosses his arms and tells her, upgrading. He recalls. Fate's 72 lethal poisons completely change based on the level of dilution. And when you create an adverse reaction with diluted poisons, the poison turns into a solution that raises the limits of your abilities. After inserting the needle into his shoulder, he is in extreme pain. He grits his teeth and endures, thinking, the problem is, I combined Vario, which causes extreme pain, and the unstable Dargan. Zephyr grits his teeth, thinking, I will experience extreme pain and my control will decrease. But I don't have the ingredients or the formula to create something more stable. He sits cross-legged, channeling his internal energy. Internal force conduction is an energy transfer technique developed in the East. It's used to temper mana, a technique to stabilize it through the mana veins. It can control the flow of mana to heal internal injuries, and repeated use will increase one's mana limit. I think I can control the toxicity by circulating the magic with internal force conduction. If I succeed, I can raise my stats to a higher level. But if I fail, my physical body will shatter. Rafai closed his eyes and thought, so what? This is nothing. I can take it. He remembered the time he fought against the monsters. That was truly terrifying. At that moment, Wiz was observing him intently. She saw the blue veins on his body return to normal. Before he tried the first needle, he had instructed her. Once I begin, I won't be able to move, so monitor the situation. When I give the signal, stick the remaining needle right here. After speaking, he pointed to the crown of his head. He asked her, do you understand, Wiz? Holding the needle, she thought, a poison needle, and right in the middle of his head. I don't need to be told what will happen if this fails. Sweat dripped down her face as she raised the needle to his head, wondering, what should I do? Can I really do this? A few hours later, in the northern forest near the Temple of Light, a red flare shot into the sky. The flare formed a circle with a cross in the middle. A flock of birds was chasing and attacking people. People with swords and axes scattered in panic. As they ran, they shouted, they're catching up to us. Run. They cursed as they fled. Damn scout dogs. They said it was the only nest. There are dozens of birds gathered here. Has anyone called for reinforcements? A man in a red hat said, I've already fired a flare. The rescue team will be here soon. Come on. Just keep running to the Daisk temple. Before he could finish his sentence, a bird snatched him away, and blood splattered everywhere. The giant birds were now feasting on human flesh. A man in black ran with all his might toward the temple. He thought, 5 kilometers to the temple. Just 20 more minutes. Even though it was midday, all that remained was the sound of the survivors' footsteps fleeing, mixed with the cries of the giant birds. After running for a while, the man in black seemed exhausted. He gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. He looked up. A flock of birds was surrounding him. He thought, I'll be nothing but bones in 20 minutes. A bird opened its beak and lunged at him. Terrified, he kept backing away. With no other choice, he raised his wooden shield to block the bird's attack. He sat there, watching the bird attack him, and let out a scream that echoed through the night. Suddenly, a stream of white energy shot toward him. It turned out that the power came from Rafai. He slammed his fist into the ground, causing it to crack and shatter. Rafai looked up at the flock of birds advancing toward him. He stood up, gathering his power to face them. One of them lunged forward to peck him. He quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the attack. Then, he leaped up and grabbed the bird's head. It let out a screech. He used his strength to yank its head up, pulling so hard that he snapped its neck bone. A piece of white bone emerged along with a spray of blood. Seeing this, the rest of the flock didn't dare to advance and attack him, only letting out noisy squawks. He thought, 12 monsters outside the dungeon. A total of 12 bird necks. White. He looked at the remaining birds. Then he unleashed beams of energy, annihilating every last one of them. The man in black, who had witnessed Rafai fight the birds, was stunned by his power. He had single-handedly wiped out 12 birds. Seeing the symbol on Rafai's arm, he thought, reinforcements from the temple? They're here already. He then thought, but it's just him. At that moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Where's the nest? It took him a moment to react. He replied. He pointed the way for him. If you continue down this path. Before he could finish, Rafai rushed forward, leaving a streak of white light in front of the man in black. He thought, holy shit. Now, he was left standing alone amidst a pile of corpses. He thought, I felt an overwhelming killing intent from him. It was like receiving an order from someone of vastly superior rank. That's why I immediately told him the way to the dungeon entrance. After regaining his senses, he regretted not asking an important question. But that was long after he had disappeared. 4 of the 7 members of my team died in that dungeon. And of the 3 who escaped, only I survived. He propped himself up on the ground, thinking, that place is too dangerous. I should have stopped him. He held his head. I should have waited for reinforcements. I should have stopped him from going there alone. What do I do now? He remained in that position, clutching his head. Then his eyes widened at the sight before him. He stood up, staring ahead. A red light was emanating from that direction. He thought in astonishment, what? How is that possible? From the red light, Rafai emerged, dragging the head of the final boss. Arriving at the spot, Rafai clapped his hands together, dusting them off. He looked at his arm, thinking, my body feels so light. It seems my stats have increased by 2 or 2.5 times. It was a success. It'd be even better with the right equipment. As he fired a green flare into the sky, he thought, what kind of gear should I get? The green flare was the signal that the danger had been resolved. In the darkness, a man in a black cloak sat in a gloomy, black space. He thought. Soon, a few days earlier, in a magnificent castle, a nest of cocats went out of control. They were frantically charging toward the townspeople. Moreover, the medium-sized nest, led by a 30-meter-long boss, was annihilated by a single slave. That person was Rafai. He had destroyed them using only his bare hands. Elsewhere, in the castle's basement, Lucius was walking with Matthias Greimer, talking about the slave who could take down a nest of crazed birds. Both the evidence at the scene and the witness testimonies. He's drawing attention to himself to join the raid in 20 days. Greimer continued, it's too obvious. He wants to join the raid team. Greimer glanced at Lucius, a slight smirk on his lips. Should we interrogate him? To make sure he's not a demon god worshipper. He was the high-ranking heretic inquisitor of the Temple of Light's 3rd Division. Lucius replied in a very grim tone, a faint smile playing on his lips. Leave him be. Lucius Gennady, commander of the Lucius Temple Knights, 3rd Division of the Temple of Light. Hearing this, Greimer whipped his head toward Lucius, curious and a little alarmed. But if we don't filter out the demon god worshippers before the raid. Before he could finish, Lucius cut him off. Matthias, he shouted, no matter how thoroughly we investigate, we'll never be able to weed them all out. Then, his face darkened, and a cunning smile spread across his features. As long as they're useful, it doesn't matter if they worship heretics or not. Hearing this, Greimer was so shocked by Lucius's investigation that his jaw dropped. What did you say? Lucius walked ahead, his hands clasped behind his back. Calmly, he said, they're not strong enough to reach the boss room anyway. That's why they're nothing more than petty thieves. Hearing these words, Greimer looked at Lucius with utter contempt. Lucius continued, therefore, we will use them to get to the boss room. Then we'll eliminate them along with the boss. Greimer closed his eyes and turned away, trying to suppress his disgust. Sir Lucius, as the commander of the vanguard, as a friend I've known for 20 years. Do you remember I objected to that plan before? Hearing this, Lucius burst out laughing, his mouth wide open. Lucius's voice was calm. That's why I'm showing you this, my friend. Because you worry too much. The two of them descended to the bottom of the basement. There was a room that radiated an intense chill. Lucius stepped forward and boldly threw the door open. Looking inside, Matthias Greimer's jaw dropped, nearly hitting the floor. His face was drenched in sweat. He was utterly shocked, horrified. Inside the room were meticulously carved statues of angels, sealed by chains. In the hands of the statues were a spear and a shield that radiated an immense aura. Lucius turned to face Greimer, who was standing frozen, staring at the items. Lucius looked at Greimer and smiled triumphantly. The spear of great light and Michael's shield. I spent a third of my fortune to buy them. Greimer was stunned, thinking in horror. Are those the legendary items I've only read about in books? A mix of emotions crossed his face. Horror, surprise, and astonishment. Lucius patted Greimer's shoulder gently. In a low voice, he said, "The dungeon we've spent 10 years trying to conquer is finished. There's no need to worry anymore." Lucius's face was filled with confidence. In a smug tone, he declared, "I am now invincible." Elsewhere, in a remote village, the vibrant sunlight illuminated the entire place. Inside a certain house, 3 young men, Goth, Dale, and Marco, were walking confidently down the hallway, drenched in sweat from a tiring workout. Marco cursed in frustration, "I haven't even warmed up yet. Why are there so many people at the training grounds?" One was chugging a bottle of milk, another was slicking back his hair. Dale, drinking his milk, said in a somber tone with a gentle smile, "It's probably because of the raid. I heard there are only 2 or 3 spots left for slaves. They're trying to show off to get in." Marco, slightly annoyed, ran a hand through his hair. Suddenly, someone was ahead of them. It was Sister Wiz. She said in surprise, "Oh my." As this sister walked by, the 3 of them bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle and shouted in unison, "Good morning, ma'am." She walked past them nonchalantly, a playful smile on her face that held a hint of mockery. She said to them, "Hello? Pay your interest on time, you pieces of trash." Marco watched her go, surprised. What was that about? Why did that she-devil just come out of our room? Inside the room, Rafai was gently rubbing a ring on his finger. Sitting on his bed, he saw the 3 of them enter and said softly, "There you are." The 3 of them saw Rafai with the ring on his finger, and coupled with the fact that Jose had just left their room, they all exclaimed in unison, "A ring." They immediately thought, "He's been with her this whole time? That ring on his finger, could it be?" Goth trembled slightly. He pointed at the ring on Rafai's finger, his voice shaking. "What's with that ring?" Rafai calmly held up his hand in front of them, revealing the sparkling ring, and asked grimly, "This? I got it from someone." Rafai's face was slightly lowered, a very suspicious smile on his lips. The ring on his hand was the Ring of Purification. It assists the wearer's mana circulation and strengthens their magic shield. It can also be used to cast Remove Curse once a day. He was extremely pleased, looking down at the beautiful ring with a delighted smile. "Wiz gave me something good." Rafai glanced to the side, recalling what Wiz had said earlier. She had sincerely placed a hand on her chest and said with conviction, after reinforcing the equipment, "This gift is more than okay. I can enhance similar equipment. Just tell me what you want, and I'll get it for you." After thinking about it, Rafai smiled with great satisfaction. He thought to himself, "She prepared it for me before I even asked. How thoughtful." Then his lips curled into a half-smirk. "She really knows how to spend money," he thought. At that moment, Jose was walking down the hallway of the house. "I heard from an informant at the black market." Her face was very serious as she thought to herself, about the Assassin's Guild, Bosaphon. The members of the guild were all incredibly mysterious. They all wore long, black robes that concealed their bodies, making it impossible to see their faces. They exuded the aura of a snake, graceful and ruthless. They use poison to increase their stats. They are legendary assassins who never forget a target, with impressive martial arts and deadly poisons. Peak hunting skills, just like Rafai hunting monsters. Enhancing the body with poison, just like Rafai sticking dozens of poison-laced needles into his body to strengthen his flesh. It all started when he fell into this, she thought. She thought of the cool image of Rafai, dual-wielding swords in battle. She panicked, thinking to herself, my esteemed client is an assassin from Bosaphon. As she walked down the hall, she thought, because of the raid, Bosaphon collapsed a few years ago. I heard that the high-ranking nobles who were once their clients are searching for survivors, and the type of poison they used. Wiz's mouth curved into a smile, but cold sweat ran down her forehead. She thought, the nobles are looking for money, the best talent, and the best poison. Then she hurriedly waved her hands and gestured, thinking, there's no time to find a monster corpse deal as good as this one. I have to make him an exclusive client. Equipment is the most important thing. I'll buy you the best gear. Just you wait. Back in the room, Rafai realized something. He thought with a blank expression, she seems to have misunderstood something. Well, whatever. Then his gaze became incredibly sharp. No, this is good too, he thought. If Wiz Jose spreads rumors about me, he'll come looking for me. Rafai immediately thought of a figure. It was Feth, his broad back, a large blade in his hand. Suddenly, Goth clapped a hand on Rafai's shoulder. His face was completely dumbfounded, his voice trembling. Since when were you involved with that woman? This is interesting. Rafai was just as surprised to hear that. The two of them stood there stunned for a moment. Dale spoke up. So that's why he didn't come back last night. Marco added fuel to the fire. You've got to have some self-respect as a man. Hearing this, Rafai thought, what the hell are these guys yelling about? I have something to tell you about the dungeon. Suddenly, a loud thud came from outside. The four of them all looked toward the door, frozen for a moment. Marco went to open it. Who's there? But there was no one outside. Marco let out a surprised sound. Suddenly, he turned and saw a piece of paper pinned to the door with a dagger. The paper read, Urgent request. Group G, depart immediately and return after analyzing the situation. They stared at the words on the paper. They exclaimed in surprise, who would secretly deliver an urgent request like this? But it looks like an official document. It even has a seal on it. It's the seal of the Hunters Guild Master. The three of them were completely astonished. Rafai immediately snatched the paper from Marco's hand. Let me see. After reading the words on the paper, he was very surprised. Then, a smug smile spread across his face. This seal belongs to him. The request was written by Ned. He thought to himself. He prepared this invitation. Then Rafai crumpled the paper. He spoke, a smug smile on his face. I'll go by myself. The next day, in a certain forest, Rafai was running at a godlike speed. 20 days before the Temple of Light's expedition, he ran without a single ripple in his breath, which remained steady. His face was an icy mask. The dungeon they were to conquer was the original dungeon, the tomb of the hideous princess, one of the world's 8 great mysteries, the fall of the ancient Media Empire. It was an incredibly gloomy dungeon. Monsters, nothing but skeletons, emerged steadily from the dungeon entrance. Due to its difficulty, it had been 10 years since they started trying to conquer it, but no one had reached the boss room. Therefore, the standards for the expedition were very high. Rafai continued to run for his life. Be in a level 500 team for a year, become a priest's slave to participate, or be recommended by that slave. Rafai arrived at a valley. He didn't stop, but continued running straight. Only by satisfying one of these requirements can one participate. My team isn't capable of reaching level 5 if we start grinding now, he thought. Then he leaped with great force. Therefore, this time, I'll use Ned. He then flew across to the opposite mountain. Ned is the personal slave of the heretic inquisitor, Matthias. If I trick him and get his letter of recommendation, I'll be able to join the expedition team, Rafai thought. The one who received the mission can't fail. He's attacking me, someone with similar martial arts. Ned is testing me, he thought. Does he think I'm an ally sent by his master? Suddenly, on the road, he saw a broom, or a criminal who stole the sect's secret martial arts. If he wants to take me away, Rafai landed heavily on the ground, cracking a large patch of earth beneath his feet. Rafai stood up, the surrounding dust obscuring his body, but the energy he radiated was crystal clear. Just how strong am I? He thought to himself. Rafai's face turned serious as he stared straight ahead. Opposite him was another person, also obscured by dust. That person spoke, "You've come." His voice was smug. Hearing this, Rafai's eyes widened. This voice, he thought. You came alone? Sahaka spoke. Seeing him, Rafai was surprised and thought to himself, Sahaku. Why is he here, he thought. His eyes narrowed, looking at him coldly. Go home and drink your mother's milk. I don't want to play with you. Hearing this, Hisako laughed heartily and said, You've been running around in my head for the past 10 days. Then, Hisako looked at Rafai. It's because of the sharp pain from the cut you gave me. He then spoke angrily, continuing, I haven't been able to sleep peacefully. Hearing Hisaku's words, Rafai remained silent with a contemplative expression, just watching to see what he would do. Then, Hisaku held a sword in one hand and spun a ring in the other. He laughed. Check out my new move. Prepare to die. Suddenly, Rafai's eyes appeared right in front of Hisaku, causing him to stare wide-eyed in surprise, unable to utter a word. At that moment, Rafai rushed past him like a flash of lightning, striking him with a thud that made him gasp. Now, Hisaku had been struck by Rafai. He fell with a thud, face down on the ground. Rafai shouted, Idiot! Now, in Rafai's mind, he was thinking, Ned is a perfectionist villain. He continued to think, that idiot Sahaku can't probe me. Rafai's fist clenched tightly. In his heart, he thought, he's planning something else. While Hisaku lay face down on the ground, Rafai raised his voice, which echoed, Stop watching. Now, I hope you're scared. At that moment, amidst the mountains, a thick cloud of dust appeared. Within this thick cloud of dust, a loud, triumphant laugh echoed. Suddenly, someone sat behind Rafai, laughing loudly, causing him to ponder thoughtfully. A purple, octopus-like mass with many tentacles laughed heartily. A hand held something, and a curse rang out. Idiot! It turned out to be Hisaku, who had recovered and stood up with an angry expression, saying, You've pissed me off. The purple tentacles began to squirm. It immediately transformed into something. It instantly became something very long and tall with many eyes and many mouths filled with serrated teeth. Rafai's eyes showed great surprise as he thought to himself. Hisaku, now furious, shouted, I'll kill you. Slowly and painfully. I'll tear you apart. At that moment, Hisaku was riding the monster. He shouted an order. Devour him, Shoggoth. This left Rafai quite surprised, standing there stunned. Rafai held out his hand, his face filled with shock. At that moment, Rafai's eyes suddenly widened. He thought to himself, What is this? Why is this thing here? Immediately, the Shoggoth's tentacles began to move, slithering across the ground. Now, Hisaku, with a face full of excitement, laughed loudly. Die! Suddenly, something made Hisaku's eyes roll back in his head. A beam of powerful light shot straight into the Shoggoth's tentacles, leaving Hisaku stunned. At that moment, Hisaku gritted his teeth and thought to himself. The Shoggoth's tentacles were coiling into a ball. Rafai immediately channeled his power into it. Now, Rafai thought to himself, a biological weapon of the Demon King's disciples, a Shoggoth. He continued to think, I never expected to see one here. The story goes that Shoggoths sleep peacefully in the form of an egg and awaken upon hearing the sound of a musical instrument containing the power of Hypnos. There is a letter that tells of the ocarina of Hypnos, which is an instrument used to control Shoggoths. The user can issue different commands based on the combination of sounds. It is written that it protects the user from the Shoggoth's mental corrosion. It also states that the Shoggoth is a voracious creature with no intelligence. Physical attacks are useless against it. At that moment, a footstep approached. The surrounding tentacles seemed to want to devour those feet. The story also says, and it grows stronger by absorbing the mana contained in the humans it eats. Now, its mouth was full of fangs and tentacles, with multiple layers of teeth and eyes forming a truly terrifying maw. It stared intently at Rafai's face. Then, it wrapped itself around Rafai's body as if toying with him. Rafai's eyes were now staring intently at something. The story continues as follows. They alone are a great threat, but they are not what makes the Shoggoth so frightening. The story now tells of mental corrosion. Just by coming into contact with a Shoggoth, a person will experience a series of horrors corresponding to their fears and begin to get high as if hallucinating. When their mind is completely corroded, the person will become as insane as a drug addict. Then, they will go berserk. After going berserk, a person will lose their reason and kill everyone around them. A mass slaughter will ensue. The monster created by the Demon King worships the act of killing. Hisaku stood outside, watching Rafai being gradually enveloped. He laughed heartily and shouted, "You junkie! You're dead for sure, kid." Then he continued, "You have no idea what's coming next." At that moment, enveloped by the Shoggoth's tentacles, Rafai's eyes turned bright red. Hasaku said, "Those red eyes are a sign of going berserk. Your mind will be corroded. You'll be dead soon." At that moment, Rafai's eyes were blood red with rage, while Hasaku's triumphant laughter echoed in his ears. But Rafai couldn't say a word. Then, remove curse. Rafai wore a ring on his hand. He stood proudly like a god of war. The narration now describes the ring of purification, assists the wearer's mana circulation, and strengthens their magic shield. Can be used to cast remove curse once a day. Now, Rafai stood proudly in the middle of the Shoggoth's tentacles, which continued to swirl around, wanting to devour him. Hasaku stood outside, speechless. At that moment, a large hand gripped Hasaku's neck, choking him so he could only groan and gurgle, his eyes wide. While choking Hasaku tightly, Rafai's eyes burned with anger. "Before, I only thought about ensuring my own survival and that of those around me." Rafai bowed his head, holding his blade. "I thought that was the obvious thing to do in this cruel world. But one day, a different thought suddenly crossed my mind." Looking up at the sky full of birds spreading their wings, Rafai wondered, what would happen if I had more comrades to fight alongside me? He continued to ask, what would happen if the rest of humanity started to unite? Suddenly, his voice faltered. What if? Then, the image of a certain man appeared, followed by the image of a girl. Rafai said, "The person I love." Standing before a grave with a crown placed on it, Rafai wondered, would live longer? Hearing Rafai's words, Hasaku was terrified, his eyes wide with sweat beading on his forehead. He thought to himself, this guy, what the hell is he rambling about? Then, Rafai said with a determined expression, "So this time." Rafai continued, "I saved the people I could save, and I gave them, those who desired power, a chance. But something seemed to dissatisfy Rafai. However, you don't belong among them." Then, Rafai's hand tightened on Hasaku's neck as he raised his voice. "How many people have you fed to that monster?" "Probably around 100. At that moment, Rafai's eyes glowed, looking terrifying. "How many people have died for your desire to mentally masturbate with your pride and arrogance?" Then, Rafai raised his voice in anger and shouted, "You goddamn piece of trash." Then, Rafai angrily raised his large hand toward Hasaku and said, "You don't deserve to live." Immediately, Rafai threw a tight punch. Right after, Rafai landed a painful blow on Hasaku, causing him to spit out mouthfuls of blood. At that moment, Hasaku vomited a large amount of blood due to Rafai's punch. Immediately, Rafai continued to land another painful punch to Hasaku's face, as if his face was about to be crushed, his teeth and lips a mess. Then, Rafai, with a determined expression, threw a few more punches. Now, thunder roared across the sky. In Rafai's mind, he thought, this skill starts with a strike, and with the final blow, it attacks even the blood and bones the opponent coughs up. It stops the flow of blood and summons lightning. This technique is called Dragon's Roar, the fear of the Eastern people. At that moment, a hand appeared, forming a circle of power. Now, this is the Dragon King's secret martial art. Rafai, combined with the appearance of lightning, began to create a sound that shook the heavens and the earth. Sophus's body was charred black, his mouth agape. Rafai frowned, looking at him and thinking. He didn't even have time to squirm. Being electrocuted throughout his entire body must be very painful. He showed no hesitation seeing Sophus die before him in the most painful way possible. He sneered to himself, a fitting end for scumbags like you. Then he vaguely picked up a strangely shaped object. Rafai looked around at the electrified area, silently analyzing the fight with Sophus. Just now, physical attacks were ineffective against Sophus. He slowly brought the flute to his lips. Rafai thought to himself, so I could only use electrical or fire-based magic attacks, or holy power. This is too easy for me. Just one more move and it's gone. But why waste mana? Rafai stood amidst the electrified surroundings. He played the flute. He played Show's harmony of destruction, breaking the magical link with Sophus's cells. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Rafai. You know that song? How surprising. A robe fluttered in the wind. The voice continued, That's a secret of the Demon King's disciples. The temple has never laid a hand on it. Ned jumped down from above as Rafai turned his head. He looked at Rafai with a faint smile and spoke. You know too many things. Rafai recognized him immediately. Rafai's face showed clear tension. He thought to himself, finally. He began to recall the image of him meeting Ned in the past. The one who received the mission can't fail. He's attacking me, someone with similar martial arts. The image of Rafai being attacked by Ned appeared in his mind. If I trick Ned and steal his letter of recommendation, I can join the expedition team. He wants to test me. He ended the flashback with determined thoughts focused on his immediate goal. It's time. I have to pass his test and make him believe I'm a disciple of the Demon King. This is the only way to change the future. And he frowned, as if there was another, deeper purpose. Rafai began to recall images of himself training in martial arts in the past, a debt from before that I haven't repaid. He was determined to achieve his goal. I want you to have a different ending in this life. He clenched his fist, showing his resolve. He looked at Ned with eyes full of hatred and a plan already laid out in his mind. Therefore, I must trick him to get close to Ned, no matter what. Ned spoke up in the silent atmosphere. He smirked. I've been watching you this whole time, and I've come to a decision. Ned didn't hesitate. He reached behind him and drew his sword. He drew the sword with a ferocious killing intent and said, You are a target to be eliminated. He rushed toward Rafai at an incredible speed, aiming the sword in his hand at him. Rafai also raised his hands to prepare his defense. He used his own power to create lightning sparks around both of Rafai's hands, aiming the sword straight at him with an incredibly powerful force. Ned's sword strikes continuously surrounded Rafai, trying to attack him. But it seemed they had no effect on Rafai. Ned was somewhat astonished, thinking to himself, this feeling. I missed every single one. Immediately, 3 stones surrounded by Rafai's lightning power appeared from behind Ned. He quickly reacted in time, using his sword to slash through all the stones heading toward him. Ned was no longer as playful as he was at the beginning. He spoke up, Interesting. I didn't expect you to not only dodge, but also counterattack. Ned thought. On this continent, besides my master, there aren't many who can keep up with my speed and attacks. He has another purpose. Rafai, having missed his attack, was quite annoyed. He held a stone in his hand and said to Ned sarcastically, You need to use a sword to fight someone who's unarmed? As if struck a nerve, Ned frowned in annoyance. He immediately dropped his sword to the ground. Then he quickly assumed a serious martial arts stance. Not to be outdone, Rafai also got into the exact same stance as Ned, with a very serious look in his eyes. Both of them were preparing to attack the other. Ned's lightning appeared. Ned and Rafai exchanged blows, neither one giving an inch. The narration explains, using the same principles as Dragon's Finger, the secret martial art of the Dragon King. One envelopes the body in electricity generated from an explosion. This allows the user to increase their speed and power. Rafai extended his palm, and streams of lightning began to appear. But those who use the same martial art all know how to block it. He looked straight into his eyes without a hint of fear. The Dragon King's secret martial art, Yin-Yang Break. Electricity has 2 poles, Yin and Yang. The negative and positive poles attract each other. The 2 streams of lightning from the 2 men collided, creating a huge explosion. But this defensive style has the same mechanism as 2 like-poled electrodes repelling each other. He was struggling and finding it extremely difficult to fight and defeat Rafai. He links his attacks with a positive polarity and maintains a connection point with the positive electrode to dodge attacks. After a while of fighting, he thought angrily. It should have been over, but in that moment, after I continuously attacked him with blows faster than light. Case 1. If the body is not sufficiently enveloped in energy, the attack will not be deflected and will hit its target. When the electric shield is stronger than or equal to the opposing current, the attack misses. Case 2. When the electric shield is weaker than the opposing current, the shield is neutralized. The place of attack, the timing, and the amount of energy. One must train like a madman to reflexively adjust these parameters in a split second to use it effectively on the battlefield. It can't be imitated with cheap tricks like copying. Ned was furious, not knowing what to do. It's the real deal. His entire body now glowed brightly, emitting the blue light of lightning and electricity. He gritted his teeth, thinking, but this is even more annoying. Only my older brother and I were taught the Dragon King's secret martial arts. Net couldn't stand it anymore and demanded, "Who the hell are you?" Long ago, the 9th-level disciple of the Demon King, the Eastern Lord Jin Vyong, the solitary dragon. The man from the east who had crossed the land of the desert demon, Sarah, from the eastern continent to here, the continent of Ashland. That person had an entire army that followed him. He was the one who revived the management system of the Demon King's cult with his techniques and the mysterious martial art, the Dragon King art. There were 2 successors, unlike the hundreds of other disciples who only knew the superficial parts of the martial art. They inherited the core of the Dragon King art from the Eastern Lord. Of the 2 heirs, one was the biological son of Jean Villagengon, the Mad Dragon, or in other words, his own flesh and blood. The other was a child he adopted on the continent of Aslan, Nest Trail. The 2 of them trained day and night, sparring with each other. Both were required to master the martial art through real combat. Therefore, 2 people were enough because the core of the martial art had to be kept secret. In the barren, dusty desert. First of all, you are definitely not one of the 2 core disciples. Net kept frowning, almost growling. Not only that, you destroyed the precious treasure of the Soko sect, a creature raised on the flesh and blood of 100 people just for this expedition. I don't believe you are a disciple of the Demon King. Rafai stood there, motionless, listening to his questions. Who the hell are you? What do you want? He raised 2 fingers and said with a mocking smile. Can't you figure out something so simple? There are only 2 disciples who learned the secret art, but... He paused for a moment, then continued, what if one of them dies? He was caught off guard by that. If one dies, the other can't practice real combat by himself. The Lord is too busy to spend time training the other one, and training a new disciple is very time-consuming. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't believe it, his eyes bulging like a frog's. If that's the case, it's impossible. Rafai smirked and said, I am the secret disciple, trained to be ready in case one of you 2 dies. The Shadow Disciple, an ancient tradition of Eastern martial artists. A Shadow Disciple is secretly trained in case something happens to the official successor. They are someone that even the inner circle of the sect is not allowed to know about. They are the hidden card that ensures the sect's survival in an emergency. But they will be killed if the official successor develops safely and takes the position of sect leader. This is to eliminate future trouble, as the Shadow Disciple is trained exactly like the official successors, and keeping them alive could cause problems. Rafai frowned, thinking to himself, right, this isn't something I just made up. However, the real Shadow Disciple couldn't have reached the tower to participate in the raid because that person would have been tied up by Antari and her comrades right away. Ant, I bet you're doing things that aren't very fitting for a princess right now, aren't you? Rafai's lips curled into a smile. He had come up with a plan. I'll take advantage of this situation. After listening for a while, Net couldn't help but frown and question. If what you're saying is true, then your existence should have been kept under wraps. So why did Master send you here? Immediately after, Net continued, I contacted Master to confirm with him, but he said he never sent a disciple like you here. He stared intently at Rafai. This is a lie, but if he's an imposter, then he'll definitely make up some flimsy excuse. Net's eyes were filled with suspicion. The Demon King's disciples in the temple have a very hard time communicating with the outside world. It's normal for individuals to make their own judgments based on the situation. I'll eliminate him if he shows even a hint of suspicion. Net's hand was already prepared with power, lightning sparks enveloping it. The orders I received were to hide my identity from the Demon King's disciples and join the raid with my own strength. I will take over your mission if anything happens to you, Rafai said sternly. Hearing this, Net couldn't hide his anger and asked through gritted teeth, You know what my mission is? Rafai smiled calmly and replied, Why wouldn't I? You're going to run away with the dragon's heart in your hands. A magic stone forms inside a dragon's heart, known as the dragon's heart. It is the greatest of all items, said to grant you power comparable to a dragon. Legend has it that 1,000 years ago, the hideous princess Uritica was the first in history to find this item and took it with her to the grave. The temple knights could never keep up with the lightning-fast speed of the Demon King. The moment you lay your hands on the dragon's heart, No one can stand in your way as you escape. Rafai pointed at Ned and continued. However, whatever you can do, I can do just as well. Hearing this, Ned was suddenly startled. Rafai smirked mockingly. Master was uneasy leaving you to do the mission alone. Ned was so angry he was speechless, his eyes wide. The reason I disobeyed orders and lured you here with all this flashiness is because the conditions for joining the raid are more complicated than I thought. Why choose the hard way when the easy way is right in front of me, right? That's it, but... Rafai rubbed the back of his neck as if helpless, but then his expression turned serious. Actually, I have something private to discuss with you. Ned seemed very annoyed. Something private to discuss with me? He took a step back. Rafai moved quickly, getting close to Ned and whispering in his ear, "It's about the blood tear." Ned's eyes widened in astonishment. How does he know about that? The blood tear. The stolen treasure of my family. I'm following Master to find a way to get it back and take revenge on the temple. The only people who know about this are Master and me. Ned couldn't help but ask, "Tell me, what do you know about the blood tear?" Rafai crossed his arms smugly. "I'll tell you when I've judged you to be trustworthy. First, why don't you make my life a little easier? You can add me to the raid force, right? I'm sick of the stinking quarters assigned to the last group of the hunter team." Ned remained silent. He closed his eyes. "There's no way I can trust him. Follow me. There's a place you must come with me." With that, Ned turned and walked away. The scene shifts to an abandoned mansion near the temple. Ned entered and called out, "Brothers, I've brought the last one." Ned gestured to introduce Rafai. "His name is Rafai. He was sent by Master to assist me in my mission. I have performed the necessary procedures to verify his identity." A dark figure sitting in a corner spoke up. "I thought you were quite attractive. I guess that's the situation." It was Matthias Gremer, the 36th disciple of the Demon King. He smiled warmly and said, "Feel honored to stand shoulder to shoulder with the successor of the Eastern Lord, little brother." Rafai immediately frowned in anger. Matthias Gremer slammed his hand on the table. With this, the slave-level candidates participating in the raid, following the heretic investigators and the hunter team, have been decided. It is the 40 of us, the disciples of the Demon King. Since there's a newcomer, I'll explain the strategy again. You must remember this. There can be no mistakes. Matthias Gremer said in a loud voice, "For the glory of the Demon King's cult." Rafai had always looked quite annoyed. He thought to himself, "I thought it would be great if I could find the Demon King's disciples hiding in the army by using Net. But for all 40 of them to be disciples of the Demon King, it's so insane I don't know whether to laugh or cry. They're different from Sahaku, who just relied on items and monsters, or my past self, who had nothing but ambition at this point." Rafai thought of the old man with the beard and the weirdo in bandages. They are all very strong. They are an elite force formed with a single purpose, to carry out this mission. And then there's the one wrapped in bandages. If you all have so much power. Rafai fell silent. "Then why do you follow that Demon King?" Ned observed Rafai. The fact that he revealed his identity proves that Master doesn't completely trust me. Ned wondered. He even knows about the blood tier. How close must they be to share such secret information? The one Master trusts, it might not be me, but him. No, I can't waver. Ned reassured himself. Master promised me. Ned recalled the words his master had spoken to him in the past. "If you become someone important to me, I will help you get your revenge." Ned clenched his fist with determination. "I need Master for the sake of revenge. For that reason, I will steal that dragon's heart, no matter what happens. Not the shadow disciple. Me, myself. And also," Ned continued to watch Rafai. "If he is the shadow disciple, honed to replace me, then he might wish for something to happen to me. Because if I die, he will naturally become the official successor. Perhaps, he will hold a knife to my throat." Matthias Gremer's voice rang out. "After explaining the strategy, I will divide you into groups. The escort group will follow Brother Ned and protect his retreat, and the assault group will confront the Knight Commander, Lucius," Matthias Gremer ordered. Ned extended his hand for a handshake with Rafai and said, "Since we've been assigned the same mission, isn't it natural for us to be in the same group?" He smiled, thinking to himself, "If he intends to steal my achievements in my life, it's better to keep him close rather than at a distance. I look forward to working with you." Rafai looked at Ned's outstretched hand with suspicion. "The Ned from my previous life," He collapsed after mistakenly trusting the wrong person while blinded by his thirst for revenge. He's the loyal and patient type. Making an enemy of him is useless. On the contrary, I want him as an ally. If I can make him trust me, he will be a powerful asset to help me overcome what's to come in the future. With that thought, Rafai reached out and shook Ned's hand. I look forward to working with you too. I've lost countless relationships in a regrettable way. Among them, the first one I must mend is with him. The scene shifts to a cave emitting rumbling sounds. A staff was pressed against the back of Rafai's neck. Choose, someone's voice rang out. It was Ned, giving Rafai an ultimatum. Will you help me escape this place by learning the ultimate martial art technique? Or, do you want to die right now and become roasted pork? The first psychic connection that made me the strongest human. Master passed down the Dragon King art to me. The next day, the sky was clear and sunny, accompanied by a 7-colored rainbow. The names of the members of the expedition team to the tomb of the hideous princess were announced. At that moment, everyone stood pensively, listening to the announcement. The individuals named below are to assemble at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Everyone will live in the same lodging while undergoing training in preparation for the day of the expedition's departure. The announcement continued. For security reasons, communication and contact with anyone outside the expedition team will be strictly prohibited. Please pack your necessary belongings and report to us if you see anyone arranging rewards. That is all. Now, Rafai also stood in the crowd, listening to the announcement. He thought with a very contemplative expression, everything is going according to plan. I should probably start getting things in order. Right then, many battle scenes appeared, such as the black steel chain scythe and the cockatrice nest. The village in the canyon where Ned forged the notice of action for the goblins. I've achieved the conquest of 3 dungeons as I promised Guzzy. Immediately, the 3 of them bowed their heads solemnly and shouted in unison, "Thank you, Rafai. Thank you, Big Brother, for everything. Please take care." After that, Rafai stood with his arms crossed, thoughtfully looking at the 3 of them and said, "Now that everyone has achievements, plus the fact that many positions are vacant because 40 slaves have been assigned to the special expedition, you will all be promoted quickly." Immediately after, Rafai added, "After being promoted, the road will become more difficult, so do your best." A small, blonde-haired man with a hesitant expression agreed with a hum. "Big Brother." Hearing that, Rafai showed a very surprised expression and asked, "Huh?" At that moment, the small, blonde-haired man lowered his head sadly and stammered, "It's nothing." But in his heart, he was thinking, "Please let me follow you. I want to learn from you, Big Brother." He thought further, "I can't say that to him." In the small, blonde-haired man's mind, his feelings for Rafai were sincere. Although the time we spent together was short, I could still see that this person has an ideal, and that ideal is much greater than what ordinary people like us can imagine. The small, blonde-haired man's conscience seemed to be bothering him. He gritted his teeth and thought, "Weaklings like me don't have the right to follow Big Brother." At that moment, Rafai gently instructed the small, blonde-haired man. He advised, "As long as you train hard with all your might, there will come a day when you can stand shoulder to shoulder with me. When that day comes, come find me." This made him so surprised and moved that he stood there stunned, not knowing what to say, just looking at him. Immediately, Rafai turned his back. "I have high expectations for all of you." Hearing that, all 3 of them bowed their heads and shouted with a voice full of admiration, "Thank you so much." Rafai looked at the 3 of them and thought to himself, 2 people who should have died are still alive. Their bright, shining eyes are proof that I did the right thing. In the depths of his intuition, Rafai thought about the future. However, these people are also about to die now. 3 years from now, if the demon lords succeed in their summoning, many people, including them, will lose their lives. To prevent that, I must obtain the dragon's core. Moving to another room, under the light of a flickering yellow oil lamp, Rafai thought, "The next thing is." At that moment, Leonard approached Rafai and asked him, "Well, are you satisfied?" In this room, everything was arranged very formally. Leonard said to Rafai, who was standing there thoughtfully admiring the objects, "These are the pieces of equipment I managed to find." Rafai's eyes showed a hint of excitement. In his mind, he thought, "These things are very good." Looking at the weapons placed on the wall, Rafai thought to himself, just as I requested. Then, looking to the side, these are also very good items. Rafai thought. She chose blunt weapons with good mana conductivity. The story goes that the tomb of the hideous princess is a dungeon teeming with moving skeletons. Because they are already dead, they feel no pain. Their bodies are just hard bones, making slashing attacks like flesh rend, great sorrow, and blood scatter useless. A large hammer shatters the hard skeleton. In Rafai's mind, he thought, that's why, to defeat the Makodes, we must smash them with blunt weapons. At that moment, Rafai raised his hand to hold one. He looked thoughtful. These weapons are of good quality. I'll buy them all. Hearing that, Leonard, with a surprised and grateful expression, asked, really? Immediately, Rafai reached out and grabbed a sword that was stuck in a wooden post. He said, among these. Then, a long sword was drawn by Rafai. He swung it a few times and said nonchalantly, I particularly like this one. That treasure was the Sunset Longsword. It was an artifact of a knight from 100 years ago, found in the Sunset Castle. A mysterious energy flows within this sword. Immediately, in Leonard's mind, she thought, I found this one too because my esteemed client requested it, but using a long sword against Makodes isn't very effective. I don't understand what he's thinking. Then, Rafai looked at his reflection in the shiny surface of the sword. He thought, the thing I have to worry about in this dungeon isn't just the Makodes. But in his heart, Rafai thought, the Temple of Light is trying to end its 10-year effort to conquer this dungeon, and the Demon Lord's disciples are ready to fight to the death for the survival of their cult. I have to fight against all of them to get the dragon's core. In other words, Rafai thought again, contemplatively, the entire expedition team is my enemy. In his heart, Rafai hadn't yet considered, and also, looking at Net's suspicious gaze, Rafai thought, he still doesn't trust me. At that moment, Rafai held the sword and closed his eyes, as if troubled by many worries. He thought, even if I tell him the truth, it still won't be easy to convince him. If I fail to convince him and we fight again, this battle won't stop halfway like last time. Now, Rafai's eyes showed a speculative look. It will be a battle to the death. Suddenly, a knock came from outside the door, which made Rafai quite surprised. It turned out to be an enchanter who entered with a gentle expression and spoke to the two of them. Sorry, am I too late? She continued, I am Angelia, an enchanter associated with the Research Institute. You're the esteemed guest Anna mentioned, right? Looking at the hand enchanting the sword within a sparkling circle of light, Rafai thought. The act of imbuing equipment with holy power, mana, and various attributes is called enchanting. The more skilled the enchanter, the stronger and more durable the imbued power. Right now, Rafai thought further, if I remember correctly, Angelia is one of the greatest enchanters of the temple. Then, Rafai stammered, well, I'll be counting on you then. Hearing that, Angelia smiled and said, don't worry, handsome. Then, Angelia thoughtfully chanted, O Holy Mother, please grant us your light. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light flashed. Now everything was enchanted with a golden magic, such as enchanted leather clothes, enchanted sunset longsword, enchanted leather boots, enchanted calamity lead, enchanted black steel chain scythe. In Rafai's mind, he thought, even though I have to prepare to face the members of the expedition team, I can't be careless in the dungeon. If I can't even withstand the dark aura of the tomb of the hideous princess from the start, then all my preparations will be for nothing. Rafai's eyes stared intently, full of suspicion. He thought, so, the basic preparations are done. Then, Angelia asked, how will you be paying? Hearing that, Leonard handed her a bag of gold. 5 pieces of equipment, a total of 3,000 gold. I'll pay it all now, sister. Then, Angelia happily took the bag of gold, waved goodbye to the two of them, and left. Leonard also happily bowed and said goodbye. In his heart, Rafai thought, but for Angelia to do an under-the-table enchanting job for only 3,000 gold is too cheap. Must have used her connections. Looking at the items around the room, Rafai said, now let's calculate the cost for us too. Are you sure about this? Hearing that, Leonard was surprised and asked back, about what? Then, Rafai asked with a contemplative expression, isn't it thanks to you that I barely had to pay any commission fee? And this isn't just one or two pieces of equipment. Hearing that, Leonard put her hand to her chin and thought, I took a small loss to score some points. She feigned indifference. It's nothing. We're all acquaintances here. Immediately, Rafai glanced over. You must have had to prepare in a hurry. Thanks. Seeing this, Leonard looked at Rafai with a rather suspicious expression. Then, Leonard hesitantly replied, Ahem, as long as you understand my intentions, that's enough. But Rafai asked back, But what should I do? Immediately, Rafai became worried. I don't have a single coin left. Hearing that, Leonard's jaw dropped in surprise. What? Esteemed client, what are you saying? Now, in Rafai's mind, he thought, the byproducts from the cockatrice aren't worth much. And the village in the canyon isn't really a dungeon. Then, Rafai calmly added, I didn't find anything of value. I have nothing to give you. Hearing this, Leonard worriedly stammered. How can that be? Not even a single coin. What on earth did you? Immediately, Rafai held out his hand, holding a small key. So, then, Rafai presented 2 vials, one blue and one purple. He said to Leonard, Can I pay with these instead? The first vial, Beano, a potent poison, the 68th creation of the Poison King Feth. The second vial, Juggin, the 61st potent poison. Hearing this, Leonard became anxious and flustered, thinking for a long time. It's the potent poison of the Bosaphon Guild. Seeing that Leonard seemed to want the 2 vials of potent poison, Rafai held them up high for her to reach. She was overjoyed and ecstatic. Of course you can. Give them to me. Then, Rafai moved the 2 vials of potent poison further away. Leonard reached for them and shouted, Give them here. Stop playing around. Seeing Rafai still teasing her, Leonard got angry and screamed. She was irritable. Do you enjoy teasing people that much? She continued to demand the 2 vials of potent poison from Rafai's hand. Hand them over. After that, Rafai gave the 2 vials of poison to Leonard and turned his head, saying, Be careful when you sell these. That mud-handed guy named Mole is dangerous. Don't sell to him. Leonard felt happy, holding the 2 vials of potent poison and caressing them. She replied to Rafai's words, All right. As she saw Rafai leaving, Leonard waved goodbye. Take care, esteemed client. Come see me after the expedition. I'll pay you the change. Make sure you come. The next morning, at a temple filled with knights and people gathered for some purpose. Now, a figure completely covered in a cloak stood in the crowd, thinking, Feth's associates. If we include the knights and the healers of the temple, how many people would that be? An old man glanced over and replied, Around 100. Elsewhere, Rafai stood with Ned. In his heart, he thought, Among them, only a few will survive. In my previous life, it was the same this time. Someone's voice echoed from the front of the crowd. It seems everyone has arrived. It turned out to be a man with long, blonde hair, looking down at the crowd below. His name was Lucius. In Rafai's mind, he thought, the leader of the expedition team is the head knight of the temple, Lucius. The members of the Tomb of the Princess raid team consisted of clerics of the Temple of Light, 18 knights, and healers. Slaves from the hunting team, 20 people. Heresy interrogating clerics, 12 interrogators, 6 healers. Slaves of the Heresy Interrogation Division, 20 people. Rafai thought to himself, a total of 86 people, divided into 2 groups according to their tasks. The Vanguard for close quarters combat, protection on the way, tracking, reconnaissance, and so on. The Logistics team for long-range attacks, healing, magical support, etc. The leadership consists of 4 people, head healer, Arno, head of logistics, Leonard, head of the Vanguard, Matthias, and everyone around them cheered, Lucius. Oh, Holy Father, and it was none other than the Pontiff, Lucius. The Holy Cross is a symbol that the gods bestow upon those they favor. Those who possess the Holy Cross are called saints or holy mothers. While they are alive, they will inherit supreme power from the gods. After they pass away, they will become angels to serve the gods. Lucius was a living saint who received the Holy Cross at the age of 7. Rafai continued to think. People worship the saints and holy mothers as if they were angels. They believe that to witness these holy figures with their own eyes is a great honor. I didn't expect him to show his face to the regular members. Suddenly, a grating sound interrupted his thoughts. Rafai saw Net gritting his teeth and glaring at Lucius. Seeing Net like that, Rafai couldn't help but think to himself. Lucius spoke up, I declare. This unit will put an end to the 10-year-long efforts to explore the tomb and find the solution to one of humanity's 8 great mysteries. The name of every participant in today's unit will be recorded by the church. The slaves will be set free. Lucius clenched his fist, showing his determination. Let us overcome the arduous training starting today and walk with me on the path of glory. The people standing around cheered incessantly. Mighty Arya, save us with your eternal light. Mighty Arya, save us with your eternal light. The special training ground, Howling Wind Peak. Rafai was climbing to the summit step by step. He thought to himself, glory? Glory for whom? Of course, if this large-scale raid is successful, the participants will receive boundless honor. However, its true nature is not to praise heroic deeds. It's for material gain. Matthias ordered those around him. This is a small piece of a tombstone from the dungeon. Everyone must get used to this dark energy. Keep it on you 24/7. Rafai thought to himself, engaging in politics to get the right to participate in the raid team, gathering members of the cult, raising funds for endless expenses like labor costs, items, potions. The final preparations were finally completed, and after a few years, the dungeon was explored. After successfully exploring the dungeon, towns and roads will be built on the solidified land. Investors will inherit huge profits from the land. This is a large-scale business venture. That third Temple of Light is nothing but a tool for St. Lucius to use to explore the tomb. Those with potential in the unit will be nurtured. The chosen ones will also be trained into elite warriors. The magic staff that Leonard held in her hand suddenly glowed. Leonard pointed and ordered, imagine this light is the enemy's magic attack. Anyone hit 3 times will die. Raise your swords and fight. This is the mock training. Leonard shouted. The mock battle begins. The golem immediately threw a punch at everyone around after Leonard's command. The knights could hardly avoid the golem's punches. They ran away one by one, wondering, why is this so intense? It's no different from a real fight. I'm dead. A wooden log appeared from nowhere, intending to attack Rafai. But Rafai immediately noticed and punched the wooden log hard. Net turned and asked Rafai, you probably know that we can't use the Dragon King's martial arts here, right? Rafai replied, do you think I'm stupid? Net and Rafai both charged forward. Both of them quickly dodged the blows from the golem. Rafai and Net put all their strength into preparing to swing their swords. They coordinated so well together that the golem was quickly defeated by them. 500 golems destroyed. Pass. 15-minute break. Arno thought to himself, wow, they're better than I thought. The quality of the slaves this time is much better than last time. Especially those two. They have great skills and coordinate very well with each other. Who knows, maybe this raid will be a success. Arno thought as he looked at Rafai and Net. Arno spoke up, oh, almighty Saint Arya. This statement quickly attracted everyone's attention. Arno approached them, smiling lightly. I have completely healed the wounded. As long as we healers are here, everyone can complete 4 weeks of training in just 2 weeks. Now, continue your training. On the final night of training, the commander ordered, the training is over. I'm glad everyone made it through unscathed. A fierce raid on the tomb awaits you all tomorrow. Eat well and rest well. Only Net was sitting alone on top of the tower. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Aren't you eating? You barely ate or drank anything during the training. Today is the last day, so the food is delicious. Rafai said. However, Net still refused. I've had enough. Net continued. I have to maintain a certain weight to ensure my speed. Rafai was pensive. Then me too. If you fail, I'll have to take on the mission. Rafai said as he put down his plate of food. Net was annoyed. Yeah, you really like to get on my nerves, don't you? Rafai sat down. Don't make that face. I have something good for you. It will make you move faster. With that, Rafai held up a bottle of wine. Net silently watched Rafai pour him a drink. After a moment, Net spoke up. How much do you know about me? At first, I thought you wanted to eliminate me to take my title. However, you didn't make a move throughout the training, which made me very curious. With that, Net recalled his past with Rafai. At that time, Rafai whispered to Net, it's about the blood tear. Net was stunned. The blood tear, the stolen treasure of my family. The reason I follow Master is to get it back and take revenge on the temple. Only Master knows about that. Net asked Rafai. Tell me, why do you know about the blood tear? Rafai replied, I'll only tell you if I see that you're trustworthy. After reminiscing, Net said, You know my secret. Your next move could be to threaten me or use what you know to profit from me. Instead, you said you'd only tell me if I was trustworthy. Strange. Ned asked, What do you mean? What do you really want? He's changed. At first, he just rushed in to kill me. I guess the past 2 weeks of cooperation have yielded some results. Rafai replied, You're asking the wrong question. What you should be asking is, where's the blood tear? Who has it? Now I'll tell you. That sword is currently. Rafai whispered into Net's ear. After hearing it, Net was stunned and thought, What? The red-haired man led Net to a large sword chained and hung on a rack. Then he began to speak to Net. This is the family heirloom of our Baron Chai family, the demon sword blood tear. This is a gift our ancestors received after defeating the demons in the wasteland. At that moment, standing before the blood tear sword, Net was so surprised his jaw dropped, and he stared at it intently. At that moment, the red-haired man on the side continued. After that, our ancestors presented this precious sword to the king. The king bestowed upon our family the title of Baron and entrusted us with the great responsibility of preserving this precious sword through many generations. After he finished speaking, he looked at the boy with great expectation. One day, you will be the Baron of the Ski family. At that time, this noble responsibility will be yours. He patted the boy's head with great expectation. You must become a knight worthy of this sword. Do you understand? Net was also very happy to hear the words filled with his father's faith in him and replied, Yes, father. The two of them left, and Anian laughed with delight. Haha, what I should have left you was a piece of my investment. Suddenly, from outside the palace, a loud shout echoed. Anian, give back the sword. Inside, it was Net's father who was shouting and causing a scene. He was furious and yelled, I have mortgaged all my land and the title of Baron, but it has nothing to do with the blood tear. Sir Anian, please return it to me. Give it back. The scene inside was chaotic, with all the soldiers trying to restrain Net's father's anger, but Anian, in the face of that anger, showed no reaction and stood there calmly watching him. On one side, seeing Net's father causing a scene and shouting, Anian. Anian began to smirk and look at Net's father, who was causing a scene, and asked back, How dare you cause a disturbance in the temple? Don't get the wrong idea, Leonard. Then, before Leonard's furious gaze, he calmly said, The blood tear was never yours. It belongs to Baron Cheer. You mortgaged that noble title, so you no longer have the right to keep it. Hearing this, Leonard could no longer hold back, and his eyes filled with a murderous glint of anger. You? Then he drew his sword from his scabbard. He, filled with rage, broke through the restraint of the knights and swung the sword at Ondien's head without hesitation, shouting, You bastard! Because everything happened so quickly, he just stood there frozen, unable to react. But before the sword could strike Ondien's head, Leonard's arm was cut off by a knight standing next to him, while another stabbed him straight in the stomach. Anian, still with a calm and triumphant expression, smiled as he watched Leonard being stabbed. Leonard, having been stabbed, coughed up blood. On one side, his son, witnessing everything, screamed in horror. He collapsed at Ondien's feet. He said smugly, Be grateful that your blade has not yet touched me, a commoner like you in this temple of light. With that, he bent down and pressed Leonard's head, who was collapsed at his feet, down and smiled triumphantly. Daring to harm me, the son of a noble-born bishop. For that crime, we will execute your son as well. At that moment, Ondien's men also began to leave, leaving Leonard collapsed on the ground, along with Net's horror. He screamed. After recounting the entire story, Net began to speak with resentment. 12 years ago, going bankrupt was a common occurrence. At that time, investments in dungeons had skyrocketed in just a few years. Pouring capital into raid teams and the rights to explore dungeons had become a trend. The price of items soared. The economic benefits related to dungeons were countless. There were times when a series of investors made huge profits. But those teams failed one after another. Gangsters formed fake teams to swindle investment money. After unexpected incidents, The direction of dungeon investment collapsed, causing an economic crisis. The dungeon bubble burst. Continuing, he began to talk about the Temple of Light. The Temple of Light made a huge amount of money by selling altered items. They deceived countless investors into believing their money was safe even though the dungeon bubble was on the verge of bursting. They sold as many worthless items as possible to minimize their losses and maximize their profits. At this point, he resentfully recounted his father's story. My father was the same, an investor who borrowed money from the temple to buy those investment items. In the end, he went bankrupt and was thrown out onto the street. It was all because of the ambition of the high-ranking priests and the masterminds behind the dungeon bubble burst. In the end, they were all acquitted despite being involved in the most serious economic fraud in history. The image of Anian and his father that day appeared again, and he was filled with resentment. Those people, especially that guy Anian Laser who lured my father. He took advantage of the friendship between them to profit and even took his life. So now, I live only for revenge. I will smash that damn Temple of Light to pieces. Thinking of the blood tear sword, Net was filled with resentment. Even if I have to travel the world, I will find the blood tear, the symbol of my family. But that was my thought until I heard the news about. At this point, Net couldn't believe it and became angry. Why? Why does Master have the blood tear? Hearing the whole story, Rafai replied. Not long ago, Master spoke about the identity of the leader of the Demon King's cult, as well as the 12 disciples who run the cult. Then he began to think resentfully about the people in the cult. The image of Anian appeared in his mind. He was angry. The pontiff is one of the disciples. They are high-ranking priests in the Temple of Light. Hearing this, Net was extremely shocked and cried out, What? Faced with Rafai's words, Net began to ponder and speculate. If you become my right-hand man, I will help you get revenge. Master must have said that to him, but it was just a lie. At this moment, he replayed everything in his mind, searching through the images in his head. At that moment, he and Rafai were walking with the knights, and he thought angrily, Master? What a damn dog. If the plan to give the dragon's heart to the pontiff succeeds. Thinking this, he couldn't hide his worried expression. Net thought, then we will never be able to touch a single hair on his head. His plan for revenge will be ruined. He thought angrily. We were deceived from the very beginning. He was furious. Damn it. The master I considered family has been deceiving me all these years. This can't be true. Net didn't believe what he was thinking, but he was struggling internally. But if it's not true, then why does he know what Master once said to me? Net stopped, deep in thought and confused. What should I do? At that moment, the knights, along with Net and Rafai, had arrived in front of the tomb. Standing in front of the tomb, Net snapped out of his thoughts in surprise. This is the tomb of the tyrannical princess. Another person standing next to him also looked at the tomb and began to think. Compared to this level, the dungeons I've explored before are nothing. Then he began to worry. This feeling of unease is like it's tearing my heart apart. An old, muscular man on the side was also interested. What a worthy place to try. Then they burst through the door. This is one of the great mysteries of humanity. The knights outside, seeing this, began to worry slightly and looked at each other. At that moment, Arno, leading the knights into the dungeon, looked at them and smiled. I'm sure I've said it before, but this is the dungeon that the Temple of Light has been exploring for 10 long years. Hearing this, everyone began to pay more attention to the dungeon. Then Arno continued. Do you see the purification tools everywhere? This means that this floor was explored and purified a long time ago. He continued to talk about the dungeon. This dungeon has a total of 9 floors. 2F, 3F, 4F. They continued to descend into the dungeon. 5S, then F, 7F. And he began to add. In the last raid, we successfully explored up to the 7th floor. Although we defeated the monster guarding the gate on the 8th floor. Speaking of the 8th floor, the image of knights fighting a series of terrifying monsters appeared. Then Arno continued. But because of the dark aura leaking from the ground floor. Then the image of ferocious monsters in the form of skeletons appeared. Arno said, so the monsters became like this. These monsters were ferocious, with human skeletons for bodies, but their eyes had a green glow and their mouths spewed green smoke. At this point, everyone enthusiastically entered. Everyone was excited and shouted. Everyone, ready to fight. Vanguard, Formation 3, assemble. The man on the other side also raised his sword and excitedly shouted, let's fight. At the same time, at the Temple of Light, two people were standing and talking. Thank you for coming. Lucius smiled obsequiously and bowed. The warriors have all gone to raid the dungeon, so we are facing quite a few difficulties. With you lending us your protection force, we don't know how to repay you. Then Anian replied, it's nothing. Helping each other is the right thing to do. When Lucius left the temple to explore the dungeon, the knights sent from the capital's diocese were present at the temple. Anian replied, please feel free. Tell them to consider them as your own hands and feet. Pontiff Anian Laser, a disciple who worshipped the Demon King. At that moment, a skull monster with glowing green eyes rushed forward, its ferocious mouth wide open to attack. The chaotic battle scene was now in full swing. The battle was evenly split between two sides. One side was the skull monsters, the other was the knights. The battle was evenly matched, with no one backing down. One of them, while fighting, lost patience. Why can't we finish them off? How can there be so many of them? The muscular old man on the other side, however, was still full of excitement, rushing forward with a delighted laugh. Haha. To me, this bunch is just for warming up my bones after a meal. On another side, that young man began to speculate. It is rumored that the master of this tomb, the hideous Princess Uritica, was a great archmage, the greatest in 1,000 years. I think she lured a few thousand of her followers with magic and then imprisoned them alive in this place. They fought, slashing through the monsters, while talking. There must have been hundreds of thousands of tomb raiders over the past few thousand years, so there's clearly no shortage of corpses. She really was a madwoman. Then someone laughed loudly, ha ha ha, when I was young. And then, they had also advanced deep inside. The dungeon had been cleared of the monsters by them. But suddenly, from deep within, a tremor occurred, emitting a green light that attracted everyone's attention. From deep within, a monster 100 times larger than them emerged. At its feet were smaller monsters. This was the Golem Makode, a golem composed of hundreds of Makodes. Everyone, upon seeing the golem monster, looked up in surprise. Then it began to grab a pipe in its hand. Ferociously, it threw it at the knights with great aggression. The throw was so powerful that it sent the knights flying, creating a massive shockwave. Taking advantage of the knights being thrown back, the Makodes began to charge at them ferociously. Below, the knights who were still standing raised their shields and shouted, it's the aftershock. Suddenly, a voice shouted from somewhere, in the name of the almighty goddess Arya. At that moment, Leonard appeared to support everyone. She began to point her scepter forward and unleashed her attack. I summoned the chains of light. Restrain the enemy. Her technique created golden chains that shot out and bound the golem, immobilizing it. Everyone, seeing this, exclaimed in surprise, it's immobilized. Now it's our turn. Then the knights began to charge quickly toward the bound golem, attacking with all their might, shouting, smash it. But don't forget about the Makodes. At that moment, the bound golem suddenly began to resist. The golden chains began to vibrate, and its body began to move. Then its bound hand began to tense and squeeze, making the iron chains vibrate. Suddenly, the golden chains all broke. The monster, having escaped, was very ferocious. The people below also began to panic and shout. The chains of light broke. Watch out. On this side, suddenly another knight also began to hold his sword and activate a technique, making the sword emit a dazzling light. He began to unleash his move. Goddess, guide the lost humanity. Shine your light into the deepest darkness. He began to swing his sword through the monster's body, creating a cross-shaped slash that passed through the monster. His slash emitted a brilliant light, cutting the golem and the other Makodes to pieces. The knights, seeing this, began to praise him in surprise. Wow, that's Captain Matthias for you. Hearing the praise, he didn't seem very happy and snapped, focus. At that moment, Matthias looked at the dungeon, which was filled with the skeletons of the defeated Makodes, and thought, if the Golem Makode was here, then the one controlling that giant thing can't be far. At that moment, on another side, another Makode appeared, radiating a powerful aura. This was the Makode Sorcerer, a mid-level Makode monster that could cast magic and command lower-ranking Makodes. At that moment, it was standing in a corner, using its power to resurrect another golem from the defeated Makodes. On this side, Arno was casting a spell and looked impatiently at Matthias. The sorcerer will continue to summon golem Makode soldiers if we don't destroy it. Hearing that, Matthias was also annoyed. What fool doesn't know that? Don't rush me. Then he looked thoughtfully at the mages in the back who were casting a recovery formation. Then he thought, whatever. First, we have to get to the sorcerer, to be able to attack it directly and break their formation. Looking at the golem being gradually summoned and the knights attacking them with all their might, he thought. In other words, we have to engage in close combat and destroy those things. At that moment, Matthias's eyes darted around, searching everywhere, his mind racing. The important thing is, where's that thing? This battle will become a complete mess if we can't find it. Suddenly, a voice said, "Found it." From behind, a blonde-haired man standing behind Matthias, who had been searching frantically, suddenly said, "Everyone, get out of the way." It was Lucius. He began to assume a stance and unleash a powerful attack, creating a massive beam of light that made even the three of them, Rafai, Ned, and Matthias, wince. Lucius's technique was unleashed, creating a pillar of light with immense power that swept through the entire tomb, creating a super shockwave that shattered the ground. After that technique, the Makodes also began to disintegrate. The attack technique shattered a stone pillar. This was the ancient tombstone, which supplied magical energy to the Makode sorcerer. After that technique, he began to smile with satisfaction. If we don't destroy the ancient tombstone first, facing the sorcerer will be very difficult. But if we destroy both the magic stone and the sorcerer at the same time, it's fine. Everyone was overjoyed and shouted, "All right, the sorcerer and the golem Makode are dead. Finish off the remaining minions." At that moment, on one side, Leonard looked at Lucius and thought thoughtfully. In the last battle, it took 30 minutes to destroy one ancient tombstone. The power of the piercing light spear is truly immense. On this side, Ned also observed and thought, so that's the power of the piercing light spear. Rafai was also surprised and thought, so that's the power of a weapon worth 2 million gold. On one side, after being the one to end the battle, Lucius stood proudly, holding the piercing light spear with its immense power. Everyone was now cheering loudly. The 8th floor has been conquered. There are no more Makodes appearing. All right, healers, treat the wounded first. We'll set up camp here tonight. You guys place the purification magic tools around this area if you don't want to lose your lives in the middle of the night. On one side, Lucius suddenly walked off somewhere. Then he went to a wall, touching it and searching for something, thinking, it must be around here. Suddenly, he found a secret passage. At that moment, he was overjoyed. Found it. On the other side, in the makeshift conference room, everyone was discussing. Everyone, pay attention. This is the map of the 9th floor. At that moment, inside, Lucius, Leonard, Arno, and Matthias were sitting together, discussing their battle plan. Lucius said, I expect it will take 6 days to get from the entrance of the 9th floor to the boss room on the 9th floor. From now on, we will continue to advance while destroying the ancient tombstones in each area. Hearing that, Leonard was surprised and asked, all of them? There must be hundreds, even thousands of them. If we only destroy the ones on the way to the boss room, it will only take 2 days. Hearing her objection, Lucius became serious, holding his sword firmly. Have you forgotten, Leonard? We once tried to save effort and time. Hearing that, she was very dissatisfied. But Lucius continued in a serious tone. But this time, the mistake of 5 years ago cannot be repeated. Hearing that, the other 3 looked at him in surprise. At that moment, he began to place a chess piece on the map and said thoughtfully, a year ago, we also set foot in the boss room. At that moment, the piece he placed was surrounded by other Makode pieces. Then Lucius said, however, while fleeing from the attack of the boss room's enemy, we were surrounded by countless Makodes. The casualties were innumerable. Looking at the piece on the map, Leonard began to think thoughtfully. Then Lucius continued, this time, we absolutely cannot let history repeat itself. We must destroy everything, no matter how long it takes. Hearing this, Arno began to think to himself, Even if it's not the entrance to the boss room, the number of team members will drop sharply if we are surrounded by thousands of monsters. The more the numbers decrease, the greater the burden on the survivors will be. At that moment, looking at Lucius, he thought, one of the most important tasks of this expedition is to maintain the stamina and mana of team leader Lucius as much as possible and escort him to the boss room in the best possible condition. Thinking this, he became even more pensive. It would be possible if it were him in his current state. He could destroy that monster. A year ago, the image of the dungeon boss appeared, utterly terrifying. Both Lucius and Arno, upon seeing it, were terrified. Arno recalled, just looking at that thing made all my strength drain away. The guardian monster of the boss room, it was completely different from the other Makodes. It wore a suit of iron armor, and its aura was incredibly terrifying, its purple eyes filled with horror. Suddenly, everyone sensed something and turned their eyes toward the door. At that moment, Matthias boldly went out, lifted the curtain, and said angrily, "What's going on?" Suddenly, his eyes widened in fear. Matthias, standing inside, looked outside and saw a huge monster attacking everyone. He screamed in fear, "It's a Shoggoth." Outside, people were panicking and shouting, "Help me! Healer! Where's the healer?" At that moment, Matthias began to get flustered and thought to himself, "What the hell is this?" I prepared 5 Shoggoths for the strategy. Outside, all the knights were panicking and screaming, "Run!" Hearing everyone's screams, he became even more flustered, his eyes wide. "But not now. It's not time to use them yet. What idiot." In that moment, the moment when all 4 of them looked at the same point. The reason all 4 team leaders looked at the same spot was because of something intangible called instinct or intuition. All powerful beings possess a stronger ability to sense danger than anyone else. Outside, Rafai had tried pressing the secret passage. At that moment, he was stunned and surprised to see a steering wheel appear. "What are you looking at?" At that moment, he used his hand to pull the steering wheel down. Suddenly, outside where the mages and knights were standing, the ground began to crack. The tomb began to shift, causing Matthias to suddenly fall. At that moment, the tomb moved, creating high and low square pillars that separated everyone. The Shoggoth was also pulled down. The meeting of the Demon King's disciples before the day the expedition members were announced. Inside the meeting, voices echoed. Because a very strong shield covers the boss room door, it can only be opened by defeating the gatekeeper monster. Inside, the summoned knights stood in neat rows, listening seriously to the announcement. Furthermore, the door will close after we enter. The only way out is to kill the boss. At that moment, Matthias was very seriously announcing the plan to everyone. That is all the information the reconnaissance team has gathered so far from the magic matrix carved on the gate. At that moment, suddenly someone raised their hand to express their opinion. "Can't we break the wall?" Hearing that, Matthias was very annoyed and looked at the person who spoke and said, "If so, why did we spend 10 years conquering it? The deeper we go, the stronger the shield becomes, so we can't break the wall." Then he began to look smug. Because the expedition leader, Lucius, is very rich, he has found a temporary solution. At that moment, he began to talk about a bright yellow sword that was being kept in the royal family. He borrowed a legendary item from the Pope. The legendary, indestructible holy pillar, a treasure of the current Pope, was rented by Lucius for 100,000 gold a year, with a down payment of 10,000 gold. At that moment, Matthias began to talk more about Lucius's plan. He plans to wedge it between the doors. Even if the doors were created by a great sage, they cannot destroy a holy artifact. Below, everyone stood seriously, listening intently to the plan. The people in the vanguard must keep an eye on Sir Lucius. As the boss attacks you, push him away from the gate. At that moment, Net was called upon. Then Net will quickly snatch the dragon's heart and slip through the door. At that moment, Matthias's expression suddenly became sinister as he gave the order, "Awaken the Shoggoths." The biological weapon, the Shoggoth, is a monster that grows stronger by absorbing the mana of those it devours and corrodes the minds of those who touch it. At that moment, thinking of the other 3 team leaders, he began to think, because Lucius and the other team leaders have strong magic resistance, the Shoggoth's mental corrosion won't affect them. But the ordinary priests can't resist the corrosion of 5 shoggoths. Outside, at that moment, Lucius was starting to get flustered as the knights were mentally corroded and began to kill each other. Matthias thought, "We will have 30 seconds while the team leaders are confused because the priests are frantically killing their comrades, and more than 3 minutes as the members have to purify or eliminate the shoggoth's interference." Then, standing in the middle of the battle, Matthias smiled triumphantly and said, "We just need to start it. The leader will fight Lucius. We will slowly but quickly leave the dungeon. We just need to report back to the temple that we failed to conquer the dungeon." At that moment, he gave everyone vials of purple potion that he had prepared. This is a special potion. The high-ranking leaders just need to drink it, and the slave seal will temporarily disappear. The priest's coercive orders will be nullified. Drink it right before entering the boss room. At that moment, Matthias approached and gave Rafai a red horn. This was the horn of Hypnos, an instrument that helps control the shoggoth. And the user will not be attacked by the shoggoth as long as they possess it, preventing the shoggoth from corroding the user's mind. Matthias gave it to him. Everyone is given a horn of Hypnos for self-defense. Don't mess around before the mission. Looking at the horn, Rafai was very surprised. At that moment, holding the horn in his hand, he smiled with great satisfaction. Thinking back on everything that had happened up to now, inside this wall, Rafai was standing inside, smiling smugly as he looked out at the chaotic battle, thinking to himself, touching. Everyone fighting chaotically outside was groaning. "I'm about to die, man." At that moment, Rafai began to use the horn and thought to himself, "With the healers here, the massacre won't be too serious." Outside, suddenly someone recognized the sound of the horn of Hypnos and was surprised, thinking, "This sound." At that moment, the shoggoths crawled out of the pockets of the other knights. The shoggoth force grew stronger and stronger, overwhelming everyone and causing them to scream in fear. "It's a shoggoth." From behind the wall, Rafai's voice echoed out, "Gather at one point and surround them so the healers can purify them." Rafai began to flee to another side while everyone shouted, "Gather! Gather at one point." As he ran, he smiled smugly and thought, "All right, just keep it up like this." Rafai rushed toward the wall and reached for the secret chamber. Suddenly, he froze for a moment. Rafai turned and looked behind him. It turned out that he had attracted everyone's attention. All eyes were on Rafai. He stood at the secret chamber, looking back at everyone. At that moment, Matthias began to remember. Ned was the one who introduced Rafai. His name is Rafai. He was sent to assist in my mission. Remembering this, Matthias froze and thought angrily. He's Ned's support. What is he doing there? After that, Rafai began to press the secret chamber. After pressing it, the wheel from before appeared again. Seeing them looking at him, he said irritably, "What are you looking at?" At that moment, Rafai used his hand to pull the wheel down, thinking to himself, this function was found 3 years after the expedition. The ground where the priests and knights were standing began to crack. He looked and thought, it reactivates when this dungeon is used as a shield against the demon race. At that moment, Lucius and Matthias had fallen into the trap he had set. All the knights, priests, and team leaders were panicking. Seeing them like that, Rafai thought, a mechanism that randomly changes the internal structure of the dungeon by shifting each room in this tomb. Rafai stood on high, looking down at them being swallowed by the secret chamber, and thought with satisfaction, because I conquered this place with my comrades, I know its layout well. Lucius, standing below, looked up at Rafai and froze. He began to remember what Matthias had said. He single-handedly wiped out a cockatrice nest. He's just trying to get attention to join the expedition in 20 days. Should we interrogate him? Check if he's a disciple of the Demon King. At that moment, Lucius looked up, gritting his teeth in anger, and thought to himself, he's tall, with silver hair. He's the slave Matthias mentioned the other day. Is he really a disciple of the Demon King? But at that moment, he was still confident enough to handle everything because he thought, it doesn't matter. As long as he still has the slave seal, he can't disobey my orders. Then, Lucius drew his sword and began to activate the seal. Slave? But Rafai was completely unharmed and fled far away, unaffected. At this point, Lucius began to panic and frowned. He's not stopping. Seeing this, Matthias began to get furious, gritting his teeth as he remembered the vial. This is a special potion provided by the leader. Just by drinking it, the slave seal will temporarily disappear. The priest's coercive orders will be nullified. Remembering this, he began to go mad, thinking, "It's the effect of the potion I gave him." Matthias was now so angry he bit his teeth hard but could do nothing. He began to go mad, assuming a stance with his sword and activating a technique that made the sword glow yellow, emitting a dazzling light. He thought angrily, "You son of a bitch!" Then he cried out, "May the goddess forgive me." But at that moment, Ned suddenly rushed forward and unexpectedly cut off Matthias's arm that was holding the sword. What Ned used to slash Matthias was the Eastern weapon, the Urumi flexible sword. It is flexible enough to be hidden in a belt and is an excellent weapon that can wrap around a person like a whip and cut them to pieces. Because everything happened so suddenly, Matthias couldn't react in time and glanced over. "Why did you?" Blood from his arm began to spray everywhere. But Ned was very cold and silent, not saying a word, holding the blood-stained sword and looking at Matthias with eyes as sharp as a knife. Then he ran off. From behind, Matthias's voice echoed, "You dog." As he ran, he calculated, "I've blocked Matthias, but there's still one more obstacle. I'll deal with Rafai myself." On Lucius's side, he began to swing his technique toward Rafai. The technique was just about to hit his back. At that moment, he was about to be hit. Suddenly, a wall appeared and blocked the entire technique. Then Rafai fled far away. Lucius was completely stunned, not believing his eyes. As Rafai ran, he smiled smugly. "Too bad for you. Right now, I'm invincible." At that moment, his body emitted a brilliant aura that surrounded him. This was super luck, temporarily enveloping him in a powerful aura of luck. Uses 3. Used 1. Rafai thought smugly. A high-level blessing from the god of luck, super luck. At that moment, he began to remember. Furthermore, the gods granted you the privilege of resurrection to assist you. You can check the privilege you just received after regressing. He said to himself, "The day I was reborn, the moment I saw the list of privileges, a thought flashed through my mind like lightning. The defense mechanism that seals the dungeon by moving each detail. In other words, in an instant, a path that wasn't there forms, and the doors are completely useless. If you're lucky enough to find that path, you'll reach the boss room." Rafai was extremely smug as he fled, celebrating to himself, "Right now, luck is on my side." As Rafai was running, Ned had also caught up. Rafai started to laugh. "Oh, you're following me?" Ned smiled and replied, "Of course." Then Ned said smugly, "What you can do, I can do too." In his heart, Rafai was extremely satisfied and thought, "It seems he's made his decision." Then Rafai recalled his conversation with Ned the day before. "You'll steal the dragon's heart after everyone enters the boss room, as planned by the Demon King's disciples, but you'll run away with it instead of delivering it to the secret meeting place. That's what you're planning, right?" At that moment, he continued, "If you do that, you're dead for sure. The only choice for survival is for the two of us to go kill the boss together." Hearing that, Ned became tense. "What?" Ned began to lose his patience and stood up angrily. "I don't want to hear you bark anymore. Kill the boss with just the two of us? Is that what you wanted to say?" Seeing Ned so angry, Rafai remained patient. "Sit down. Let me tell you about this great plan." At that moment, they discussed Rafai's plan together until the evening. That's the whole plan. Any opinions? After hearing the plan, Ned began to hesitate. He was swayed by Rafai's plan and thought, the plan is really flawless. Its probability of success is very high. The problem is. At that moment, he suddenly realized a problem. Trust. Then Ned turned to look at Rafai. "What do you mean? You'll die if you run away with the dragon's heart." Ned began to argue firmly. "You know the speed of the Dragon King's art. Who can catch me when I run at that speed? Moreover, what if I become the master of the dragon's heart?" At that moment, seeing that Ned was still determined, Rafai raised his hand. Two things. First, the dragon's heart has a special way of accepting a master. If you're careless, you could die from not being able to control the dragon's mana. At this point, Rafai's expression also gradually became serious. "I can't do it myself either, but I know someone who understands how to make the dragon's heart accept a master." Second, hearing this, Ned was furious, as if he had been hit where it hurts. At that moment, Rafai continued, The person who transports things to the 3 temples of Paris is Pontiff Anian Laser. Hearing that name, he couldn't help but show an angry expression and remembered his father being murdered 12 years ago. If you don't show up at the meeting, Ondian's knights will hunt you down. That knight squad is one of the strongest on this continent. Not only them, but the entire Demon King's church will hunt you down when they hear you fled. At this point, the image of their master appeared in Rafai's mind, his expression very serious. The entire church, including Master, the head of the Dragon King's sect. Rafai seemed to have hit a nerve with Ned. Then he asked, "Are you sure? Are you sure you can escape?" At this point, faced with Rafai's tight reasoning, Ned was flustered and angry. Back in the present, the secret chamber was gradually closing. At that moment, both Ned and Rafai were running away at a very fast speed. As they fled, Ned thought back to the scene the day before when he went to see Matthias. "Huh? You want to bring the dragon's heart to the sect master?" Hearing Ned's request to transport the dragon's heart, Matthias immediately refused firmly. "Why do you suddenly want to do that? After entering the dungeon? As the person in charge, I can't let things deviate from the plan." But after hearing Ned's persuasion, he also began to let his guard down. "You think the Temple of Light will be suspicious because the transporter is too conspicuous? Oh my." But Matthias still smiled and refused. "It seems you know the transporter is Sir Anian, but you haven't heard about how it will be transported. We have prepared a special, safe method. You don't need to worry, just mind your own business." After being rejected like that, Ned began to stand there silently, while Matthias patted his shoulder, smiled, and left. But Matthias still left some words. "Anyway, the supporter told you a lot of things. Our organization is a secret, so the identities of the members, especially the sect leaders, are kept confidential. You are trusted by the master." Remembering those words, Ned began to think silently. Everything Rafai said was true. At that moment, he thought of the figures of Anian and his master. "My enemy, Anian Laser, is a disciple of the Demon King's sect, and he is close enough to Master to be entrusted with such an important mission." The images of his father being murdered by Anian appeared again, all shattered inside Net's head. And the image of his master also began to shatter. Net thought angrily, "Isn't it enough that you ruined my life? I can't believe I've been deceived all this time." After running for a while, Net and Rafai had also arrived in front of a golem. It was waiting for them, its green eyes glowing menacingly. At that moment, Net, with a decisive and cold expression, swung his hand and began to activate his technique. Net, in a single move, was able to shatter the golem into pieces. He shouted angrily, "Unforgivable!" At that moment, Rafai was still running headlong forward. Net now channeled all his anger into his attacks, unleashing his full power. As he fought, he thought angrily, "The disciples of the Demon King, the Temple of Light. I will destroy them all now." At that moment, seeing Net distracted, Rafai began to shout back, "What are you doing? Focus on running. Listen to me. Even a 1-second delay is enough to make the plan fail." The anger in Net's heart had not yet subsided, but he still gritted his teeth and endured. "I know." As Rafai ran, he thought to himself, "I understand how you feel. However, you can't let your emotions take over." 5 seconds before Super Luck ends, they rushed forward like lightning. As he ran, he counted 13, 12. At that moment, they were getting closer and closer to the boss room. A green light flashed before their eyes. Rafai counted 11. The light grew even closer. The two of them, as fast as lightning, shot past the boss's back in a flash. Rafai counted 9. At that moment, their presence was detected by the boss. It turned its head and looked at them with a murderous gaze. The two of them got closer and closer. Rafai counted nervously, 8. He and Net were focusing all their speed to charge forward. At that moment, the boss began to get angry. It began to draw its sword, full of killing intent. "My heart." Then, without hesitation, it swung its sword and assumed a stance to attack them. Seizing the opportunity, Rafai shouted. Just as the huge monster swung its sword down, the two of them managed to dive to either side, dodging the boss's attack. At that moment, a blue light shone on their faces, and they thought tensely, "This is it." That light was the opening to the boss room. The two of them desperately dived for it, while behind them, the gatekeeper monster's arm was tense to strike them. The door was about to close. Rafai counted nervously. 2. Although the gate was now very small, the two of them desperately jumped in without hesitation. Rafai counted. After counting 0, they luckily managed to seize the opportunity and jump into the boss room just as the gate closed. The two of them were both panting heavily. Then they stood up. Rafai smiled with satisfaction, while Net was still breathing, and said, "Should I be surprised or annoyed?" Looking at the glowing stone pillar in front of them, they couldn't believe their eyes and said to each other, "So we really made it into the boss room." Looking at the empty room, Net began to get confused. "But there's nothing here. Where did it go?" Suddenly, a chilling voice rang out, causing both of them to widen their eyes in surprise. "Who has just arrived?" At that moment, from within the glowing stone pillar, a stream of light appeared in the middle, and a voice echoed, "I can still feel the energy of the night outside the door. How did you get in?" At that moment, the boss appeared with a very enchanting look in a black dress and long, white hair. She asked, "Who dares to disturb the sleep of the royal family?" At that moment, outside, everyone had managed to fight off the Shoggoth. "The walls are stopping. We've destroyed all the Shoggoths." Leonard began to shout to everyone, "Gather here immediately. Count the survivors." Everyone replied, "Yes." At that moment, everyone was confused. Arno asked Lucius, "Captain, what should we do now?" He also began to think and fell silent. He thought back to what had just happened. The seal was nullified right in front of me. The slave's seal, the slave's seal. Forged by the priests of light using their authority. The priests of light can issue coercive orders to those with this seal. If I use it, the coercive order has a range of 1 kilometer. Lucius began to think. He didn't have the slave seal to begin with. It's also possible he has a tool to nullify the seal's effect. He thought back on everything. Furthermore, as soon as the Shoggoth appeared, he activated some traps. The tomb moved. All of this only shows me one thing, at least 2. Thinking this, his face began to darken. No, there are some disciples of the Demon King hiding in the expedition team. Lucius began to grit his teeth in anger, even after selecting the most trustworthy people and their slaves. At that moment, he turned to Arno and asked angrily, "Arno?" Arno replied, "Yes." Then he asked, "What are the names of the 2 who ran away?" Then Arno began to report. "The one with silver hair is Rafai, and the one with red hair is Net. Rafai joined the expedition team through Net's recommendation." Hearing this, Lucius began to frown and his face darkened with anger. Then Arno continued, "And Ned is Sir Matthias's slave." He thought angrily, "Matthias." He looked at Matthias's back. At that moment, Matthias was angrily thinking back. Did those idiots run away because they were afraid to face the boss? After creating this mess, he held his sword in his hand, filled with resentment. This was a chance to get promoted in the Demon King's sect and succeed in the Temple of Light. My perfect plan was ruined by those idiots. It's completely ruined. At that moment, Matthias began to silently announce to everyone, "Brothers, stop the plan. Everyone, get ready." They asked back, "Huh? For what?" He gave them a cold, sharp look from behind. "To kill or be killed." Hearing this, they all began to show serious expressions. From behind them, footsteps approached. At that moment, Arno, Leonard, Lucius, and the knights began to direct their killing intent toward Matthias. He also knew what was happening and looked behind him. Lucius's face began to darken. "Matthias, do you have any last words?" At that moment, Matthias also turned hostile and drew his sword, replying, "Who knows you? Do I need to tell you?" Right at that moment, Net and Rafai were standing there stunned, looking at a female master with long, white hair that fell to the ground. Immediately, he realized who it was. Net, with a rather surprised expression, his mouth agape, thought to himself, "The master of the tomb, Princess Uritica." Then, Net's eyes showed great confusion and worry as he thought with concern, "I can't believe it. The princess who massacred her subjects 1,000 years ago." He continued to look at Princess Uritica, who looked so noble. He was stunned and continued to think, "Is such a noble and beautiful person?" Net was again lost in thought, stunned, thinking, could history be wrong? How could such a person commit such brutal acts? He continued to think, "I can't believe I disturbed the tomb of such a pitiful princess. just for a dragon stone that may not even exist here. Then, he looked again at the ruby-red eyes of Princess Uritica, which were filled with sadness. Ned also thought thoughtfully, those sorrowful eyes. Immediately, Ned looked over with a calm expression and thought, if only I could ease that sorrow. He continued to think to himself, I would be willing to do anything. Suddenly, someone's footsteps were approaching from behind. Immediately, Rafai grabbed the back of Ned's collar, preventing him from stepping into the magic circle that was already laid out. This made him freeze for a few seconds, not understanding why, so he didn't have time to say anything. At that moment, Rafai, with eyes full of anger, frowned and shouted, "You idiot!" Now, in Rafai's mind, he thought, I can't believe he fell for such a basic hypnosis technique. It's not like him at all. He thought further, perhaps because he was deceived by that master for so many years, his mind is unstable. After being stopped by Rafai, Ned finally realized this. He was surprised and broke out in a sweat, exclaiming in confusion, a magic circle? Looking at the treacherous magic circle swirling in front of him, Ned also calmed himself down a bit and said, a trap? If I had stepped on it, I would have. Immediately, a loud, triumphant laugh came from someone. Ned, with a rather worried expression, looked and saw that it was the laugh of Princess Uritica, who had her back turned. She laughed loudly. What a pity. Suddenly, Princess Uritica turned around, revealing a face full of malice, her eyes glowing a demonic red. She laughed while speaking with a savage look in her eyes. I almost devoured you. Then, as if the time was right, Rafai looked on with a very contemplative expression and thought, it's time. Immediately, Princess Uritica, with a ferocious look and a huge set of teeth, bared her fangs and rushed toward where Rafai and Ned were standing. Instantly, Princess Uritica opened her mouth wide, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth as if she wanted to swallow them both. She shouted angrily. In this situation, Princess Uritica rushed forward, extending hundreds of long, green and red arms that surrounded Ned and Rafai, looking like a massive illusion. At that moment, Rafai even joked with Ned, there's your girlfriend. This made Ned angry, and he shouted, shut up, it's because of the illusion. Then, Princess Uritica rushed at the 2 of them with a loud thud. This sent Ned and Rafai flying before they could react. At that moment, Rafai stared at the hundreds of arms of Princess Uritica and thought, black hands. Legend has it that now, the red hands absorb strength, and the blue hands absorb magic. The great archmage Uritica could create hundreds of such hands at once. I knew that from reading the dungeon conquest reports from the past. Many members of the unit became prey to this skill and became nourishment for Uritica. The story continues. Lucius, at that time, had his strength and magic drained by Uritica, but he was still determined to destroy her in a state of near death. Now, Rafai's eyes looked with suspicion at the hundreds of arms of Princess Uritica. In his heart, he also felt, I can feel that gaze. The gaze that wishes for my defeat. Someone's words were uttered. He has always been waiting for that moment. Right now, under the glowing aura, the god of debt was sitting comfortably on his throne, looking down. He had granted a privilege with the skill Steel Wall, sponsored by the god of debt, USRA, with the following content. All fatigue and damage taken by the user while using this skill will be accumulated as a debt. That debt will be returned to the user when their magic points drop to 0. Immediately, the god of debt let out a savage smile, looking amused. Now at the quiet city gate. Suddenly, a group of guards, including healers and warriors carrying various weapons, entered the city gate. At that moment, Lucius, with a very angry expression, frowned and said, Matthias, how dare you destroy the efforts we have nurtured for 10 years? He continued to ask, since when did you side with them? Hearing this question, Matthias Greimer, with a very contemplative expression, said nothing. Matthias Greimer gritted his teeth and thought to himself, Lucius is no fool. The Shoggoths and the slaves who can nullify the seal. He hesitated and thought further. He can't not realize it when the truth is laid out before him like this. Is he interrogating me now? In his uncertainty, Matthias Greimer thought further. The slaves alone couldn't have escaped. I also don't know how the dungeon structure has changed. He thought again, contemplatively. Even if I escape successfully, If this important campaign fails and I return empty-handed, I will also be killed by the leaders of the Demon King's cult. Immediately, with a more steadfast mindset, Matthias Greimer held his sharp sword and walked majestically. In his heart, he thought with conviction, I have to kill him. To live, I must kill Lucius right here. At that moment, Matthias Greimer, holding a long sword, walked forward majestically. He calmly looked at Lucius standing in front of him. He stared and laughed heartily. Since when? Then, Matthias Greimer, without any fear, thoughtfully asked Lucius, do you really want to know? Now, in Matthias's mind, he thought, what bad luck. Looking at Lucius's men and the soldiers with their grim faces made Matthias Greimer think. They are priests equipped with all sorts of legendary items, along with healers and warrior priests. He worriedly thought further. Now I can't use the boss or the Shoggoths to kill them. Then, Matthias Greimer looked at them with a provocative expression and thought, I only have one way. To them, my side is the enemy. Seeing his own men hiding on the other side, Matthias Greimer also appeared quite calm and thought, but they don't expect that my side is also hiding over there. Matthias Greimer's eyes were filled with calculations. He thought, as long as I can open an escape route, I'll have a chance. Suddenly, Matthias Greimer held up 4 fingers behind his back to give a signal. A man with his head completely covered, seeing this, looked surprised but said nothing. Then, Matthias Greimer gradually lowered his fingers to signal his comrades. The man with his head covered thought to himself, drink the potion on the count of 1. Understood. Plan C. Immediately, he took out a vial of potion. It seemed to be a strange potion. It was a special type of potion provided by the Demon King's cult, which had the effect of nullifying the slave seal. At that moment, Matthias Greimer, with an excited look in his eyes, said, let's fight like gentlemen. He added, defeat me, and I'll tell you everything. In his mind, Matthias Greimer was counting down. Hearing that, Lucius's eyes showed suspicion. He stood there watching, as if he also sensed something. Then, Matthias Greimer held up 2 fingers as a signal. In his mind, he thought. Immediately, Matthias Greimer arrogantly provoked, if you win. Continuing, Matthias Greimer held up 1 finger as a signal. Immediately, Lucius shouted a command, all of you. At that moment, Lucius's loud shout echoed to the soldiers, attack Matthias. Along with the slave seal, it was said again, the seal that the priests of the temple carve on slaves to control them. With this seal, a priest has the right to coerce any slave. Immediately, Matthias Greimer, with a furious expression, gritted his teeth. In his heart, he suddenly felt, I'm 1 step too slow. At this moment, the vial of strange potion fell with a thud at his feet. The soldiers were worried and panicked, shouting, Sir Matthias. The soldiers were terrified and worried. We don't want to do this. Hearing this, Matthias Greimer, with eyes that looked like he wanted to eat the soldiers alive, growled angrily and shouted, You useless bunch. At that moment, Lucius, with a majestic expression, said calmly, the command of the saints is on par with the will of the pontiff. When the slaves obey my command, they will not carry out the command of any other priest. He continued, in other words, the only way to stop them is to destroy them. Immediately, Lucius closed his eyes and said, what a pity, Matthias. Now, in Lucius's mind, when he was young, he remembered, you have always been my friend since I entered the academy at the age of 12. Lucius remembered and said with a choked voice, we have fought side by side through countless battles. Now I am 32 years old. We are so close that we can understand each other without speaking. Lucius's eyes were filled with suspicion as he continued, I never thought you would betray me. Among the many eyes staring as if they wanted to kill each other, no one. Then, Lucius continued, first, remove all the traps you have set. A moment later, the flesh of the slaves lay scattered on the ground. Some were not whole, others were bathed in the deep red of blood. But notably, from every single one of them, from their mouths, or from any opening on their bodies, a grotesque creature crawled out. The insects that the demon lord's followers raised in their bellies were seal beetles. Lucius thought, neither salty nor bland. Those insectoid slaves' powerful combat abilities, all thanks to the enhancing effect of the seal beetles. Furthermore, The Demon Lord's seal is not carved on the followers, but on the beetle's shell. Therefore, although there is a rule that only one Lord's seal is allowed on the body, whether slave or priest, they can still hold two identities simultaneously, a priest or slave of the temple, and a follower of the Demon Lord. Lucius forcefully stomped, instantly crushing the seal beetle that had just crawled near his foot. He hissed out a breath, gritting his teeth and narrowing his eyes, displeased. Truly disappointing, Matthias. Because he trusted him, he entrusted the entire selection of slaves to him. He looked at Matthias, who was tightly bound by dazzling golden chains and pinned to the wall by swords, and said. Arno, standing beside him, looked around at the corpses and thought to himself, I can't believe all of them were followers of the Demon Lord. Sir Matthias, truly a formidable force. But, he paused, looking at Lucius standing opposite Matthias. The commander is still much stronger. He thought to himself, Matthias, now struggling to breathe, the recent battle was enough to make him. He looked at Lucius, his heart cursing, damn it. I knew this wouldn't be easy, but it's much harder than I thought. My sword couldn't even touch him once. Matthias thought about the earlier exchange. Is the power gap between us really that hopeless? He gritted his teeth and wondered. So this is the difference between a saint and a normal person. Could this be the fate God has ordained? He remembered the image of the goddess of light and wondered again. Suddenly, Matthias lowered his head and coughed up mouthfuls of blood. How ridiculous. Then, as if choking, tears welled up in his eyes. Immediately after, a revelation stone appeared, but he managed to catch it in his mouth. If that is my fate, then I... He looked at Lucius, pausing his thoughts. At that moment, Lucius, opposite him, looked serious and asked softly, At least I will hear your reason, Matthias. Why did you betray me? Hearing this, he laughed sarcastically and calmly replied, Ew. Are you really asking? If you're that curious, then go ask your goddess in the afterlife. Matthias's face turned ferocious as he shouted, sticking out his tongue to reveal the red gem in his mouth. Immediately, Lucius's calm eyes changed. Even Arno was surprised and shouted, That thing. But before they could react, he had already bitten down on the gem. Then he let out a heaven-tearing scream of pain. A faint image of Odin appeared. He had given him this red gem, his face slightly sinister as he smirked. This is the secret trump card of the Demon Lord's followers. This will help you resonate with the seal beetle inside your body and transform you from human to demon. This is the Revelation Stone. The old man calmly instructed him. Only use this when you're cornered. Because once you use it, you can never go back to being human. Even though he had said that, the current Matthias was gradually transforming, becoming more grotesque, more terrifying, more disgusting. He looked at the commander standing before him, his red eyes filled with resentment, thinking, Everything you have should have been mine, Lucius. As he gradually transformed into his complete form, determined thoughts formed in his mind. If my fate is to be manipulated by the hand of God, and human limits do not allow me to resist it, then I have no regrets about my human life. Opposite him, Lucius was horrified and shouted, Attack now. He has just turned into a demon, so his power is still unstable. Arno also reacted quickly. He raised his brightly glowing cross high and shouted, O Almighty Arya, grant us your strength. He had used the battlefield of light, which greatly increased the abilities of his allies, such as attack power, light attribute, mana, defense, and recovery ability by 120%, applying it to the Iron Legion over there. Next, they formed waves of light and charged at Matthias. But he just looked at them with contempt and reached out his hand. Useless, he said. Then he easily blocked the attack. Suddenly, his gaze became surprised, because after that attack, Lucius himself had charged forward to face him. Then, dust flew up, obscuring the view, along with the remnants of the technique, Lucius's judgment. The soldiers who saw this were continuously amazed. The commander, as expected, but before they could rejoice, they froze and stammered. What? Because Matthias, now, had lightly grabbed his opponent's spear and stood there, unharmed, after the thick smoke cleared. This action, indeed, made the scenery and the people standing around freeze. They all wondered. The commander's attack had no effect. Leonard, standing on the side and observing the situation, immediately became concerned. She thought to herself, we have to support him, but how? Even a legendary item is ineffective, so lower-level items are definitely useless. Suddenly, she thought, that's right, we have that. Our legendary item, the Cross of Faith. With that thought, she remembered when Lucius gave her a Cross of Faith, which was currently stored in a small space bag, and said softly, I entrust this to you, Leonard. Not just to wedge between the boss room doors, but also for you to use when necessary. Leonard immediately reached behind her back, wanting to step forward, thinking to herself, that's right. If I use this to link with the commander, we'll have a chance to win. But then, she let out a gasp and broke into a cold sweat. Because behind her, it was empty. Leonard asked herself in fear. The Cross of Faith, where did it go? Elsewhere, it was resting safely in Ned's hand. He looked at the object in his hand. Now I get it. He even planned on using this. It might sound crude, but this is a damn fine plan. At that moment, another attack came crashing down on him and Refi. Ned blocked the blow, silently counting in his head, 2. In the end, both of them stood before the boss in front of them. Ned glanced at Refi and thought, exactly. Everything is happening exactly as Refi said. As long as we can dodge for 15 seconds, this skill will disappear, and she can't use consecutive wide area attacks. Because skills that require the user to calculate complex magic formations in their head. If you use many large skills in a row, the brain will melt from overload. The user is forced to alternate between smaller skills and larger skills to let the brain cool down. Good equipment can only help reduce the burden on the brain, not change this fundamental rule. Now is the time to attack, he thought decisively. Suddenly, the corner of the boss's mouth curled up slightly. Then, waves of thorny vines rushed toward them. In his mind, Ned judged, step back 1, step sideways 3, then climb up. With that thought, both he and Refi successfully climbed onto the pile of thorny vines. The two of them climbed up like two powerful bolts of lightning. Refi told himself, a battle is an endless series of unforeseen situations. Even if I know the future, I can't foresee everything. He thought to himself as the tangled mess headed toward him from above. Refi brandished the sunset longsword in his hand, a magic sword that could have powerful attack power with either a light or dark attribute, depending on the enchantment. This was the most effective light or dark attribute weapon a non-cleric could use. Refi landed on the ground, and at the same time, he unleashed a brilliant golden light and told himself, that's why the most important thing is how much I've accumulated. He looked at the boss again. Do I have enough equipment? Do I have allies I can trust? Questions continuously appeared in his mind. Do I have a strong will even when facing adversity? To overcome any sudden unfavorable situation? Refi thought. Then he and Ned simultaneously raised their swords and let out a loud shout. Then he asked himself, have I trained enough to become someone who can overcome this moment, this battle? Refi deployed the Dragon King's secret art, knowledge, soaring cloud dragon. At the same time, Ned successfully landed a finishing blow, severing the boss's head. Then, he also successfully landed. But of course, the severed part began to tremble. Then, from that very spot, a new head grew. It's not over yet. The thought immediately appeared in both of their minds. It's changing form. They looked at the grotesque thing transforming in front of them and thought. But then, the corner of Refi's mouth curled up slightly. Refi bent his knees and got into a stance, facing it. I've been waiting for this moment, he thought. Then he shouted to the person next to him. He also quickly responded with a loud shout. I know, and immediately rushed off. He leaped up, and in the blink of an eye, he was facing the recovering Uritica. He remembered Refi's words from before. Even with the Dragon King's secret art, it's impossible to destroy that monster. Once its head is destroyed, it will transform into its second form and become even stronger. However, for a moment while it's transforming, it will be immobile and unable to use any skills, Refi emphasized. That moment is what we're aiming for. With that thought, Ned reached out and twisted the space bag in his hand. The bag was smoothly opened. Immediately, the Cross of Faith appeared. It pierced straight into the boss, causing it to let out a long, tragic scream. Kiss, a legendary item that reacts to profane energy by releasing the powerful holy energy within itself. In the Holy Pillar of Faith, Uritica continued to scream as she faced the dazzling light. But she also reached out, wanting to push it away from her. But not letting her achieve her goal, Rafai jumped forward and lightly chopped off her restless hand. He smiled arrogantly and thought to himself, the Pillar of Faith will nullify most of the damage. At that time, we just need to kill the boss while it's trying to remove the Holy Pillar. Even though it's a legendary item, there's a limit to the amount of holy energy in it. Once it's depleted, it will just be an oversized piece of iron, nothing more. So the one who spent a fortune to rent it, Lucius, never intended to use it for attacking in the first place, he thought to himself. Then he let out a thwack and continued, anyway, it's not my money, as he swung his sword and cut off another of Euritica's grotesque limbs. The Pillar of Faith, which was shining, gradually dimmed. Immediately, this caught Rafai's attention and he thought, the aura on the Holy Pillar of Faith is gradually fading, which means it has lost its ability to identify its enemies. He and Ned simultaneously looked at the weakened boss under the Holy Pillar, panting, and thought, she's so strong. She didn't even give us a second to rest. Rafai dropped his low-quality sword and thought, the weapons I prepared before have all run out of holy power. What else can I expect from this cheap stuff? I wonder how Lucius and his group are doing now. If Matthias has already turned into a demon, then... He thought as he tilted his head back and drank a mana potion, which would help him recover the mana he had consumed. TCH, with the goddess of light backing him, he won't die that easily, he told himself softly. His hand had already dropped 3 mana potions, and he thought, otherwise, nothing can be saved. At that moment, the monster's eye was still twitching. This made Ned, who was observing, show a wary expression. At that moment, Rafai turned to him and said, forget it. In its current state, it can't recover. But if it dies completely, the door will open and the guardian will rush in. First, let's find the dragon's heart, he said calmly, then swung his arm and threw something at Ned. Opposite him, Ned lightly caught it and examined the thing in his hand. Recovery potion. Then Rafai said, use it. No one knows what might happen while we're looking for the dragon's heart. Then Rafai himself turned and left first, leaving Ned with his thoughts in a jumble. The final boss of the dungeon, known as one of the 8 great mysterious places in the world, was defeated by just 2 people. It's truly miraculous, he exclaimed. I thought I was pretty strong, but not strong enough to make something so miraculous happen. To be honest, it was all thanks to his plan. He thought as he followed behind, looking at Rafai, overcoming everything, surprise or doubt. He thought again, warily. It's as if he looks down on everything with contempt from on high. While Ned was thinking this, a loud noise from behind them caught both of their attention. From behind the large door, a few knocks suddenly echoed. The figure of a suit of armor and a large wooden sword appeared. Something strange was dripping from it. It let out a groan. Ugh! A George's knight in the most tattered and disgusting state appeared. It propped itself up with the wooden sword, a faint magical aura radiating from it, and continued to appear with its groans. The magical aura continued to build up, then passed through the crack in the door to this side. After a while, it was thick enough to envelop the entire hall. The magical aura found the weakened woman lying on the ground, causing her to let out a long, ah. This mana, she said, trembling. George's, my knight, she said, stammering. She was even so moved that tears streamed down her face. Immediately after receiving the source of mana, her body instantly transformed. Ned stood there, struggling to raise his hand to shield himself, and asked in confusion, what the hell is going on? Rafai also had no clue and replied, I don't know either. This wasn't in Lucius's dungeon conquest report that I read in my previous life. He thought to himself, I see. Unlike Lucius, who entered the boss room after defeating the guardian monster, the future has been changed because that thing hasn't been destroyed yet. Uritica had now recovered her form, although it was no longer clearly her original appearance. She looked at the Holy Pillar of Faith. Then she simply pointed at it. Immediately, the floor opened up and swallowed the Holy Cross. After that, she looked over. Very quickly, Rafai and Ned rushed forward. The 2 of them raised their hands, wanting to land a direct blow on her body. The 2 of them shouted in unison. But then, suddenly, as the 2 swords struck Euritica's body, Ned thought in horror. there's no feeling of cutting into anything? This skill again. Rafai also noticed and thought. An ancient art of media. Space distortion. Suddenly, a formation appeared beneath their feet. In the blink of an eye, a tangled mess of thorny vines shot up, forcing them to dodge with great difficulty. Net's eyes widened in surprise. He stared straight at Uritica, who was rushing toward him. As she reached out her hand, he thought in alarm. So fast. But then, Rafai quickly came to his aid, shouting, "Don't even think about it." Immediately after, he successfully caught Uritica with the black steel chain-sides net. "Get over here." Rafai held the rope tightly. In response, she only let out a small, angry groan. Ugh! A bright light suddenly radiated from around his arm. He thought to himself, a basic mana reinforcement technique. Reinforce. Then, he forcefully pulled Uritica back. He silently calculated in his mind. As a defensive technique, space distortion is invincible. However, because it bends the space around the user, even the user's attacks cannot reach the opponent. As he pulled her back, he thought, therefore, the moment Uritica approaches to attack is our chance. She was not idle either, and immediately reached out. Then she created thorny vines and clung tightly to the floor. In front of her, the image of Net swinging his sword appeared. After that, he also smoothly swung his sword down. But while he was secretly rejoicing, all right, the attack hit, his words suddenly stopped. Instead, it was a startled thought when he saw the slash heading toward him. What? Immediately, that slash successfully hit him, from his right shoulder down to his left hip. While he had collapsed, Uritica stood there proudly, because she had used Black Mirror, an ancient art of media that reflects all damage received, while also increasing the reflected damage by 300% based on the user's proficiency. Uritica gently pointed at him. Just like that, a stream of mana advanced, forcefully forming a black hand that descended upon him. Ned immediately cried out in pain as he blocked the blow. At that moment, another fist came forward. Rafai landed powerful punches on Euritica's back. Thunderclap palm. He unleashed his technique as he punched down with thunderous blows. But she immediately chanted a spell. Then he very quickly created a bright thread to deploy his next attack. The thread reached for the bright points on her right arm. Pressure point, he thought to himself. An Eastern technique used to crush an opponent by constricting their mana-circulating meridians. He thought as he pressed down hard, making her flinch. Although it doesn't cause as much damage as a normal weapon attack, constricting the pressure points temporarily cuts off the opponent's meridians, making it impossible for them to use any skills. Her mana recovery speed is too fast, as expected of a great mage. If I hadn't mastered this technique, I probably wouldn't have been able to cut off her mana flow. He was tired, both impressed and wary. Who would have thought that the things I practiced with Anthe before would be used like this? Taking the opportunity, Uritica also jumped back, growling in frustration. But he didn't let her escape so easily, and once again used the net to latch onto her. While constricting its meridians, I'll coordinate with these spider threads. He thought to himself as he forcefully pulled Uritica closer. As soon as the distance was perfect, he pressed both hands against its body. This caused it to scream in pain, a loud kiba. At that moment, he pulled out the item he bought from Wiz, the enchanted prayer beads. Healing. It was a string of beads with the Buddha's light skill carved into each wooden bead. Even a non-monk could use these beads. The skill imbued in the beads would disappear after one use. Immediately after, he flicked away 3 wooden beads. A little over 9 seconds until the black hand disappears. Rafai calculated as he watched the 3 wooden beads fly away. When it hit Net, causing him to let out a grunt, he smiled with relief and thought, all right, I've saved his life for now. But due to his carelessness, he also quickly took a strong blow from below his chin. Just like that, he was thrown far away from Uritica by the vine. He slammed hard into a large pillar. He gritted his teeth, thinking in annoyance, this damn monster. The pressure point technique can't hold it for long. Very quickly, the thorny vines reached out and bound him tightly. Then Uritica also enthusiastically created mana orbs and aimed them at him. Huh. He let out a mocking laugh. Truly unexpected. Immediately after, they instantly hit him, even emitting a brilliant light under Euritica's direction. Elsewhere, a cup fell to the wooden floor and shattered into pieces. "Oh my, are you all right?" a nun with thin-rimmed glasses asked as she entered upon hearing the noise. In response, the nun with short, light-colored hair just forced a smile and said softly as she bent down to pick up the pieces, "I'm fine, just a little careless." "Ah," she cried out as she touched a shard. But then, she fell into a pensive silence for a moment as she looked at the broken porcelain in front of her. She thought worriedly, "My esteemed client today, I hope you are safe and sound. I wonder if he was able to make full use of all the items I got for him. I have a bad feeling about this." After that, she stood up, walked to the window, and another thought appeared. The enchantment I put on him should have been a little more high level. Rafai was now covered in blood, next to the broken prayer beads that were scattered around. He lay there, naked and collapsed, facing Uritica. In the distance, Ned was also lying there silently, his life or death unknown. Damn it. It was just one missed beat, but it completely threw us off and made us so passive, he thought resentfully. How ridiculous. One of the 8 great mysterious places. Obviously, I could have easily conquered them in my past life. He looked at Uritica standing proudly in the distance and thought, it's really too harsh. At this time in my past life, how worthless was I? I knew that, and I used all the items I had prepared beforehand, along with all my weapons and defensive gear, but they were all destroyed. What did I miss? Rafai asked himself. The fancy regression perks that the gods gave me, he thought. He remembered this steel wall skill, sponsored by the god of debt, USRA, which stated that all fatigue and damage received while using this skill would be accumulated as a debt and returned all at once when the user's mana dropped to 0. He thought, this bastard has been aiming for my life from the very beginning. Then, he remembered the holy beast egg, the egg of a holy beast living in heaven, whose species could not be identified, and thought, half of the holy beasts reject humanity. It would be digging my own grave if I hatched it now. Next, Rafai looked at Great Luck, which would temporarily cover him in a powerful aura of luck, with 2 uses remaining, and thought, although Great Luck has no penalty in return, I have other plans for the remaining 2 uses. If I use it anywhere else, failure is certain. The gods would surely enjoy my regret and despair if I used it at the wrong time. Immediately after, he looked at Rebirth, which would revive the user 3 days after death. However, after activation, the user's soul would belong to the god who granted this privilege. He thought, Light Sword and Rebirth are a trap for them to take away my freedom. In exchange for great power, I would be forced to become a puppet they can control at will and be forced to act against my own will. The other privileges either have too strict activation conditions or are useless in combat. I have nothing left to turn the tide now. Rafai thought somewhat hopelessly. This isn't even goodwill or a gift from them. He remembered the moment he stood before the spokesperson of the gods, the high-ranking angel, Mercedes. She had said, "Show us something more interesting," with a terrifying expression. He had thought it was all just for the amusement of the gods. And their only purpose is to hold me down, to force me to cling to the hope they offer at the last moment. Those privileges, they are merely shackles. Rafai thought. Meanwhile, Uritica stood before him, slowly pointing her finger like a judge with a red light. If I die here, then all my plans and efforts will be for nothing. Suddenly, Rafai looked with a determined gaze. I have to do something, he thought. Then he used his blood-stained hand to draw a symbol on the ground. Something that will make all of you itch, he thought, then immediately completed the drawing with 3 strokes of fresh blood. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared. A head of golden hair appeared, along with a glimpse of a pair of pristine white angel wings. The figure of the spokesperson of the gods, the high-ranking angel, Mercedes, appeared before him. She looked serious and asked with displeasure, "What is the meaning of this, Rafai? Explain to me clearly. How does a mortal like you?" She looked, and then said, "Know of that blasphemous sigil?" He didn't rush to answer her, just smiled and thought to himself, I only cast a small worm, but I caught such a big fish. Rafai, his hand still on the symbol he had just drawn, looked at Mercedes and thought, divine punishment is a law of this world to automatically punish those who dare to commit taboos. In other words, the moment I complete this symbol, he thought decisively, I will die according to the laws of this world. Rafai was still lying on the ground facing her. Then he slowly looked around, and thought to himself, I don't feel Euritica's presence anymore. The angel must have set up a barrier. Good. I'll take this time to recover a little. At that moment, she said again, explain yourself. Why does a mortal like you know about this blasphemous symbol? Rafai looked at her, wary. Strange. Higher beings with transcendent souls cannot enter the mortal world. That is the law of this world. Why are you here? He asked back. The high-ranking angel, Mercedes, lowered her eyes and calmly replied, have you forgotten that I was the one who sent you back to the past? An angel who has established a relationship with a lower life form is granted the right to enter the mortal world. I have received an order to respond to you once. There will not be a second time. She emphasized, what do you know about that blasphemous symbol? Suddenly, he said softly, pay me my fee. This immediately surprised her, and her eyes widened in confusion. If you want to know, then pay the fee, Rafai slowly repeated, raising an eyebrow at her. Are you insane? She looked at him and asked. Then, immediately, she deployed her skill on him, creating golden lights that gradually approached him. It wrapped around the finger he was drawing the symbol with and held it tight, making him surprised. My finger won't move anymore. Is it because of the angel's skill? He wondered. He only saw the face of the spokesperson of the gods, the high-ranking angel, Mercedes, darken. She looked down at him with displeasure. Don't delude yourself. Although you have attracted the attention of the gods, you are not a saint, nor are you an angel. The mere act of you daring to draw that symbol is enough to anger countless gods, and they are clamoring for me to take your life. You have overstepped your bounds. While she was speaking, he suddenly cut her off. All right, then kill me. Hearing him say it so lightly, Mercedes also became flustered. Rafai said provocatively, go ahead and try if you think you can bear the consequences. That is, if you have the right to kill me. After he spoke, he thought to himself as he remembered the pile of privileges he had. After carefully examining the regression privileges that the gods gave me, I can tell what they want from me. The god of debt and the god of the sky seem to be saying, I will give you a double-edged sword to make you fall and show me an interesting death. This made him think, these bastards definitely don't want a disappointing development like suicide. Meanwhile, the god of death and the goddess of light seem to want to say, I will grant you great power, so become mine. Besides that, he also calculated, as for those who want to recruit me into their army, if I die, they will lose me to the god of death and not achieve their goal. Whatever it is, they definitely don't want this to happen. That's why they hurriedly sent the angel down before the symbol was completed. He looked at Mercedes's fearful face and thought. Then she also said, exactly. What do you want? Give me more. Rafai looked at her and said firmly, I can't continue with these useless privileges that the gods have given me. If so, I'd rather die here and now. Then, he shouted loudly in the middle of the barrier she had created, are you listening? You gods. If I die, then among you, there will surely be winners and losers. He stood up and continued to shout. To those who lose out, do you think this is okay? Are you going to just sit there and do nothing? I assure you, he shouted again. If you lose me, you won't find another mortal to control. Go big while you still can, Rafai urged. At that moment, the god of debt, the god of the sky, the god of death, and even the god of smithing, the god of medicine were all silent at his words. I will give all of you a chance. Then the goddess of luck sat in one place, clasped her hands, and silently called his name, Rafai, in her heart. And the goddess of light, she was sitting silently, not responding. Suddenly, she let out a couple of soft laughs. Interesting. She spoke, startling the angel. At that moment, a stream of light radiated from above her and his heads. That is. He raised his hand to block the light, and when he saw it, he was still surprised and thought, why? The spokesperson of the gods, the high-ranking angel, Mercedes, asked, is this what you all want? Before she could get a reply, the stream of light had struck the ground hard, creating a loud sound and a thick cloud of smoke. The scene, in a moment, had returned to the front of Uritica. When she saw him, she was surprised. Hey, he called out rudely. His figure also faintly appeared. Been waiting long? He asked arrogantly. This made Uritica excited, and she smiled widely, her grin reaching her ears as she hissed a long goodbye. Immediately after, her figure disappeared, leaving behind a few strange, swirling streams of mana. Just like that, she, in the form of grotesque hands, rushed toward him. As she reached out with her claws, a stream of light shot forward, directly hitting half of her face. Euritica's eyes widened in surprise. Her body was just like that, cut in half by him. After that, Rafai lightly spun the object in his hand. Then he got into a stance with it, the thing called the light sword. This is a holy artifact created from a fragment of the primordial light in the form of a sword. More specifically, the usage condition has been removed upon request. The goddess of light, Arya, now burst out laughing. Aha! She then said comfortably, "What an interesting mortal. I apologize for only giving you useless things before without seeing your true worth. Now that sword is yours. I will grant you even better artifacts from my treasury." Meanwhile, she made the god of debt confused and he asked loudly, "Ew, what do you mean by that, goddess of light? How can you so easily let a mortal like that use a holy artifact?" Suddenly, the voice of the god of the sky rang out softly. "What's the problem? It's my stuff. Who I let use it is my business," which surprised the old man. After that, the god of the sky, Azeros, propped up his hand and said with interest, "I also think I have not acted properly as one of the great gods." Then, Azeros thought to himself, "Furthermore, I am concerned that the god of death has shown such interest in that mortal when he usually doesn't care about mortal affairs. As long as I don't know what the god of death is planning, I will definitely not hand that mortal over to him." At this moment, Rafai once again rushed forward with the light sword in his hand. In response, Uritica immediately deployed space distortion. But before she could finish, the blade with its dazzling light had pierced her right eye. Just like that, the light sword in his hand smoothly cut a line across her face. He got into a stance with the sword. In his heart, he thought, even if she is a great archmage, mortal magic cannot block a holy artifact. The light sword. Unique. Knowledge. Rafai prepared, then immediately brought down a pillar of dazzling light. Geo, meaning Genesis, down onto the ground where Uritica was. A moment later, her hall was filled with thick smoke. The blackened skin surrounding her now cracked, revealing the body of a normal person. Uritica, in her new form, lay on the ground, cried out, and slowly opened her eyes. "Are you awake?" Rafai asked politely. He even held her in his arms. Then he thought to himself about the technique he had just used. Geo is a technique with the highest curse removal effect, accompanied by a powerful light attribute attack. I never thought I'd get to use this, but it seems to have completely removed Euritica's curse. This is the true form of Uritica. He looked at her lying in his arms, dressed in a pristine white outfit, and thought. "It feels like I had a dream," she said, her eyes half closed. "A long, terrifying dream." Then, she calmly looked up and asked him, "Who are you? Who are you to drive away the demon within me?" "Rafai," he replied. "I am your successor, Princess Uritica, one of the 12 heroes." The scene returns to when Georges knelt down and presented an object to Uritica, saying respectfully under the brilliant sun, "This is the heart of the black dragon, Kaiseros, your highness. I offer it to you. Well done, George, my knight." She placed her hand on the dragon's heart and said softly, "However, don't call me princess anymore. Just call me Uritica." Her face flushed slightly, and she looked shy as she said it. "Didn't you say you had something to tell me after defeating Kaiseros?" Uritica looked at the knight she secretly loved, who was standing before her, and asked. George slowly removed his helmet. Just like that, he planted a passionate kiss on her lips, as if it were an unforgettable memory that made him think to himself, "At that time, I thought she and I would live happily ever after. I was so foolish." George cursed himself. At this moment, in the large hall of the tomb, Uritica lay in his arms and calmly said, "The final floor of this tomb has a magic circle containing the Tree of Life, a treasure of the elves. It is a creation that can purify the death curse in the heart of the black dragon. Thanks to the power of that magic circle, I have been able to live for thousands of years and purify the dragon's heart. But in return, I have suffered a terrible curse and lost all my humanity. You and your friend pulled me out of that darkness." She looked at him gratefully. "I don't know how to repay you." Then, she closed her eyes, tired. "I can't prolong my life any longer. My body has reached its limit. My time is running out. Then Uritica looked at him seriously and asked, "Why do you need the dragon's heart?" The explanation is long and complicated. He shook his head and said wearily, "Because there's not much time left, so please read my memories." He placed his hand on Euritica's, and just like that, he successfully deployed the telepathy skill, allowing her to read the emotions and memories of the person she touched. Following that, bloody and gruesome images of Rafai confronting the demon Lord Tataros were displayed before Euritica's eyes like a slow-motion film. "This," she stammered as the scene of him confronting the spokesperson of the gods, the high-ranking angel Mercedes, appeared before her. "This is," she wondered. The scene shifted to when he danced with Anthe Jonah Kien, confronting monsters. Parting was gradually revealed. Meanwhile, Lucius was confronting Matthias with great difficulty. With loud sounds and continuous tremors shaking the pillars, Matthias Streamer unleashed vicious blows while taunting the man before him. "What's got you so worked up, Lucius? We're having so much fun." Unlike his excitement, Lucius was struggling to block the blows. He let out a silent groan and thought with suspicion, "Me, empowered by Arno's support, and being overwhelmed by him like this? That energy." He looked at Matthias's demonic hand and thought, "Every time it touches me, the supportive power suddenly disappears." Matthias burst out laughing with delight. "Huh." Then he shouted, "This supreme feeling. It's like being a god. So this is what it's like to have power. Have you been enjoying this all by yourself all this time, Lucius?" He growled and extended his hand toward Lucius, creating blazing flames. At that moment, Lucius had also raised his shield after the blow hit him. Sparks flew around along with rocks, causing the soldiers standing below to panic and cry out. Arno stood there, gritting his teeth in anger and thinking to himself, "Just dodging their attacks is tiring enough. How the hell am I supposed to provide support?" Meanwhile, no one knew that behind them, a man in a full cloak, one of Matthias's men, was standing there, marveling to himself, "Amazing. Is that the power the Demon King's cult has always craved? If I take advantage of this situation to take the lives of a few priests, especially the two team leaders of medical support and the rearguard, I'll also receive a revelation stone like Sir Matthias." He looked at Arno and Leonard, a dirty scheme forming in his mind. He slowly pulled a dagger from his sleeve. Despite his fear, he still calculated in his head, "It's because you chose the wrong faith. Don't blame me." But suddenly, a stream of black smoke reached for him. Immediately after, it created a sigil with a six-pointed star on his abdomen. In the blink of an eye, filthy beetles crawled out from his abdomen and those of the people next to him, along with his and the others' tragic screams. This immediately caught Arno's attention, and he thought in shock, "What? There are Demon King disciples among the priests too." The seal beetles were being pulled toward Matthias Streamer. "Haha. Thank you, my brothers, for contributing your strength to me," he said heartily, while still deploying his technique, Demon Suction, a unique demon skill that allowed him to absorb the power from the disciples' seals. "Your lives will be put to good use by me," Matthias smirked. Then he compressed the swarm of insects into a single pellet. This immediately made Lucius panic and think, "That move is very dangerous," and he shouted, "Deploy absolute defense." Immediately after, a huge flame appeared, swallowing whole everyone who couldn't defend in time. Only Lucius had managed to raise his shield. The people around him were burned to a crisp, and he himself could only block the blow with great difficulty, letting out a groan. "Stop," he shouted. "Don't sink deeper into sin, Matthias." "Sink deeper into sin?" Matthias Streamer, not knowing when to stop, gritted his teeth and asked back, his eyes wide as he looked at Lucius. "Do you even have the right to say that?" he asked. Lucius, from the Y family, was granted the holy mark. Impossible. At that time, he was only 7 years old, and he wasn't even a candidate for the holy position. According to tradition, candidates for the holy position would be trained until they were 15 and then participate in a selection. The winner of the tournament would be ordained and receive the holy mark. And yet, the holy mark naturally belonged to him, Matthias thought with annoyance. "And what about me? What about a candidate for the holy position like me?" he thought, as the sounds of curses and insults surrounded him. "Damn it, I thought Matthias would become a saint. What a waste of all the money I poured into his family. This is definitely a scam." Did the gods really deceive us? We have to get our money back quickly. Shut up. Does that even matter now? Matthias Streamer thought again. According to the Holy Scriptures, if a non-candidate for the holy position receives the holy mark, it is a sign of rebellion. In other words, the glorious era of the Church of Light has returned. Matthias continuously landed blows on Lucius. He fought while growling and shouting. After being chosen as a saint, what did your father do? He sold blessings at sky-high prices, boasting to the world that to escape the rebellion, one must receive your blessing. Then he extorted property from those devout followers. He stopped at nothing to hoard as much as he could. He then became more and more heated as he spoke. Do you know how many people went bankrupt? Do you know how many people lost everything and ended their own lives? Your family is just a bunch of swindlers. No, they're murderers. Isn't that a sin? Then what is it? He said as he struck down, making Lucius struggle to block the blows. You turned a blind eye while evil was rampant. You even collaborated with evil people to create the dungeon bubble. And then, not a single one of you took responsibility for that heinous crime, he said with resentment, throwing a punch. Finally, he shouted with a ferocious expression, you people of the Temple of Light are the real demons. At that moment, Rafai and Uritica finally let go of each other's hands. This is what you've been through, she said softly as she sat opposite him. How could you endure all of that? She said, crying with sympathy. How pitiful. But Rafai, sitting opposite her, did not reply. After a moment of silence, Uritica spoke again. The invasion of the demons that you tried to fight against will happen again in a few years. Hearing that, Rafai immediately replied with determination. This time, I will definitely win. I will not fail as miserably as last time. That's why I have to ask you for this favor. Rafai silently recalled his earlier words. First, the dragon's heart can only be absorbed by a special method. If you absorb it carelessly, you will die from not being able to control the dragon's magic. Even I can't do it. But I know someone who can help me absorb the dragon's heart. Then he thought to himself, I was planning to ask someone else for help, but now that Uritica has regained her consciousness, she is the most experienced person. Because she is the great archmage who implanted the dragon's heart into the first dragon-slaying knight, Georges. With that thought, he sat upright opposite her and pleaded, Please, implant the dragon's heart in me. Hearing that, Uritica slowly closed her eyes. Immediately after, she replied sadly, I'm sorry, I can't grant your request. This immediately made him so horrified that his eyes widened in surprise, and he thought, what the hell? The scene suddenly changed, replaying the tragic history of this world's formation. 1,000 years ago, when the world was on the brink of destruction, the strongest of the 7 great ancient dragons, HL, suddenly burned the entire world. Although Kaizeros was one of the 12 heroes who led the fight against the demons, it lost itself and became violent due to a demon's curse. The whole world was plunged into resentment and death. The horrific, bloody scene and the damage caused by the black dragon Kaizeros' rampage were not small. And the golden ancient dragon, the guardian of the human lands, and the remaining 11 heroes had no choice but to face their former comrade, Kaizeros, to protect the world. It was truly a disaster that befell this beautiful world. The heroes were forced to fight against a demon who was once a hero to save the world from the brink of destruction. Things were not as smooth as people would wish for a peaceful life. A desperate battle. The war with the black dragon lasted for a whole year. The image shows a tough, fierce battle between the heroes and the black dragon Kaizeros. Because of this, the knight George, holding his sword before striking Kaizeros, felt extremely guilty and ashamed. Forgive me, Kaizeros. Immediately after was the finishing blow to Kaizeros from the sharp blade of Georges. It finally ended with a decisive slash from the knight Georges. Rafai sat cross-legged and upright after hearing the entire tragic history and gave his own opinion. Everything that happened, whether in my time or yours, was because of the demon's ambition to summon the demon lord to this world. The gods, who were limited by the rules in their own domains, could not interfere in other worlds. However, there was one individual who was a complete exception. The more he spoke, the more heated he became. Rafai insisted, and that is the demon Lord Tartaros. He can directly enter the human world through a summoning ritual. He continued to express his deductions. The high-ranking demons who tried to summon the Demon Lord in your time created an organization called the Demon Lord's Gate and are now once again trying to summon him to this world. Your purpose in the past and mine in the present are the same. Glimmers of light appeared, shining brightly over a whole region of the sky. Rafai stated firmly, "When you look at my memories of my past life, you must know that very well." At this point, many images of the demons' portraits and their evil, despicable acts appeared in his mind. Rafai spoke eloquently, expressing his opinions and feelings. Nobles, priests, countless scoundrels always find ways to fill their pockets regardless of the fate of the world. They even conspire with the Demon Lord's apostles just to satisfy themselves. Note, Demon Lord's apostles changed from Demon King's disciples. Then, when everyone tried to escape from the Demon Lord's grasp, the only ones who truly tried to prevent the end of the world were me and my comrades. Thinking this, Rafai's hand unconsciously clenched into a fist. He gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. I didn't come back here to enjoy a peaceful life. I am here to fight and to win. It seemed this life was too cruel, forcing people into a corner, and Rafai was no exception. In the end, he had to cast aside all his pride and extend his hand, asking in a low voice, "I beg you, Uritica." Princess Uritica, the greatest mage in history, and the leader of the 12 heroes who brought them together. I have a request that I hope you will grant, O hero of the epic. Rafai was more serious than ever before, and he said clearly, "Please give me the strength to protect this world." Princess Uritica still looked at him with a worried expression, but said nothing. Her eyes, sad, looked down. It seemed there was a heavy stone weighing on her heart, making her mood indescribably heavy. In her heart, she silently wondered, even though you two are completely different, I wonder why this person reminds me of him. Immediately after, the scene flashed back to the past. At that time, the Knight George was standing in a corner, trying to explain. Cora, what are you still afraid of? You and the golden ancient dragon spent 3 years purifying the curse on the dragon's heart, and you have successfully simulated the implantation 100 times. Knowing he had misspoken, George lowered his voice to comfort her. I will be fine. Besides, I also feel proud. He looked out the window with a distant gaze and said casually, the remnants of the demons have all been pushed back to the desert, along with the red dragon that has always coveted the human lands. I feel honored that I will receive the power to protect the world from them. After careful consideration, George's eyes gradually sharpened, showing his determination to fight. He stated firmly, and them too. Princess Uritica was truly unwilling to let him go. She softly advised, George. But he immediately cut her off and interjected, what I want. George walked over to look at his infant child one last time and sincerely expressed, is to leave a world free of those dangers for our child. Please believe in me and implant that dragon's heart into me. Knowing she couldn't dissuade him, Ilo had to fulfill George's wish. Deep purple rays of light gradually materialized in the air. Then, George's entire body reacted violently to them. He convulsed, trembling in waves as he tried to absorb that power deep into his body. Uritica stood outside watching, her heart clenching in endless pain. She was restless, anxious like a cat on hot bricks. Heartbroken, she wanted to rush in and stop this horrifying scene. Despite her weak state, she charged forward and screamed, Georges! But she was quickly held back by the palace servants. A servant gently advised her, Your Highness, please step back. It's too dangerous. By this time, Georges had mutated beyond recognition. His face was reduced to a bare skull as he cried out in agony. Arg! Watching the horrifying scene from the outside, Uritica broke out in a cold sweat and suddenly thought, I feel the same energy flow as Kaisero's when he went berserk. Is it the demonic curse? Suddenly, someone's voice reached her ears. The curse on the dragon heart has been purified. Why is this happening? That must be what you're thinking, right? Saying that, the person took slow, deliberate steps closer to Uritica, and it was none other than the ancient golden dragon. He bluntly admitted his fault. I apologize, but I used a few methods to make it look like it was purified. His abrupt appearance caught Euritica's attention. She suddenly exclaimed in her mind, the ancient golden dragon. Immediately after, the ancient golden dragon winked, snapped his fingers, and said honestly, "I was very happy to be your comrade. However, I still have responsibilities that I must fulfill." Before Uritica could react, she was enveloped by the ancient golden dragon's spell. She stood frozen like a statue, enduring it in silence. It was the dragon tongue skill, a unique skill of the dragon race. Their power resides in their very words. The ancient golden dragon's eyes gradually lost their humanity. He ruthlessly chanted the spell, continuously declaring, "You will never be able to open your mouth to reveal the secrets of the world that you hold." And so, Uritica had to suffer that bitter curse from the ancient golden dragon. Her throat tightened from the spell, making it so hard to breathe that she had to open her mouth to gasp for air. Immediately after, Euritica's body slumped forward. She struggled to speak but couldn't form words, only letting out a few raspy coughs. Cough, cough. Having achieved his goal, the ancient golden dragon turned to leave, not forgetting to mock her. What a pity. If you hadn't been so greedy to claim the dragon heart, the two of you could have lived the rest of your lives in happiness with your daughter. The ancient golden dragon clicked his tongue in praise. "My, your skills are quite marvelous, Uritica. Once the dragon heart is implanted into Georgis's body, it will be completely purified, along with the primal curse hidden deep within it." The process of absorbing the dragon heart into Georgis's body continued. He was mutating faster and faster at a dizzying pace. The ancient golden dragon mocked relentlessly. "Look up and witness the moment your beloved husband annihilates this world." Georgis's face and body had deformed beyond recognition. He now looked like a ferocious, brutal demon. The ancient golden dragon declared with roaring satisfaction, along with the endless power surging from the dragon heart. A horrifying scene unfolded right after. The dragon heart had been fully absorbed into Georgis's body, turning him into a demonic figure with a savage nature. He aggressively approached Uritica, leaving her standing frozen in fear, looking up at him. Then, left with no other choice, she had to plunge her sword into the chest of the monster, who was actually Georgis, to end his life. No one could understand Euritica's pain at that moment. She stood frozen, watching the entire process with endless heartbreak. And so, Georgis in his demonic form was destroyed. The dragon heart containing that deep purple light remained, hovering in the air. The flashback ended there. Uritica recounted her sorrow. "I was forced to extract the dragon heart from Georgis's chest with my own hands. And for 1,000 years, after purifying the curse, I have been waiting for a suitable hero to come and claim the dragon heart." Her expression remained sorrowful. Uritica honestly expressed, "I know that you are the hero worthy of this. However, your body is not truly prepared to receive the dragon heart. If I implant it into you right now, its power will tear you to dust, or you will permanently become a cripple." Hearing Euritica's warnings, Zephyr fell into deep thought. "I know, not to mention that with the poison, I could only strengthen my body to this extent before. If I can't strengthen my power further in the next few months, my mana circuits will start to constrict, and the solution combined with Baleo is only effective when my stats are low. Right now, I've exhausted every method to grow at a rapid pace." Thinking of this, Zephyr wasn't worried at all and boldly affirmed, "However, the success rate isn't 0%. Closing her eyes in thought, Uritica immediately deduced, "You must be thinking of using extreme luck. That as long as the probability isn't 0, you can turn it into a certainty." Feeling that things wouldn't be as easy as Zephyr thought, Uritica countered, "However, you miscalculated. There is still another moment when you will be forced to hold extreme luck in your hands." Zephyr was so surprised his eyes widened, and he blurted out, "What?" Uritica answered without hesitation, "That is." Just as she was about to reveal the secret from years ago, Euritica's throat was suddenly constricted by the ancient golden dragon's spell, causing her to turn her head away in pain. Immediately after, she calmed down, realizing she had misspoken, and fell silent, coughing violently. Cough, cough. Seeing this, Zephyr jumped up in a panic and shouted, "Uritica!" At this moment, Uritica was in a terrible mood. She sat slumped on the ground, thinking bitterly, "Even though 1,000 years have passed, you still bind me with the dragon tongue? Ancient golden dragon." She was so furious she gritted her teeth, silently cursing. Don't think I'll let you have your way. Even if I can't say it out loud because of the dragon tongue's binding, I just need to not say it directly. Zephyr remained by her side, gently holding her shoulder to comfort her. Exhausted, she spoke up. That moment is, she declared boldly, when you are forced to choose between the person you love the most and someone else. Zephyr seemed to awaken after Euritica's guidance. His expression hardened, his eyes more resolute than ever. His eyes burned with the desire to carry out this difficult mission and the determination to succeed. Uritica placed her hand on Zephyr's shoulder to comfort and encourage him. She gently advised, for now, utilize everything in my tomb to become stronger, and then return to receive the dragon heart. That is the safe method. I will also change the dungeon's layout so you can escape the priests. Uritica deduced. However, now that you know the future risks you will face, if you still want to receive the dragon heart immediately. Her trembling hand rested on Zephyr's shoulder as if to encourage and reassure him. Uritica continued, the red dragon, the blue dragon, the ice dragon, the green dragon. You must hunt down these 4 ancient dragons within 1 year. There is no other way. After listing the series of tasks Zephyr needed to complete within a year, Uritica stared at him and asked, do you think you can do it? Zephyr pondered in silence without saying a word. After careful and cautious consideration, Zephyr confidently affirmed, I wondered what it was. Aren't you underestimating me way too much? He declared boldly, 1 year is more than enough for me to slay all 4 ancient dragons. Reaching his blood-stained hand toward Uritica, Zephyr sincerely expressed his desire. Trust me, I will show you the peaceful world that both you and Georges wanted to see. He didn't give up and continued to persuade Uritica. Just half a year. I promise you can lay down your burden and watch over me from the other side. Uritica listened intently to his heartfelt wishes, but her eyes still held a mix of sorrow and endless worry. But finally, she decided to place her trust once again in this brave man before her, thinking to herself, I finally realize how my emotions burned to ashes while bearing this responsibility. Then, she closed her eyes, letting tears of happiness and long-held emotion flow as she found what she had been waiting for so long. She felt, I feel so at peace. With that thought, Uritica admitted, I'm sorry. I will hand over the mission I couldn't complete in my era. I will leave it to you. Then, a green light emanated from the top of a tower. The tower slowly opened its broken pieces, revealing a strange item inside. Immediately after, Uritica took that strange item from the tower. Zephyr stared intently, wondering in his mind, is that? Observing the strange item in Euritica's hand, Zephyr knew the answer and exclaimed inwardly, Kaiseros's dragon heart. Uritica affectionately stroked the precious dragon heart in her hand and said softly, I respect your decision, new hero. Saying that, she manipulated the dragon heart to spin in her hand and immediately announced, Then I shall begin now. Zephyr's mind urged him to exclaim silently, the heart of the dragon Kaiseros. Just as I thought. He watched with wide eyes as the system panel immediately notified, Extreme Luck Privilege activated. Extreme Luck temporarily imbues a powerful aura of luck. Uses remaining, 3. The surrounding scenery suddenly plunged into pitch-black darkness. Only Kaiseros's dragon heart, enchanted by Uritica, emitted a blinding aura of light. A dark, desolate night enveloped the space. A series of questions arose in Zephyr's mind. Shocked and panicked, he asked himself, Where is this? I can't see anything. Darkness. But Zephyr immediately realized something. He refuted his own previous thought. No, I'm in my own subconscious. Zephyr looked at his hands radiating a magical blue light and vaguely affirmed, Right. I felt something familiar earlier. At this moment, Zephyr was still standing in the middle of some virtual world in a daze. And right after, he firmly asserted, Something else besides myself is here. Just as he expected, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared behind him, staring intently at him. Zephyr had his back turned to those eyes, but his sharp senses still picked it up. His face shifted to a cold expression, his eyes terrifyingly sharp. After stabilizing his mood and emotions, Zephyr suddenly turned his head to observe what was happening behind him. But before he could do anything, He was tightly grabbed by Kaiseros's giant hand with sharp claws, rendering him immobile as he stared up blankly. Immediately after, Kaiseros bent down, bringing his face close to Zephyr's, and threatened furiously. "You bastard! How dare you take my power?" The tiny Zephyr struggled in Kaiseros's massive hand, gritting his teeth in anger as he deduced, "This is Kaiseros's evil desire remaining in this dragon heart." His mind gradually sank deep into thought. In his subconscious, Zephyr seriously analyzed, "What an overwhelming presence. His pressure feels like it's tearing my soul apart. This is the evil desire of someone who died 1,000 years ago." Zephyr, still gasping in Kaiseros's giant hand, pondered. Kaiseros, confused, observed the strange creature that dared to disturb and disrupt his power. As if unable to bear it any longer, Kaiseros blurted out, "I can smell the gods on you." Staring at Zephyr, Kaiseros mocked disdainfully, "Those persistent bastards sent another puppet." Hearing this, Zephyr couldn't control his emotions and shouted angrily, "What?" Immediately after, Kaiseros didn't hesitate to speak his mind. "You are the last one I bestowed power upon." After that bold declaration, a blurry scene appeared. It seemed that Kaiseros, in his massive, towering form, was leisurely walking to fulfill his pact with Zephyr. Suddenly, the scenery changed again. Something mysterious was rushing at an unimaginable speed, emitting countdown numbers. Then, more and more strange things appeared. It seemed they were in a battle. Those things kept flying back and forth, accompanied by countdown sounds. 4. Then 3. And the brave heroes fighting with all their might were crushed by Matthias's giant hand and sharp claws, making them cry out in agonizing pain. By now, the countdown had reached 2. And then, what was bound to happen happened. A bloody scene unfolded right after. The merciless massacre of the heroes was carried out by Matthias. But he still calmly declared, "Now, all that's left." It seemed everything had fallen into place, going exactly according to Matthias's plan, making him incredibly arrogant as he affirmed, "Is you, Lucius?" Saying that, he immediately spewed blazing flames toward Lucius, leaving him struggling to defend himself. But perhaps because they were former comrades, Lucius was too familiar with Matthias's fighting style. He quickly blocked the old attack and confidently remarked, "That attack again? Useless." The rage inside Matthias truly reached an unparalleled peak. Out of sheer frustration, he poured all his strength into spewing even more powerful, swirling flames at his target, Lucius, who continuously fought back. It seemed that was just a diversion to distract Lucius. Matthias was smarter, moving a step faster to slip behind Lucius, ready to deliver the finishing blow. As if holding certain victory in his hands, he laughed maniacally and said confidently, "Too slow." This sentence made Lucius's limbs go cold, freezing him in place like a statue. As if to assert his dominance, Matthias unleashed his ultimate strike on Lucius, making him take the full brunt of the punch, his neck snapping to the side in a pitiful manner. Lucius was on the verge of collapsing to the ground at any moment. He cried out in excruciating pain, "Kook." Matthias seemed incredibly smug after that attack. He thought with satisfaction, his reaction speed is significantly slower. He's getting weaker. Lucius struggled to stand up after that blow. He glared seriously at Matthias and deduced inwardly, "This bastard. He's becoming more and more adapted to the power of the demon race. Moreover, that recovery speed. I'm the only one getting hurt fighting him." Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, due to a moment of distraction, Lucius took another earth-shattering blow from Matthias. The more they fought, the fiercer it got. Matthias aggressively challenged Lucius, truly angering him into fighting back immediately. Matthias was still arrogant, resting on his laurels, and his carelessness allowed Lucius to seize the opportunity to attack like a storm. Matthias screamed in pain, "Arg!" Gaining the upper hand, Lucius immediately thrust his long, sharp sword straight into Matthias's chest, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The battle grew increasingly intense and fierce. Neither yielded to the other. Both continuously launched attacks, turning the place into a chaotic battlefield. On one side, Matthias continuously spewed destructive flames. On the other, Lucius struggled to raise his shield to block and defend against the attacks. Matthias, with his cruel and aggressive nature, immediately pulled the sword out of his body, ready to hurl it straight at Lucius. Meanwhile, Lucius sat battered, slumped against the cliff, coughing violently. Cough, cough. He hung his head in deep thought. Both Arno and Leonard, who supported me, are dead. I have no choice but to use that power. His eyes grew more resolute than ever. Lucius made up his mind to defeat this arrogant, aggressive Matthias. He seriously told himself. However, I might be in danger when I use it. Matthias has the upper hand because his body has a very fast recovery mechanism when suddenly injured. His hands slowly summoned flickering flames. Matthias lowered his voice and said, "Well then, now." The flames in Matthias's hands grew larger, forming a giant sphere. He confidently declared, "Let's end this." He laughed arrogantly. "Ha ha," and then said with demonic madness, "Goodbye, Lucius." But something strange happened. A blinding golden lightning bolt suddenly snaked its way toward Matthias without him noticing. At this moment, Matthias realized something was wrong. His eyes widened as if they were about to pop out. A series of questions filled his mind. Sensing something amiss, Matthias looked down at his hands and saw absolutely none of the flames he had just summoned. Matthias fell into a state of extreme panic, thinking, "My fireball." Something pierced my fireball and destroyed it. Just then, a pure white feather appeared. Matthias realized the culprit behind this incredibly unexpected event and exclaimed inwardly, "A feather." Immediately after, feathers continuously appeared, flying in by the dozens. Meanwhile, Lucius was wiping the blood from his mouth after Matthias's stormy attacks, and a miraculous scene unfolded. Behind Lucius appeared an angel with glorious, pure white wings emitting blinding rays of light. At this moment, the angel spoke, "Oh, my past self. How much of your lifespan will you offer this time?" Lucius, his heart clenching in torment, struggled to give a short answer, 1 month. The angel seemed dissatisfied with his offer, but gently reminded him, 1 month, that doesn't seem enough to defeat that thing. Half a year might do it. Immediately after, a blinding light appeared, converging into a giant sphere. Lucius seemed to be infused with power after the angel's assistance. His entire body emitted dazzling sparks of electricity. Matthias was stunned and shocked by this strange sight. He stared wide-eyed, stammering, "What is that? Why am I a demon, yet I'm afraid?" Matthias's eyes widened to their limits. Still in a state of confusion, he shouted, "No way! This is impossible!" That sphere of light gradually closed in on Matthias, leaving him no time to dodge. It seemed he hadn't escaped his shock, standing frozen in place, thinking, "Someone like Lucius is no match for me now." Lucius calmly carried out his task. With the power bestowed by the angel, he was more confident than ever, continuously launching attacks at Matthias. The destructive force of this eternal light pierced through Matthias's entire body, making his blood splatter. Immediately after, all of Matthias's power and arrogance were extinguished by Lucius's masterful hands. The floor was now covered in Matthias's splattered blood. He lay flattened in the ruins, defeated by Lucius, yet still refusing to drop his arrogant attitude. Matthias mocked him, "You pathetic bastard. You're quite secretive, thinking you could hide such power for 20 years. Lucius didn't hesitate to explain softly, "It's a special skill of the saint called the Light of Glory. I borrow power from the angel I will become in the future in exchange for my own lifespan. It's a closely guarded secret known only to the Pope and a fraction of the cardinals." At this point, his expression hardened. Lucius gritted his teeth and continued to explain, "This is why the average lifespan of a saint is about 30 years. Even if we want to live a long life without using the Light of Glory, we have no choice but to use it to fight strong opponents. Furthermore, the temple binds young saints to deadly places for its own benefit." Emotions pouring out, Lucius didn't hesitate to share. "The position of a saint is a cruel one. We are nothing but puppets being played by the temple." The flames of resentment in Lucius's heart reached their peak. Seemingly unable to control it anymore, he let it out, growling, "Is there something that made you so greedy that you betrayed your friends and abandoned everything, Matthias?" Hearing these words, Matthias couldn't help but laugh and exclaimed, "Kukik, you only say that because you're the chosen one. Do you think you're the only puppet being played with?" Immediately after, Matthias didn't hesitate to affirm, "There's only one difference between us." Despite his body aching from the attacks and lying flat on the floor, Matthias still managed to crane his neck and declare loudly, "The goddess acknowledged the value of your life and didn't acknowledge mine. That's all." Right after saying this, Matthias gradually lost consciousness. His eyes were about to close, but he still forced his voice up. "What exactly is the difference between you and me? I was an extraordinary person everyone placed high hopes on. But why did it end like this?" Matthias's body gradually drifted away into the void, but he still managed to leave one last sentence. "You still refuse to answer me, goddess. You are too cruel." The dragon heart still flickered with blinding light. A bloodstained, scratched hand remained motionless on the floor, and that person let out a cough. Ned slowly opened his eyes. His mind wasn't completely stable yet. Still in a semi-conscious state, he thought blankly, "Did I pass out? That was quite. Where's the boss?" Suddenly, something appeared before Ned's eyes, making him widen his eyes and jolt in shock as he looked up. Right now, before his eyes was the image of Uritica casting a spell for Zephyr to absorb Kaizeros's dragon heart. Surprised to the point of exclaiming out loud, "That's the boss's dungeon. What the hell is going on now?" The battle between Lucius and Matthias left immeasurable losses and consequences. The bravest and strongest heroes were attacked by the demon Matthias until they lay unconscious on the floor. Lucius tried his best to use a resurrection spell on them. Almighty Arya. Almighty Arya. Almighty Arya. Finally, with Lucius's relentless efforts, things began to change. Both Leonard and Arno suddenly coughed at the same time. Cough, cough. Lucius, restless and anxious, shook Arno and shouted, "Arno, Leonard, are you guys okay?" To keep him from worrying too much, Arno struggled to comfort Lucius, but his voice was still weak. "Captain." His heart clenched in agony, seeing his comrades so heavily injured. Lucius felt extreme resentment, thinking, "Out of everyone, only 3 of us survived." The scene changed. Lucius softly encouraged the heroes, "The raid ends here. Let's head back." The scene shifted to a completely unfamiliar place. A mysterious object was continuously emitting a blinding pink light. The scenery changed dizzyingly. A giant pitch-black dragon was still crushing Zephyr in its hand, growling fiercely and letting out an ear-piercing sound. Roar! Suddenly, the dragon sensed something unusual happening around it. It widened its blood-red eyes and deduced inwardly, "This energy." That pink aura of light gradually approached Zephyr's position, leaving him stunned as he looked up. Everything was crystal clear. Zephyr firmly affirmed in his mind, "This light. It's the effect of extreme luck." The pink light continuously closed in on Zephyr, making him realize, "It's as if it's protecting me." Zephyr just smirked and thought to himself, "I don't need its interference. I'm getting used to it." Then, Zephyr sank into deep thought. He told himself, "This is my world of consciousness. It's not reality. Therefore, the most important thing is my spirit. If I fear him, even if the transformation is successful, I will be swallowed by his soul and turned into a hound. I can't let that happen." After careful consideration, Zephyr made up his mind to defeat this ferocious dragon. His hands suddenly grabbed the gap between the dragon's giant fingers, urging himself, "Remember." The power from within Zephyr surged, bursting forth as he pried the dragon's hand apart. The aura emitting from his body shone brighter than ever. It was clear that Zephyr was highly focused, thinking seriously, "Who am I?" And just like that, miraculous blue lights continuously emanated as Zephyr concentrated deeply. Immediately after, he widened his eyes, directing a cold, sharp gaze at the brutal dragon. As if to display his authority and power, Zephyr launched a critical strike at the dragon, knocking it backward in surprise. Right after, Zephyr transformed unpredictably. His entire body was fully equipped with battle armor, and in his hand, he wielded a sharp sword, continuing to launch preemptive strikes against the brutal dragon. Quick as lightning, Zephyr leaped into the air, thrusting the sharp sword straight into the dragon's body, leaving it no time to react as it took the critical hit. The dragon fell backward in agony because one of its eyes had been pierced by Zephyr. Blood and tears poured down. Zephyr landed gracefully after the attack, keeping his eyes on the dragon's condition. Taking advantage of the dragon's excruciating pain from the previous attack, Zephyr suddenly mocked. Did you think this was my first time? You're not the first evil desire of a dragon I've fought inside my consciousness, including those from my past life. At this point, Zephyr suddenly stopped, seemingly thinking about something, but his hand still tightly gripped the sword, ready to attack. After careful thought, Zephyr firmly stated, "You're the fifth one." Taking slow steps closer to the dragon's position, Zephyr criticized, "This dragon is so annoying. If you die, I just need to absorb it. You try to test everyone to see if they're worthy of your power or not." The more he spoke, the more fired up he got. His eyes burned with the flames of battle. Zephyr couldn't control his words and accidentally let out some harsh remarks. "I just need to rip that damn thing out of you. It's time I educated you." Hearing Zephyr's boastful, arrogant words, the dragon felt its blood boil and growled a challenge. "Your mouth is your best weapon, huh? Come here." Not keeping it waiting, Zephyr immediately rushed in, attacking the dragon relentlessly. The two were evenly matched, neither yielded to the other. The battle continued in a fierce and intense manner. Right at this moment, the scene suddenly shifted. Lying motionless on the floor after being unconscious for who knows how long, Ned opened his eyes wide, observing the events unfolding before him, and muttered hesitantly, "That is..." At this time, Uritica was in the process of implanting the dragon heart into Zephyr's subconscious. Ned, observing from behind and unclear about what was happening, wondered to himself, "What the hell is going on now?" Right then, Ned noticed Zephyr lying unconscious and motionless on the floor. He deduced, Zephyr seems to have passed out. Was he defeated? Keeping his eyes on Zephyr, Ned saw Uritica intently focused on chanting a spell. Suspicion arose in Ned's mind. What is the boss doing to Zephyr without paying attention to me? Immediately after, Ned sprang up, ready for battle. He thought to himself, this could be a chance to attack. But one thing Ned didn't know was that Uritica had already detected and sensed his presence, though she didn't say a word. But before he could carry out his evil intention, Ned was about to rush in for a sudden attack when his entire body suddenly stiffened. He collapsed, lacking the strength to move. He propped himself up on the floor, trembling, and cursed angrily in his mind. Damn it. Energy stagnation right now? Right? All my energy was absorbed by the dark hand before I passed out. No, I can't miss this chance. The system panel then displayed a notification, energy stagnation. Symptoms of pain and inability to use power when the user's mana is depleted. At this moment, Uritica suddenly spoke up to advise him. You shouldn't act rashly. Rest for a bit. Her words shocked Ned, making him jump. Saying that, Uritica turned her back, chanted some spell, and snapped her fingers, directing the magic toward Ned. His entire body was enveloped by her magical aura. Ned gritted his teeth, staring intently at Uritica. Suddenly, his body underwent an abnormal change. Ned's face turned pale, and a wave of nausea hit him, forcing him to cover his mouth as he let out strange sounds. Immediately after came a series of violent coughs from Ned. After a struggle, Ned finally vomited out a fat, wriggling worm that looked truly disgusting. Ned was stunned and frozen upon seeing this horrifying sight. He stared wide-eyed and blurted out, "Isn't this the marked worm I swallowed?" Seeing Ned so shocked by this, Uritica explained, "I expelled the evil fragment from your body. From its larval state. It seems you never used the power of that worm. You gained that level of strength entirely through hard training, right? Truly amazing." Uritica smiled happily. "Even though it's just a worm, it seems your insides are injured. So rest a little longer. Having received my mana, you'll recover after a good sleep." Hearing this, Ned was utterly confused. He thought hesitantly, what is she talking about? The boss helped me? I don't know, but I'm too tired. The scene suddenly shifted again. On the wall now appeared circular rotating mechanisms with protruding sharp spikes, connected closely together. Someone's voice suddenly rang out. "Please look at this. This is the purification device on the 5th floor. It extends all the way here." Arno continued to express his thoughts. "We have to find a way. The dungeon's layout has completely changed." Leonard, beside him, sighed sorrowfully and said, "Phew, it's been 2 days since the battle. Can we get out of here before we run out of food?" Even after saying all that, Lucius remained silent and motionless, showing no reaction. Arno urged anxiously. What should we do, Captain? It seemed Lucius took a long time to think. Then he finally voiced his opinion. First, we will search for the remaining holy nails. Realizing the task ahead was full of risks and dangers, Arno immediately objected. What? With just the three of us, it'll be very dangerous. We should prioritize escaping. But Lucius ignored his comrade's advice and flatly refused. No. He tried to provide a solid logical explanation. Moreover, that's the only way for us to get out of here. Immediately after, the three of them, Lucius, Arno, and Leonard, ran for their lives toward the gate ahead. Lucius exclaimed in panic. You said the two slaves who stole the holy nails were acting strangely? One of the two, Arno or Leonard, explained. Yes, I'm sure they are the noble's men. They didn't come with us when we fought Matthias, and they didn't fight him either. Why is that? In Lucius's mind, a scenario of nobles and demons clashing appeared. He deduced inwardly. What if they are different from the demon cult? If we assume they were aiming for Matthias, their enemy, and me, the saint, to kill each other, then it makes sense. Deep down, Lucius was now filled with doubts and concerns. If all the investment in this dungeon disappears after my death, the temple will have no choice but to auction off the dungeon to pay off their debts. It would do more harm than good to be trapped in a dungeon with 10 years of effort and no clear results. If those two slaves, no, the noble faction supporting them knows how to look at the bigger picture, then they must have aimed for it from the beginning, purging and fighting in the dungeon containing the dragon heart. Sinking into deep, wandering thoughts, more and more clues and deductions surfaced in Lucius's mind. If their faction gets this dungeon for cheap, then those two slaves, with the holy nails, will join a new raid group as experienced dungeon explorers. If they were assigned a role, the noble faction must have prepared an escape route for them to use. Or they have the ability to find their own way out. I have to find them and figure out a way to escape the dungeon before they do. While running headlong, Lucius suddenly turned around to observe what was happening behind him. The deduction still lingered in his mind. Or it's a plan. Behind him appeared strange, reflective purple streaks of light. It was exactly a giant, pitch-black dragon. It was excitedly rushing forward, attacking Lucius relentlessly from behind, forcing him to struggle to defend himself. Right at this critical moment, Lucius voiced his deduction to his comrades. The holy nails were in the boss room. How is the gatekeeper still alive? The door can only be opened after killing the gatekeeper. His long string of words made Leonard and Arno turn around in shock to observe everything happening behind them. That ferocious dragon continued to bare its sharp teeth, threatening Lucius. It immediately spewed that purplish light to attack him, making Lucius instinctively step back. Arno was restless witnessing the scene before him and screamed in terror, "Captain!" The pitch-black dragon's attacks pinned Lucius into a corner, making him suffer miserably. Lucius was now on the verge of death as the cruel dragon pressed down heavily on him. He struggled to raise his sword to defend himself, but his endurance wouldn't last much longer. He thought in panic, I can only use the light of glory once a week. I used it to defeat Matthias 3 days ago. There are still 4 days left. At this moment, Lucius seemed helpless, his strength gradually depleting. He cursed in frustration. Damn it! Is it going to end here? Lucius had no strength left to do anything. He left his final words, I might not see them again. In his mind appeared the image of his gentle wife and their precious baby nestled in her arms. From a distance, Zephyr suddenly came running, panting. He leaned his hand against the doorframe, observing the scene before him. That echoing noise also startled Lucius, making him lift his head from the floor to look up, thinking to himself, him? Why is he coming out of the boss room? Zephyr strode forward aggressively and declared loudly, Whoa, you came out here just in time. Since I was asked a favor, I'll help you. Placing his hand on his throat and coughing a few times, Zephyr suddenly exclaimed, Ah. Then he immediately lowered his voice. Then Zephyr used gestures and actions to command the dragon. Bow your head. The method he used was called Dragon Command, a special skill of dragons. The power lies in the words. Its use is limited due to the dragon heart. Immediately after, a series of spells and magic used by Zephyr made the skull beast roar in pain. Lucius turned pale with fear, thinking in panic, What? What's going on? He gritted his teeth in jealousy, staring at Zephyr, and asked angrily, "That monster is obeying that slave?" Indeed, by some force, the giant pitch-black beast obediently lay flat on the ground at Zephyr's command. He silently observed this cunning beast lying flat on the ground and thought, "Let's see." Zephyr continuously counted numbers in his head. 4, 5. At this moment, the ferocious beast's hands were tightly bound, and Zephyr silently observed, counting back and forth. 8, 9. Truly miraculous, the beast's hands, which were tightly bound earlier, were now loosened quite a bit. Right after Zephyr counted to 10 in his head, the dragon was no longer bound by his spell. It managed to separate its hands, as if gaining freedom. It seemed Zephyr had anticipated this, so he just stood in place, observing the roaring, screaming beast. He suddenly leaped into the air, deducing inwardly, "It only works for 10 seconds. Because the dragon heart was just implanted, I still can't unleash its full power." The red dragon heart was beating wildly inside Zephyr's body. He stood still, feeling the rhythm, and told himself, "Moreover, I have to balance my power and the dragon's power to avoid going insane." The dragon heart's efficiency has been limited to 1%. Zephyr was now burning with fighting spirit. He was ready to face the upcoming waves of attacks. Deep down, Zephyr silently cheered himself on. But even if it's limited, this is still the power of a dragon. After regaining its freedom, the skull beast wielded a long blade, growling and attacking Zephyr. Its hands gripped the blade tighter than ever. And that was Graham, Georges's sword. In Zephyr's mind, he instinctively exclaimed, "That beast is still emitting terrifying magical aura." Zephyr silently assessed, a sword with power surpassing even dragons, crafted to destroy the strongest dragon in the world. This battle looks tough. Absolutely. The skull beast immediately unleashed its move. Dark, purple magical auras were emitted like a storm. Immediately after, that power rushed at lightning speed straight toward Zephyr's position. But he quickly used golden lightning to block the attack. Zephyr's entire body emitted blinding golden light. In his mind, a concise plan for this battle had formed. "So instead of using the dragon's power, I'll use this light to face you." The method Zephyr used to fight this monster was the light sword, a divine artifact crafted from the most primal rays of light. Its usage limits had been removed with the permission of the goddess of light. In Zephyr's imagination, he pictured the goddess of light. Then, like a trance, he sank into thought again. The goddess of light's first request was to save the life of my saint of light. Recalling this, Zephyr instinctively exclaimed, "All right, I accept." Then, quick as lightning, Zephyr stood right in the middle of the arena, summoning the power of light, a blinding lightning bolt that illuminated the entire space, making even the beast stop and look up. Zephyr, in a state of extreme confidence, declared loudly, "Dragon Slayer, huh? You can come out now. Thank you for everything." That light shone blindingly bright. Zephyr bravely advanced, pouring all his strength into destroying the skull beast. Outsiders like Lucius had to take their hats off in admiration at the sight of him. He seemingly couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming in awe, "That is a legendary holy artifact that only a select few chosen priests have the right to use." The light sword. Lucius was so astonished he stared unblinking, asking himself, "What the hell is this? Isn't he a disciple of the Demon King?" Granted, if someone was already an orthodox priest of the temple, even if they secretly worshipped the Demon King, they could still use the power of light. Lost in this deduction, Lucius instinctively observed Zephyr's fighting style and wondered, "But why do I feel the presence of the goddess of light inside him?" Thinking this, Lucius gritted his teeth in frustration. Not only that, rewinding to his childhood memories, Lucius still remembered it vividly. Back then, he was just a naive, innocent little boy taking his first steps into the palace. Lucius silently compared and felt. This feeling is exactly the same as when I met the golden dragon at the palace when I was a child. It's a feeling of being suppressed by an invisible pressure. At that moment in the past, Lucius, as a little kid, respectfully greeted the ancient golden dragon. "It is an honor to meet you, Your Majesty." Back then, he even smiled kindly and patted his head. The flashback ended. Lucius returned to reality with weak strength. He propped his trembling hands on the ground, crawling unsteadily. This strange noise successfully caught Zephyr's attention, making him instinctively turn his head to look. Immediately after, Lucius, along with Leonard and Arno, knelt respectfully on the floor before Zephyr. At this moment, Lucius spoke up to pay his respects. "Greetings, Exalted One." The scene suddenly shifted. In Zephyr's mind, thoughts surfaced. I fought Kaiseros in my subconscious for 3 days. The fierce battle between Zephyr and Kaiseros appeared in his imagination. Zephyr's endurance and brave fighting spirit made Kaiseros look at him in a different light, praising him. "Not bad. I acknowledge your ability, but that doesn't mean I trust you." Finally, Kaiseros had to yield to Zephyr's resilient will and extraordinary combat power, obediently cooperating to reside in the dragon heart within his body, but not forgetting to remind him, "I will still be inside you, silently watching you." Right after, Zephyr's subconscious echoed, "When I wake up." He struggled to slowly open his eyes, welcoming the first rays of light in an exhausted state. Opening his eyes wide to observe his surroundings, Zephyr was shocked to see Ned still unconscious, while Uritica had long turned to dust. Zephyr silently clenched his fists and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Uritica. I will definitely not let you down. In your next life, please watch over me." He observed the 2 strange objects he collected from the ashes and thought, "And these are the relics I found in Euritica's ashes." The 2 mysterious items sparkled with light. One emitted a red light, introduced as the magic crystal, a top-tier magic manual created through the crystallization of magical essence. The possessor of the magic crystal can acquire skills through meditation. The ancient magic of the Media Kingdom and Euritica's grand magic are also stored inside the crystal. To learn new skills, you must master the ancient magic of the Media Kingdom up to level 2. The other emitted a blue light, also known as the Key of Wisdom, a master key that allows the use of all functions in Euritica's tomb, currently owned by Zephyr. At this moment, Zephyr was deeply pondering Euritica's instructions. Even though the dragon heart's current efficiency is only 1%, the dragon's power has already spread throughout your body. Therefore, your body will gradually adapt to a larger amount of power. Zephyr listened silently and intently, then suddenly exclaimed, "Those are Euritica's remaining thoughts in the crystal." Euritica's instructions in that magic crystal replayed. However, if you want to increase the efficiency to 10%, 20%, 30%, you must renew your body. Euritica's voice still echoed in his ears. "For that reason, you must hand this crystal over to my descendant. That child can help you." As soon as she mentioned this, Altair immediately came to his mind. A flurry of thoughts swirled in Zephyr's mind. The gods all know about my past life, and not many of them have good intentions. I can't trust them completely. If those gods dare to interfere and lay a hand on Altair. Zephyr lowered his head, his hands instinctively clenching. He was still deep in thought. "Even though I really want to see her right now, I still have a lot of things to do. No matter how afraid I am, I will endure it." Lucius suddenly spoke up. "Please, Exalted One, and your friend." That sentence pulled Zephyr back to reality. He immediately turned his head to look. Ned, who had woken up at some point, was also staring intently at Lucius. After that abrupt announcement, Lucius got straight to the point, stating bluntly, removing the curse. Then he strictly closed his eyes to cast the spell. One by one, Zephyr had the curse removed from his body and instinctively turned around. Then Ned also had the spell removed from his body. After completing the task, Lucius announced, "Now the 2 of you are free." Zephyr placed a hand on his shoulder, patting it lightly, and turned to chat intimately. "Oh, you'll take care of my debt too, right?" Lucius laughed heartily at Zephyr's joke and replied, "Haha, of course. After all, you saved my life, Exalted One. That's a favor nothing can repay." Immediately after, Lucius sincerely expressed, "You secretly infiltrated the Demon King's ranks to extinguish their ambitions. I truly admire you. It's a bit embarrassing to say, but in our Temple of Light, there aren't many who fight heresy as wholeheartedly as that." At this point, the image of Matthias suddenly appeared in Lucius's mind. He gritted his teeth, hesitating, even. After a few minutes of silence, Lucius finally spoke up. "Even me, one of the goddess of light's children. Even though punishing the demon king's disciples, the enemies of the gods, is my duty, I am willing to do my utmost to help you, Exalted One. Ned was an outsider to the conversation, but he followed the entire progression of the story. In his heart, he already had his own calculations. He wants to join hands with the owner of the Dragon Heart because he doesn't want to be overshadowed by opposing factions in the Temple of Light. My rich and wonderful imagination has led me to a land containing thousands of my own deductions. He is an ultimate weapon, specially cared for by the Temple of Light, using money extorted from people like me. No matter what he's like, I can't have a good impression of him. Ned was still deep in his wandering thoughts. But feelings are just feelings. If I can use him, why not? No matter what, the power, status, and wealth of a saint are valuable, especially when the Demon King's disciples have deeply infiltrated the highest positions in the Temple of Light. The best plan is to maintain a relationship with him. Of course, it didn't stop there. Ned's eyes shifted to Zephyr's position, and he exclaimed inwardly, "And him too." Lucius enthusiastically and warmly blurted out, "Exalted One, it's not convenient to talk here. Let's head back to the temple first." Seeing him boasting so blatantly, Arno beside him felt his blood boil and thought, the captain probably just wants to see his wife. But Zephyr's reaction wasn't as friendly and pleasant. He said sternly, "Don't celebrate just yet. The real battle begins now." Zephyr tried to recall the terrible vision he had witnessed and warned softly, "Right now, the third parish of the Temple of Light is already a den of the Demon King's cult, including the subordinates of Cardinal Andy Laser and the Twin Knights, who were originally the two strongest knights on the continent." Lucius's face darkened upon receiving that bad news. He exclaimed in shock, "What?" Zephyr bluntly admitted, "Even if I have the power of a dragon, the power I can use is limited. I need time to prepare. To deal with Andy Laser, one battle won't be enough." Arno listened intently, not missing a single word, and silently marveled. One battle won't be enough? Immediately after, Zephyr materialized the versatile key of wisdom in his hand and said softly, "Anyway, since things have come to this." The magical aura of the key illuminated the entire dungeon, to everyone's amazement. That blinding power continuously radiated around from that. Immediately after, an earth-shattering sound erupted, making everyone turn to look. A mysterious gate opened. That door led to the treasure room, where the tomb's relics were stored. Zephyr turned around to remind and encourage everyone. "Let's just prepare ourselves well first." Right after, everyone approached the blinding golden gate together. It slowly opened, unleashing a dazzling light. Zephyr smiled with satisfaction and sincerely affirmed, "This is Uritica's treasure room. No one has set foot here for 1,000 years." A sense of apprehension and curiosity rose in his heart. "I wonder what's inside." With that thought, Zephyr used his magic with his hands, making the gate open wider. He focused intensely, pouring all his strength into this task. The light gradually revealed itself, reflecting and brightening the faces of Zephyr, Ned, and Lucius beside him. Someone's voice echoed in the space. This is..." The room containing the treasure was revealed. Inside were precious sources of power carefully encased in shiny, sparkling crystal layers. The sheer scale of it exceeded everyone's imagination, making them all gasp in awe. Arno was the first to react. He hadn't escaped the overwhelming feeling and exclaimed in shock, "What is that?" Arno's echoing voice caught Ned's attention. Ned immediately looked toward Arno. Before his eyes were glass vials containing various powers, arranged neatly side by side, sparkling and shining. Arno couldn't help but marvel in shock. They're all encased in crystal. Lucius was also stunned by this unbelievable sight. He opened his eyes wide, observing, and deduced inwardly. There are some items that you can tell are high tier just by looking at them. They are all holy artifacts in Uritica's tomb. Only Zephyr didn't show an exaggerated emotional response to the unique presence of this vault. He remained as calm as if nothing had happened, stepping forward to claim a glass vial containing a random power among the hundreds and thousands of vials around. This action of Zephyr's shocked everyone around him. Ned, standing behind, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Whoa." Zephyr just casually said, "Oh, you just take it out like this?" Lucius, Observing the entire process Zephyr performed from behind, couldn't help but feel jealous and thought, I don't even know how to take items out of these crystals. I didn't even lift a finger to help defeat the boss, so everything here belongs to him. Zephyr took items from other crystals. Leonard was excited by this, jumping up and approaching him, pointing and signaling. That one. That one. Lucius reflected on himself and thought ashamedly. Who exactly supported whom? I overestimated myself. Right at this moment, Zephyr suddenly spoke up. Does anyone have the appraisal skill? Leonard eagerly replied immediately. I do. Arno was calmer, sighing before stating, I have it too. The appraisal ability was introduced as evaluating item stats by deciphering the mana flow on the object. The more proficient the skill, the more information revealed. Both Arno and Leonard sat down attentively, meticulously appraising each item Zephyr requested. Leonard seriously picked up an item, examined it carefully, and gave her assessment. The ancient kingdom of Media was a civilization with highly developed magic. The magical items of that era far surpassed the current era. Ned focused intensely, listening to Leonard's analysis. She continued lecturing. Even though their prices could be sky high, there isn't a single place that sells these things. Because they are extremely rare. Zephyr was about to leave to explore elsewhere when his eyes suddenly caught an item encased in a shiny crystal layer. The item he noticed was a glass vial containing a deep purple eye inside. Zephyr was speechless with shock, thinking, that is, I didn't expect it to be here. He smiled with satisfaction. Perhaps it was the item Zephyr had spent so long searching for, and he finally had the fate to encounter it. Zephyr exclaimed excitedly, Great, luck is finally smiling on me. Everyone who entered this treasure room collected suitable items for themselves. Leonard obtained the spirit orb and the obsidian necklace. Arno found the petrification shield and a skill stone. Lucius also explored and received the mirror armor. The three of them were all joyful and excited. Ned looked heroic in his raven cloak, twilight tunic, mist bracelet, and phantom sword. A giant sword emitted an ear-piercing sound. It was Zephyr bravely carrying Graham. The sword Kaiseros specially granted him the right to use, along with the silver-plated Dragon Slayer cloak, silver-plated boots, and iron gauntlets. After fully equipping themselves, everyone gathered to chat. Zephyr was the first to speak. What you said is related to confronting Andy Laser, the one occupying the church, right? Lucius, sitting opposite, replied without hesitation. It's not that I don't trust you. Lucius sighed heavily and expressed sincerely, but our church has no way to identify the Demon King's disciples. We can only recognize them when they use the demon cult skills or are forced to confess under torture. If the suspect adamantly denies it, there's nothing we can do. Ned suddenly exclaimed seriously, There's another way. That immediately caught Lucius's attention. Ned immediately voiced his opinion. When you kill them, those centipede marks will crawl out, right? After a long moment of thought, Lucius expressed his concern and countered, Whatever that method is, we must consider Andy's bloodline and status. Immediately after, as if to prove his theory, Lucius didn't hesitate to explain. Andy's family is the family of Marquis Laser, a highly respected family with immense influence. Andy himself inherited the position of bishop in the 4th parish from his father, and now he has been promoted to cardinal. So he has monopolized the power of the entire central parish. Lucius continued to explain. Moreover, his family and I have a relationship. Images of the past suddenly flooded back. At that time, Lucius respectfully reported, All the warriors have joined the raid team, so we are very short on manpower. We don't know how to thank you for lending us your defense forces like this. Andy laughed it off and said friendly, It's nothing. Helping each other is normal. Just treat them as your own subordinates. Then Lucius returned to reality and firmly affirmed, He always maintains a neutral stance in the battles between factions in the temple, so he has almost no enemies. After presenting concrete evidence and tight arguments, Lucius expressed his apprehension. If we arrest or kill such a person without cause. Outwardly, Ned seemed to listen attentively, but inwardly he had already made his calculations. Faking evidence and then killing him seems simpler. Even though I didn't say it, I know he doesn't trust me and Zephyr much, which is why he asked for evidence. Only Zephyr knew how to behave and had a solution for every situation. After listening to Lucius's presentation, he crossed his arms and said gently, "Evidence? Of course we have it." That sentence raised a series of questions in Lucius's mind. Quick-witted, Zephyr pulled the glass vial containing the deep purple eye from his pocket. He held the vial up, shook it, and asked seriously, "What do you guys think this is?" The scene shifted to another place. At this time, Alfonso was carrying out his master's orders. He looked to the right. Then immediately, Alfonso looked to the left according to the patriarch's command. And finally, Alfonso looked straight ahead at his master's order. Just then, the master's voice rang out. "How do you feel?" Alfonso respectfully replied, "It's wonderful, Lord Andy." After torturing Alfonso in every way, Andy laughed in satisfaction and praised, "Very good. Father Alfonso, you should have listened to me from the beginning." Sister Claudia fearfully and stealthily observed this brutal, inhumane scene. She hugged her precious child tightly in fear and wondered sorrowfully, why is Cardinal Andy acting like this? Andy seemed to notice her strange expression, turned around, and asked softly, "What's wrong, Claudia? Didn't I say I'd show you something interesting?" Alfonso slumped his head after being brutally tortured by Andy like a beast. Andy stepped closer to Claudia, making her tremble, but she still tried to protect her baby. He continued in a low voice, "In the stomachs of the Demon King's disciples, there are centipede marks that allow us to use the power of the demon cult. The more you use it, the stronger you get." As he spoke, he put his hand into his mouth to pull something out. Andy's face was as dark as a demon's as he calmly explained, "When the centipede mark evolves to the final stage, you will gain a special ability." From Andy's mouth, he pulled out a sealed worm that was still wriggling, looking truly disgusting. Andy had almost lost all his humanity. He stared at Sister Claudia, smiled a demonic smile, and cleared his throat, saying, "My special ability is the centipede nest. My centipede mark has evolved into a queen centipede, capable of producing larvae. I can use the larvae to brainwash and control anyone." As if to prove its authenticity, Andy didn't hesitate to drag Alfonso out as a witness. He stated disdainfully, "Just like this honorable father here." Andy stepped in front of Claudia and smiled a fake, gentle smile that made her shudder and fall back. He didn't hesitate to ask, "Do you know why I have to explain this to you?" Andy brought his face close to Sister Claudia's, smiled maniacally, and confessed honestly, "Lucius, your husband. Seduce him." Sister Claudia seemed fragile and weak on the outside, but her inner self was truly strong. She firmly retorted, "Seduce him? What do you mean?" Her decisiveness frightened Marius, making him burst into tears. Immediately after, Marius cried loudly. Sister Claudia hurriedly comforted her baby. Andy was like a half-god, half-demon. After threatening her, he immediately changed his face, smiling friendly and coaxing the little boy Marius. "Ooh, did I scare you? Be a good boy. What's his name?" Sister Claudia comforted her child while answering, "Marius." Marius still wouldn't stop crying and screamed. Andy leaned close to observe the little boy, smiling a sly, perverted smile. "Little Marius, do you like bugs?" His words made Sister Claudia go cold. She widened her eyes as if anticipating what was about to happen. Just as she predicted, Andy went mad, holding the still wriggling worm and bringing it close to Marius, whispering, "Let's be friends with this cute little bug." The worm was getting closer and closer to Marius's mouth, making the boy cry even louder. Out of boundless maternal love, Sister Claudia couldn't bear seeing the horrifying scene before her. Disregarding everything, she swatted Andy's hand away to protect Marius, screaming, "No!" Andy didn't expect things to go this far. He lost his balance and fell backward, his body flying one way, the worm flying another. Because of this sudden turn of events, Andy revealed his pitch-black arm, swarming with wriggling worms. This terrifying sight left Sister Claudia shocked and speechless. A myriad of questions arose in her mind. The truth she had tried so hard to hide was suddenly exposed. Driven to anger, Andy furiously cursed, "You damn bitch." Just as he was about to attack Claudia, Andy suddenly received bad news from the gate guard. He rushed in and reported, "Lord Andy, there's a situation." He turned pale upon hearing that Lucius was out there. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "What?" Dropping the trivial matter from earlier, Andy dashed like lightning to throw open the window, thinking angrily, so fast? How is that possible? He should be out conquering the dungeon right now. Why is he back already? Observing everything happening around him, Andy trembled with fear. A bloody, tragic scene unfolded. Lucius and his newly formed party were launching a fierce assault on the soldiers guarding the building. Spotting the man's presence, Lucius shot him a piercing glare and cleared his throat. Cardinal Andy. It's been a while. Andy still didn't seem to grasp the situation. He confidently barked orders. Are you out of your mind, Lucius? Why are you attacking the priests in your own diocese? You abandoned the campaign just to come here and cause a scene. Lucius didn't say a word, only shooting him a cold, sharp glare. His mind flashed back to Rifi's words as he held up a glass vial containing a deep purple eye and explained, "This is the eye of revelation. If you drop a single tear of this potion into your eyes." Lucius recalled Rifi's instructions. He would be able to see the centipede crests inside the bodies of the demon lord's disciples. After following Rifi's guidance, Lucius's eyes could see through all illusions. Right before him, the demon lord's lackeys were lying in wait to attack. Lucius had always been confident in his own abilities, but after meeting Rifi, his perspective had shifted. He smiled bitterly to himself. My judge of character really is terrible. Immediately after, Lucius bellowed with commanding authority, "Cardinal Andy Laser." He pointed his sharp sword straight at Andy and declared loudly, "I, the Holy Knight of Light, Lucius Jonnet, hereby arrest you for the crime of heresy." Lucius gritted his teeth, fiercely swearing his oath. Deceiving the Temple of Light is an unforgivable sin. You will pay the price. Knowing his cover was blown, Andy didn't even bother hiding his true colors anymore. He let out a twisted, eerie laugh. "Ha ha, you insolent brat." Lucius kept his razor-sharp blade aimed at Andy and firmly stated, "Cardinal Andy Laser, in the name of the God of Light, I, Lucius Jonnet, am placing you under arrest on suspicion of heresy." Looking down from above, Andy frowned in thought. The Cardinal had anticipated that Lucius might survive and return. It was just much faster than expected. Given the experience of Lucius and his party, there was no way they could have cleared the dungeon that quickly. Matthias must have failed. Was he discovered before even reaching the boss room? To think he even leaked information about me. What a useless piece of trash. Oh well, my hands are tied anyway. Lucius, the moment you returned to the temple, you walked right into a trap. With that thought, Andy rushed downstairs. The moment he saw Lucius, he began to reprimand him. "Do you have any idea how disrespectful your actions are? How dare you accuse a cardinal of siding with heretics? What proof do you have to condemn me?" Seeing Andy rush down and spout such nonsense, Leona and Lucius immediately cried out in unison, "Bishop Alfonso! Uncle!" Lucius then thought to himself, anxiously hoping Andy wouldn't realize it. Uncle also has a parasite inside him, but it's not in the shape of a centipede. If so, it must be the power of Andy that Rifi mentioned. He's being controlled. Andy finally snapped in anger. "I don't care what kind of holy entity you think you are, you can't just make things up." Before Andy could finish his sentence, Lucius cut in, "I have the proof right here, Cardinal." Hearing that, Andy's expression shifted. He frowned, a clear look of fear flashing across his face. He then stared at the letters serving as evidence, deep in thought. That thing. Recalling the events from earlier, when Rifi's group was searching for the evidence, Rifi suddenly warned everyone, "Keep this item a secret. If word gets out that we have this, you'll definitely be assassinated. No matter how safe you think you are, he will use it as evidence." Leona, who was with them, observed the surroundings and pointed out, "The teleportation carpet moved. How strange." They continued onward, and a prompt explained, "Urica's tomb is actually a massive labyrinth built over an incredibly large area. Its scope likely stretches all the way to the Grand Temple of the Third Diocese. Because of this, after moving to the right location, they dug through the earth and emerged outside. Once Rifi's group dug their way out, they arrived at a new location. There, Lucius explained to everyone, "This is the base Matthias used. The Demon Lord's cultists hold their gatherings here." Returning to the present, Lucius held out the evidence gathered from the abandoned house right in front of Andy's face and announced to everyone, These are the letters exchanged between Matthias and Cardinal Andy. They plotted to steal the artificial dragon heart. All their acts of praising the demon lord have been recorded. It seems he burned them after reading, but kept a few as a backup in case he got stabbed in the back. What profound trust you have in your subordinates. Hearing this, Andy's face contorted with a mix of fear and rage, his veins bulging and sweat pouring down his face. However, he quickly regained his composure and sneered at Lucius. He let out a disdainful laugh, acting as if the whole thing was a delusional fantasy. They thought he would deny it, but instead, he burst into laughter and confessed, "Ha! You really got me there, Lucius. I didn't expect you to be so thorough. Let me guess, that bastard Matthias saw your righteous little crusade and spilled his guts, didn't he? Haha. Fine. I am a servant of the demon lord. I am Andy Laser, the 11th ranking disciple among the demon lord's devout followers." Andy then put on a mysterious, mocking expression and challenged them. "But so what if you know? You still can't lay a single finger on me." The moment he finished speaking, he pressed a sharp dagger against Claudia's throat. Seeing the critical situation, Lucius cried out in panic, "Claudia!" Claudia also called out Lucius's name in terror. Seeing this entertaining drama unfold, Andy chuckled in amusement. "Whoa, calm down now. Before you can even attack me, carving a hole in your woman's neck wouldn't be hard at all. I have a very special parasite. Whoever swallows it will obey my every command. I specifically prepared this brainwashing bug just for you." As he spoke, Andy dangled the parasite right in front of Lucius. He then tauntingly asked, "So, who's going to eat it? Take your pick. Your lover, your son, or you, Lucius?" Andy pressed the blade closer to Claudia's neck and said, "Make your choice by the time I count to 3. 1, 2, 3. Just as he finished counting, Lucius replied in utter defeat, "I'll eat it. Just don't touch her or my child." Waiting exactly for that, Andy let out a sinister laugh. "Excellent. Then I'll have your lover eat it." And with that, Andy actually did it. He shoved the parasite right up to Claudia's mouth, forcing her to swallow it. Lucius watched the scene in absolute shock, his eyes widening as he roared, "No!" Right at that moment, thankfully, Ned drove his sword straight into Andy's body. Completely caught off guard, Andy thought in shock. "Since when? I've been monitoring this entire floor with my senses. I didn't detect a thing." Meanwhile, Ned was wearing a bracelet, the Bracelet of Mist. It possessed a transcendent stealth skill. When worn, only a mythic tier detection skill could spot him. And so, thanks to his proactive advantage, Ned successfully defeated Andy and rescued Claudia. He then told Claudia, "Hold on tight." Seeing this unfold, Andy's bodyguard immediately drew his sword and clashed with Ned. He roared furiously, "You bastard!" And with that, a fiery battle broke out between the two. While fighting the bodyguard, Ned thought to himself, "Of the twin knights, the older brother is the Gold Knight. This is my first time fighting him in close combat, and his strength is absolutely terrifying. This is the strongest powerhouse of the 10 continents." During the clash, Ned launched a blast of fire toward Andy. Seeing this, the bodyguard quickly dashed over to protect Andy. Ned also did everything he could to save Claudia. Seeing this, Andy thought furiously, "What the hell is going on? I thought he would die by Lucius's hands, or at least manage to escape on his own." Before Lucius entered the boss room, that guy was fighting with the church members. Everything was going perfectly, so where the hell did he come from to ruin everything? Did that Easterner trick me? Did he pretend to cooperate just to sabotage my plans and make me fail? The hostage has been taken, too. No matter what the Holy Sun does now, I'm in danger. Protecting myself is the top priority. Thinking this, Andy called out to his bodyguard, "Castor, cover my rear." The bodyguard immediately agreed. "Rest assured, my lord." A moment later, the bodyguard approached Lucius. Seeing him, Lucius scoffed disdainfully, "Why come alone? The two of you should come at me together. Only combined are you worthy of being my opponent." Hearing this, the bodyguard replied, "For you, I alone am more than enough." He then introduced himself, ranked 20th among the demon lord's disciples. "I am the eldest son of Count Hugo, Castor Hugo. Shall we warm up with a few moves?" Lucius also introduced himself, Knight of the Church of Light, son of the angels, Lucius Jonnet. "I accept your challenge. Come at me." Meanwhile, outside, Andy's knights were blocking the guests from entering. The knights are currently training. For safety reasons, ordinary believers are forbidden from entering or exiting. Hearing this, the guests frowned and protested. What does that mean? I traveled a long way to get medical treatment. At the same time, in the distance, the mining team noticed smoke billowing from the center. A man wearing a hat spoke up. What's that? Why is there smoke coming from the main building? What happened over there? Over where Leona was, she also saw the fire. She wondered to herself, with a fire like that, there's no way they're just training. Rifi, who was with Leona, then prepared to leave. Seeing this, Leona waved goodbye to him. She told Rifi, once I'm done inspecting, I'll drop by. I'll bring the change, too. I promise. I definitely will. As Rifi was walking away, he suddenly remembered something, turned around, and warned Leona. Oh, right. Hasn't the mining area only been selling on credit lately? I heard a high-ranking official is visiting. Those illegal transactions of yours might be in danger. What if they suddenly get exposed? It's best you don't loiter around the main building. Hearing this, Leona frowned and thought. If that's the case, wouldn't the higher-ups already know? How on earth are they just walking back and forth like that? How troublesome. Returning to the knights fighting in the main building, they were fighting very passionately. On one side were Leonard and Arno. On the other were Andy's knights. During the battle, Arno alone unleashed 3 skills. The first was the petrification shield, inflicting the petrification curse on the opponent. The second was the spirit orb slow, reducing the opponent's speed. The third was the spirit orb's curse, decreasing the opponent's abilities. As for Leonard, she used the obsidian bracelet, reducing skill cooldowns by 50%. Arno fought while observing the knights and thought, the enemies who were brainwashed are the priests of our parish. The captain intended to eliminate the priests, but they might tear apart the opposing faction in the temple for no reason. Don't kill them, we must subdue them. And so Arno unleashed the stun skill. The skill activates at the throwing location and the destination. Single use. Naturally, Arno's throw was a one-hit wonder, striking the knight directly. Seeing this, Leonard praised in surprise. How can you throw so well? Arno replied coldly. I used to be a handball player back in the academy. Suddenly, Arno noticed the surroundings. The spire had collapsed. He quickly pulled Leonard away from that spot. Both of them had extremely grim expressions upon witnessing the scene. They thought to themselves, we cast a protection spell on the temple building, didn't we? Right at this moment, Arno looked toward the main building. Up there, Lucius and Castor were engaged in a fiery battle. Castor thought angrily, that troublesome bastard. If a sword and a spear clash, the spear generally has the advantage due to the difference in reach, allowing it to attack before the opponent gets close. Of course, a first-rate master of my caliber can use a sword from a distance, or dodging the spearhead and stabbing the chest isn't difficult either. Therefore, it's unpredictable. Immediately after, Lucius unleashed an incredibly powerful attack on Castor. Castor thought to himself, the mirror of Chanel. In the event of an attack, the ancient magic of media, Black Mirror, is activated. After that move, Castor challenged Lucius. So you intentionally exposed a flaw. I was almost fooled. You're quite good at pretending to be weak. Lucius was no pushover either. He immediately admitted, you figured it out? The reason you twin brothers are known as powerhouses. Castor chuckled upon hearing that, and said, that. As he spoke, he continued his actions. Lucius also seized the opportunity and launched an attack. However, Castor dodged it. Then followed a series of fierce clashes between the two. Neither yielded to the other. Finally, the two of them ended up face to face. At this point, Lucius spoke up and replied, the reason is that a saint is a divine existence that humans would never dare to rank alongside. If that weren't the case, you wouldn't even make it onto the list of the 10 great powerhouses. As soon as he finished speaking, Lucius flew down with Castor, slamming Castor with immense force into the broken rubble below. Injured, Castor panted and coughed a few times. Leonard and Arno also saw Lucius at this moment. They called out joyfully, Captain. Hearing that call, Lucius immediately shouted to stop them, don't come closer. The truth was that Lucius was no different from Castor. He was also severely injured, covered in blood, looking terrifying. Lucius thought to himself, the moment I used judgment, I suffered the backlash. Face, arms, legs, a total of 5 times. No, I think it was 7 times. Castor also saw Lucius's pained expression. He clutched his body and asked, "How does it feel to suffer the agony of your own body taking the reflected damage?" The damage reflection rate isn't 100% either, only 50 or 60%. Even though I tried to hold you off until Lord Andy escaped, I've changed my mind. You brought this upon yourself. Don't blame anyone. Right after that sentence, Castor stood up again to continue fighting. He growled, "Now, immediately. I will send you to meet the goddess soon." Just as Castor was about to deliver the fatal blow, a voice suddenly echoed from somewhere. "Castor, where are you? Come to me immediately." It was the Queen's command. The possessor of the Queen Parasite can transmit their voice to the possessor of the Princess Parasite. Hearing that call, Castor froze and was immediately bound tightly by the prison of chains. Taking advantage of this, Lucius was about to do something, but the voice continued to echo, "My location is here. Come here quickly, Castor." On the other side, Andy had been beaten until blood poured from his mouth. Zephyr ordered Andy, "Stand up. I have to hit you a few more times." Returning to Castor, Lucius's group saw this and challenged him. "What's wrong? Did something happen to your master?" "From the beginning, we aimed to hold you off, mainly to separate the 3 of you and capture you. You guys really know how to play right into the trap." Hearing this, Castor's face filled with resentment and anger. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. He gritted his teeth and yelled, "You trash." The giant hand of the demon was holding and playing with rubies radiating immense magical power. At this time, the guy said, "You're entrusting the transportation of the dragon heart to me?" Odin bowed low, placing his hand on his chest to show respect, and said, "Yes, Cardinal. As you know, my ability is brainwashing. With this ability, I can easily take over the grand shrine of the 3rd parish, and even hold the gods in the palm of my hand." A sly smile appeared on Odin's face as he haughtily expressed his view. The safest way to transport it is not to transport it anywhere at all. The 3rd parish has now become the demon cult's den. We can strictly guard the dragon heart there. So the Cardinal can comfortably come to implant the dragon heart. Hearing these words from the cultist Odin, the leading Cardinal, though wearing a mask, showed through his voice that he was very pleased. "Very good. Do just that. But man proposes, God disposes." Reality slapped him hard in the face, leaving him bewildered. Why did it turn out like this? He was carried away by a silver knight to hide. His face darkened. Despite his careful calculations, he still failed. Odin reflected, "I prepared backup plans for every situation. The possibility of Zephyr being eliminated halfway, the disciple of the Easterner. The possibility that Leonard's son would realize he was going to be eliminated. Despite thinking it over and over, he still couldn't understand why his plan had failed so miserably. He continued to think, I considered and arranged everything, so there's no way they could respond so quickly. As expected, there's only one possible reason. It seemed his foolish brain only worked properly in this pathetic fleeing situation. The only thing he could think of was the Easterner's betrayal. The elimination of the disciple this time was a lie, saying that was just to target the moment I let my guard down to ambush me. If that's the case, it makes sense. Reaching this point, his damn emotions began to take over his rational mind. He gritted his teeth, angrily blaming and cursing inwardly. Why play such a trick on me? That hateful bastard. The carriage driver, completely covered in a white cloth, spoke up. Please get in the carriage, Odin. Even so, Odin was still lost in his petty emotions. Lucius was exposed as a demon cultist, but there's no problem now. The cardinals of the Temple of Light want to cast neutral votes for the next pope election. Even though I'm not one of the 12 apostles, as a cardinal of the demon cult, I will protect them. You can't even take care of yourself right now? Who are you trying to protect, old man? Old Odin worried. What's more concerning is the scale of the enemy. If the Easterner betrayed us, I don't know how long Zephyr's disciples will hide. If the Easterner himself or his son Jean Kong intervenes. Pushing aside his complicated thoughts, his mind advised him. First, I must get to the base and hide. Then bring more troops for reinforcement. But as the old man stepped onto the carriage, his hand touched a sticky green substance. Confused, he opened his hand to look. Seeing the green slime clinging to his fingers. The old man was puzzled. What is this? Before he could think, Odin's entire body convulsed. His eyes widened as if he had just taken a strong stimulant. Odin gripped the hand that had just touched the carriage in agony and screamed loudly. It hurt so much he rolled around several times. The Silver Knight beside him panicked and shouted, "Odin!" For those who don't know, this is one of the 72 extreme poisons of the poison spirit Fade. Number 68, Baleo. Characteristic, extreme pain. Odin trembled, gritting his teeth in agony. Damn it. It hurts. It hurts so much. While he screamed pitifully inside, outside his body, starting from his hand, terrifying tentacles began to sprout. At this moment, the carriage driver lowered his hood. His face gradually became clear under the light. A sinister smile bloomed on his lips. He used his hand to strip the white cloak from his body. Beneath the white cloak was a tall young man with familiar silver hair. That's right, it was our handsome Zephyr. After being poisoned by him, Odin's face contorted, bulging with blue veins. His voice was weak. You're not my subordinate. You're the one who. Before he could finish, he took a kick to the face from Zephyr. He growled, too noisy. The Silver Knight beside him rushed toward Odin in panic, shouting, "Odin!" The knight turned to Zephyr, drew his sword, and said, "You bastard. I am one of the top 110 powerhouses on the continent. Aren't you afraid of the Silver Knight Pollux? If you surrender now." It seemed our Zephyr wasn't very good at communicating, so as soon as someone else spoke, he left them speechless. He shot a poison needle into the knight's face. Bearing the title of Silver Knight Pollux, yet with just one poison needle, blood poured from his mouth as he rolled on the ground, playing dead. Zephyr pointed at the knight, his voice full of disdain. "Isn't that too half-hearted? You should have brought a real Silver Knight instead of a fake who plays dead after being hit by a poison needle. Turns out it's a fake, yet you dare to boast like you're the real deal." At this point, Odin could hardly hold on. His face was dripping with sweat, his teeth clenched tight, and more blue veins popped out on his face. His eyes emitted a yellow light, and he began to order someone. "Castor, come to me immediately." It seemed Odin wanted to buy time to wait for this Castor to arrive. He started babbling nonsense. Wait, let's talk for a bit. What do you want? Who sent you here?" Seeing Zephyr approaching him with a large blade, Odin thought he was harming him for money. So he raised his hand, wanting him to stop, and said, "It's all for money. I'll pay double what your employer paid. No, triple. Please." Although his words seemed rational, his mind was already a chaotic mess. I still haven't deciphered his seemingly immortal recovery ability. This isn't normal poison. Wait, since when does poison have normal and abnormal types? Odin was terrified, yet his words still carried a threat. "Think this through. I am a cardinal. Instead of killing me, let's join hands for mutual benefit. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you." Although his mouth spoke of a deal, his mind was scheming otherwise. "I need to stall for time first. Wait until Castor arrives. No, at least until the poison is secreted." His mouth kept running. "That's right. Why not choose me? I can give you far more than whoever hired you." Rifi seemed to read Odin's mind. He spoke up. "What? Are you waiting for someone?" He held up the familiar silver helmet of the Knight Order right in front of the man's face. The helmet was stained with its owner's blood. With a piercing stare and a cold smirk, he said, "This bastard." Seeing that familiar silver helmet, Odin was struck with terror. His eyes bulged, sweating profusely. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. "What? That really belongs to Castor." Returning to the scene from 12 hours prior. Early in the morning, Rifi and his comrades had taken down countless cavalrymen. Corpses were piled high. It seemed he had decapitated him. The blood-soaked sword rested by his side. Lucius stood nearby, his eyes closed tightly in thought. Dongan's potion. Although I was skeptical, we really can identify the Demon Lord's cultists. His tone carried a hint of regret. What a shame. To think the one directly escorting Cardinal Odin was a demon worshipper. At this time, Ned, inside the cave, recalled his master's instructions. Deliver the stolen dragon heart to the brothers waiting at the rendezvous point. Among them is a priest from the church, so once the slave mark is removed, go hide somewhere. He lowered his head, deep in thought, pretending to bring the dragon heart, but actually trying to kill me by subduing me with a slave mark. Furthermore, one of the people waiting was the Silver Knight in disguise. which means I was definitely going to die. He gritted his teeth in anxiety. I can't believe I trusted such people to avenge me. Back to the bloody reality. Rifi remembered the wicked deeds this cardinal had inflicted upon everyone. In his final days, Ned had barely escaped the Silver Knight, exhausted and battered. After running for months with a dragon heart he couldn't absorb, his senior brother stole it and threw him into a cave. Filled with rage, Rifi relentlessly delivered powerful, heavy slashes onto his body. Cardinal Odin was truly vile. He had used his brainwashing magic on Lucius. In a tragic end, Lucius, controlled by the parasite, became a nightmarish enemy. Recalling Lucius's tragic fate, when he was at death's door, lying in Claudia's arms. Seeing her man about to leave her forever, she cried in heartbreak, "No, from the children, to you." It was a memory that shattered the heart just thinking about it. Claudia wept bitterly over Lucius's body, begging, "Please, please, just kill me too. I have no reason left to live in this world." The more he reminisced, the deeper Rifi's hatred for the man grew. The countless tragedies Odin had orchestrated, that alone was reason enough to kill this bastard right here, right now. He channeled his power, raising his massive blade enveloped in crackling blue lightning. It was as if he poured his entire being into this one bloody strike. The entire area lit up like a massive explosion. However, the old man Odin managed to evade the strike. Rifi's blade embedded deeply into the earth, thick white smoke billowing upward. Seeing this, Rifi's eyes widened, gleaming sharply. He frowned, thinking, the mass is too small. Even if he was struck by lightning, he couldn't have shrunk that much. While he was intently analyzing the situation, a sneak attack suddenly came from behind. With his sharp senses and agile body, Rifi managed to block the attack. But the strike was incredibly heavy, forcing him to slide backward just from parrying it. The white smoke gradually cleared, revealing a grotesque tentacle monster. It chuckled, "How long has it been since I took this form? My muscles are so tense." It turned out Cardinal Odin had been beaten back into his original form. His true body was a mass of writhing, talking tentacles. "Listen here. I don't leave the fighting to the Twin Knights because I'm weak. In fact, I'm much stronger than them. I just don't participate in battles." The hideous monster hoisted itself up from the battlefield and declared loudly, "Because I didn't want anyone to see me like this. What an incredibly ugly form. It's unacceptably hideous. If I ran into this thing, I wouldn't die from getting beaten, I'd die of a heart attack." Rifi sensed the tide of the battle shifting. He felt a slight apprehension. The moment the lightning struck, a part of his body detached and reverted to its true form. "It's been 5 years since I shattered the Revelation Stone and became a demon." The grotesque monster spoke up. "Throughout these years of relentless training, I acquired the camouflage skill to take human form, along with the overwhelming power of the demon race." The monster raised a tentacle glowing with a toxic green aura, threatening Rifi. "Furthermore, every single person who has seen me in this form has been killed. Not a single one survived. I'm quite surprised you forced me to reveal my true self." Odin opened his wrinkled mouth, giving him a sinister smirk. But that was a mistake. He thrust his tentacled hand forward, unleashing a powerful blast of internal energy toward Rifi. The impact sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere. Long green lines tore through the forest, splitting the ground into fragments. What terrifying destructive power! Meanwhile, Ned and Claudia, who were in the forest, heard the massive explosion. It started. He was certain the battle between Rifi and Odin had begun. Ned instructed Claudia, "Hide inside this cave. Absolutely do not come out until I call for you." He then took out 2 bracelets, handed them to her, and said, "And take this. This is a high-tier invisibility magic bracelet, so put it on." Shocked, Claudia raised her eyebrows and asked worriedly, "Why you're giving this to me? What about you?" A radiant aura enveloped him as he turned his face, looking incredibly cool, and replied, "I don't need it." With that, Ned dashed off at lightning speed. Claudia, holding her child inside the cave, was left standing there with her mouth agape in awe. Ned sprinted as fast as he could toward the source of the noise. He was burning with fighting spirit. "The day I've been waiting for has finally come." Ned's resentment boiled over. "The day I take my revenge on those beasts." He recalled the happy time spent with his beloved father. But that father was ruthlessly cut down by 2 of Odin's temple knights. They were truly cruel. They killed my father and stole our family heirloom. He seethed with hatred. I've already killed one. Just 2 left. Ned's face burned with intense power, his eyes glowing with a red magical aura. His reasoning urged him on. I will send you all to hell. At this rate, once Ned arrives, Odin's days are numbered. If anyone wants Odin to survive, start praying for him. As for me, I'm praying in advance, meaning, I pray he passes on quickly so he stops bringing suffering to the world. The captain of the reconnaissance squad, clad in durable gold armor, unleashed slash after slash. His sword emitted blazing red waves of energy, exuding immense power. Those slashes flew straight toward Lucius. He used a shield to block them, surrounded by rings of golden light. As Lucius defended, he analyzed the situation. He's constantly using the power of the parasite mark. His attack power is relatively high, but the accuracy of his strikes is dropping. The longer this goes on, the less effective his attacks become. At that moment, an idea sparked in Lucius's mind. Since we're blocking his attacks better than he expected, he's starting to get anxious. This is my chance. Lucius immediately called out, Arno. Arno replied, Yes, my lord. Meanwhile, the recon captain was displaying his power while chanting the spell, Aria CEO, grant us strength. As he chanted, he pulled out a star-shaped ring, thinking to himself, this is the highest tier buff skill I have. System prompt, light of the battlefield, greatly increases the attributes of all allied forces. Attack, light attribute, magic power, defense, and recovery are increased by 120%. During this time, Lucius stood watching Arno. Lucius's body was enveloped in golden light, sparkling like tiny stars. Leona stared in amazement at the spirit gem beside her, which seemed to be absorbing spiritual energy. She thought, the spirit gem is being powered up too. Suddenly, the spirit gem expanded and glowed brightly, leaving her staring at it in bewilderment. At this moment, the recon captain thrust his sword forward, aiming at the blinding golden chains. Note, the chains of light have been enhanced. As soon as he spoke, the chains turned a blinding gold right before his eyes. He began swinging his sword, violently hacking at the chains, shattering them into pieces while emitting dazzling sparks of fire. Suddenly, those golden chains shot toward him, forcing him to retreat. The spirit gem had circled behind him and was flying straight at the back of the gold-armored captain. He spun around to block the massive crystal flying his way, scoffing inwardly. Such a slow attack. Suddenly, a green mist erupted around him, forcing him to inhale it. It seemed to be poison gas. He thought, what? This feels weird. He saw Lucius flying toward him and thought, it feels like the world suddenly sped up. As the thought crossed his mind, he jolted in realization. No, it's me who's gotten slower. Exactly. He had been struck by Leona's spirit gem, which debuffed his power. System prompt, Meteor. Spirit gem enhancement skill. Charges and attacks the enemy. Enemies that come into contact with the spirit gem will suffer a debuff that slows their attack speed. Lucius's face flashed with absolute determination. The armored captain, on the other hand, was the exact opposite. Even though the helmet covered more than half his face, his frustration and panic were palpable. Seizing the opportunity, Lucius dashed forward and used his blade to finish off the recon captain. Following that, boom. A massive explosion blew apart a large section of the tower. Inside, the recon captain had been cleaved in two. Only then did Lucius breathe a sigh of relief and say, it's done. Suddenly, something resembling streaks of lightning flashed by. It seemed this battle was far from over. The building behind him was slashed into multiple pieces, leaving Lucius, who had just sighed in relief, completely stunned. He gritted his teeth and turned his head. The tower where Leona was standing suddenly cracked open, causing her to stumble and nearly fall. At this moment, Arno looked on in absolute shock, thinking, just now, a black aura crashed straight into the tower. No, that's not all. During the fight with the captain, the Gold Knight's shockwaves continuously cracked the tower. He suddenly realized in horror. Could it be? The Gold Knight's target wasn't the captain's head. The tower began to collapse. The spires at the top had completely shattered. At this moment, The academy's headmaster and several others were on the brink of death. They were tied up, unable to move, and could only grit their teeth as massive boulders plummeted toward their heads. Standing at the top of the tower, Lucius gritted his teeth and thought, "The brainwashed priests are at the bottom of the tower." At the base of the tower, Nerone was also tied up. Unable to do anything, he could only lower his head, close his eyes, and endure. Lucius screamed. The tower was blown to pieces, turning into a pile of rubble. Thick smoke covered the sky. The recon captain clutched his bleeding stomach, running as fast as he could. He thought to himself that half the parasites in his body had been incinerated. Even though they were deeply embedded in my body, with the parasites damaged, my combat power has dropped. He ran frantically, panting heavily, thinking, "I need to quickly retrieve the parasites from Lord Odin." He cursed in anger. Damn it! That bastard Holy Son. How could he push me this far? His eyes filled with murderous intent as he thought. Still, this is fine. These guys are dead set on clinging to me. Thanks to the support of the halo and the damage-reflecting armor. Even if they want to catch me, it'll take them a year. Running through the dark night, he continued his train of thought. Things turning out this way is actually good. The most important thing is Lord Odin's safety. The scene shifted to another location. Two people knelt before a priest, listening to a mysterious figure speak. "You two have been stripped of your right to inherit the count's title by your sister. Therefore, serve me as priests." The mysterious person speaking to them was Andy. He continued, "Because the world has gone astray." He reached out his hand to the two and said, "Join me in setting this world right. This world is currently serving false gods. Let the world be ruled by the gods of justice. Become noble beings in a righteous world." In another scene, flashes of light suddenly appeared, causing a lush green tree to crash to the ground. It was the gold-armored captain from earlier, gathering momentum to leap into the air. At this moment, his mind was filled with thoughts. Lord Odin gave profound meaning to the lives of us brothers, and no one is allowed to touch him. He accelerated, flying even faster, and said, "Please wait for me, Lord Odin. I am coming to help you right now." He was flying as fast as the wind when a beam of light shot up, blocking his path. He was stunned, his face dripping with sweat. Unfortunately for him, he was cleaved in half once again by Ned's razor-sharp sword. Note, the sword Ned is holding is the Sword of Light, a mystical blade forged from magic. The length and shape of the magical blade changed depending on the user. He pointed the sword forward, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Ned stood on a hill, holding the sword, looking incredibly badass, while the other man lay defeated on the ground. Alfonso, lying slumped on the ground, spoke up, the disciple of the East. "It's you again. Why do you keep getting in our way?" Ned turned his face and replied, "This is the first time I've seen you since that day 12 years ago. You still remember my face." Ned's eyes flared with anger as he shouted, "If so, have you forgotten that you murdered Leonardo Co, my father?" At this, Alfonso trembled in fear, but still retorted, "Huh, you came to avenge your family." He then feigned ignorance, saying, "I don't know. I don't remember any name like that. I've killed hundreds of people by now. How could I possibly remember every single one?" Hearing this, Ned glared at him furiously. Alfonso added, "Now I'll tell you something good. I'm getting pretty annoyed having to fight." As he spoke, he discarded his armor. Alfonso stood up, gripping his sword with a very serious expression. He recalled the ambush from earlier, where Ned had driven his sword straight through Andy's chest. He analyzed internally. That surprise attack earlier was quite strong. He accurately predicted my movements. His stealth technique was flawless and completely bypassed my mana detection. He's no amateur. Regardless, there must be a reason they chose the strategy of splitting us up and launching an ambush. Alfonso raised his sword and stepped forward, thinking, in the end, he doesn't have the confidence to beat me in a head-on fight. He spoke aloud. "I'll give you 10 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Despite Alfonso's words, Ned merely glanced at him and said, "Looking at him doesn't really spark my interest anyway. If that's the case, then this will be enough." Alfonso, who was raising his sword to strike Ned, looked shocked. Suddenly, Alfonso's face twisted in rage as he screamed, "You bastard! Why do you have that sword?" The sword emitted a blue glow. Ned leaped up, holding that very sword in his hand, and raised it high. As it turned out, the two swords wielded by Ned and Alfonso were the symbols of the twin knights, bestowed upon them by Odin. The sun sword was given to the gold knight, forming a pair with the sword the silver knight valued as much as his own breath, the moon sword. Ned said, "If you defeat me, I'll tell you your younger brother's dying words." Hearing his brother mentioned, Alfonso was enraged and eager to fight. He replied, "Since it's come to this, I will grant your wish and kill you." A massive explosion devastated a large area. A terrifying creature appeared, with skin as hard as stone and a face adorned with glowing spots and tentacles. The creature spoke, "This guy, he's tough. Normally, taking this many hits, a petty silver knight would have died long ago." It looked at Rifi, who was holding his sword with a badass expression, and thought in surprise, "How is he still moving so fast?" The creature suddenly transformed into something even more horrifying with a loud screech. The terrifying entity was growing larger, looking like a hand with countless fingers. He thought, terrifying, a skill that uses centipedes to alter the body's form. Before his eyes, the scenery changed. The terrifying creature lunged at Rifi at high speed, forcing him to block with his sword. He unleashed a powerful blue slash, accompanied by streaks of lightning, cutting right across the creature's body. Rifi raised his sword high, his expression fierce. He then leaped into the air and brought the blade down with all his might. Thousands of lightning bolts, along with a surge of blue energy, crashed straight into the creature's head. He thought, "If I concentrate my mana into the sword, combined with the sharpness of the metal, it can match the toughness of this monster." It seemed the disgusting creature still didn't know fear. It reached out its hand as if about to do something. Suddenly, it sprayed some kind of substance everywhere. Rifi thought, insect digestive fluid. Quick as lightning, he unleashed a flurry of powerful slashes, severing the monster's legs and sending it into a panic. A surge of immensely powerful blue energy erupted. True dragon sword art. Cloud dragon ascending to heaven. He sliced the monster into pieces. Rifi dashed right through the monster with his sword, looking incredibly badass. But it wasn't over yet. The creature still wasn't dead. It immediately spewed out a corrosive mist. Rifi used his armor to block it. The severed parts of the monster's body began to move. They transformed into sharp weapons and surrounded Rifi. The battle grew intense and fiery. Clashes of white and blue energy illuminated a corner of the sky. Suddenly, the parts of the monster's body began to reattach. It boasted, "I'm also known as the immortal Odin. No matter how many times a human cuts me down, I will always regenerate." The monster pointed at Rifi, who was obscured by the smoke, and said, "On the contrary, a human's stamina and magical power have limits." The outcome was decided from the very beginning. It roared again, "Die." The monster lunged forward and grabbed Rifi by the collar. It said, "Honestly, I kinda like you. Your attack power, defense, and combat reflexes are all excellent." The monster raised its fist and continued, "What a great warrior. So, after I rip you in half, I'll inject you with centipede venom. Instead of going to heaven, you'll become my subordinate." As soon as it finished speaking, a blue fist shot forward, striking Rifi squarely on his left side before he could block. He was sent flying, snapping dozens of trees in his path. Before he could even stand up, the monster leaped high into the air and plummeted toward him. With a deafening crash, the entire area where Rifi stood was reduced to rubble. The power was absolutely terrifying. Numerous cracks began to spread across the ground. It raised its arm high, transforming it into a massive blade crackling with blue energy. The monster struck directly into the fissure. After the strike, it panted heavily, looking quite exhausted. It recalled a memory. In a castle, someone was kneeling respectfully before a figure sitting on a throne. Suddenly, the figure spoke, "Wealth and fame. Ambitions everyone desires. You can enjoy everything as Marquis Laser, just like your father. If you swallow this, it will all be yours. I hope you attain a great power unmatched by anyone." How fascinating, Odin. As the figure spoke, they held out some kind of pills. The scene shifted to the figure's perspective, who continued, "Since I was born, I have never seen any power that grants more terrifying strength than that object. It all depends on how you use it. Make good use of it and evolve. He thought of a centipede and mused, since that day, to evolve it, I frantically used the power of the centipede venom. With this power, I killed anyone who stood in my way. And so, I finally utilized the power of the centipede venom combined with the revelation stone to transform myself into this demonic form. The monster continued, all my power is concentrated in this form. The scene shifted back to Rifi. He had caught the recent slash using only 2 fingers. He spoke with a tone of utter contempt. Oh, I see. So 100% of your power only amounts to this? But, are you sure you're using all your strength? The monster broke into a cold sweat seeing him completely unharmed. It thought, he took that hit, and is completely fine. How can a human? Rifi continued, you joined the Night Order. Even if you killed all 3 of them at once, I couldn't do anything about it. Why go through the trouble of splitting them up? He answered his own question. First, I have to avenge Ned. If I killed you all with overwhelming power, it wouldn't be called revenge anymore. As he spoke, he channeled a golden aura. And one more thing, demons are very rare these days. A flash of golden light erupted. After the light faded, Rifi had transformed into a different form. He said, I've reached the absolute peak of dragon power, but I had nowhere to test it. Skill, Dragonification. Once per day, temporarily enhances the energy of the dragon heart. Time limit, 1 minute. Power increased by 90%. Will gradually increase with time and proficiency. He added, especially since combat experience against demons is so valuable. The fact that you're immortal makes it even better. The monster panicked, trembling in fear as it thought, Dragonheart? How is that possible? This guy, he's not the Holy Sun, nor is he a disciple of the Eastern Temple. A nameless nobody. Impossible. I can't believe it. But now, before it could finish its thought, a giant hand lunged at the monster, accompanied by blood-red eyes glaring at it. I'm going to give you a few tests. Do your best. Terrified by the overwhelming pressure, the monster took flight. As it flew, the monster cried out, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I can't die here. But before it could finish, a wave of sword aura slashed right through it, cleaving its body in 2. As the scene changed, the monster could be seen sliced into multiple pieces by 3 incredibly powerful golden sword strikes. Instantly, the monster's corpse plummeted heavily to the ground. Rifi spoke with a tone of disdain. Get up. The test isn't over yet. You don't get to die that easily, understand? The scene shifted to a flash of blue light. A sword flew out from within it and stabbed straight into the ground. A groan escaped Ned, who had a sword pressed against his neck. He spoke up, Ugh. Are you kidding me? At a time like this? The man holding the sword to Ned's neck glared at him with an unfriendly expression and said, Die. Ned reached out his hand to block the blade, his hand already bleeding from holding on for so long. Ugh. In Ned's mind, Rifi's words echoed. So, the way to defeat the Twin Knights is like this. Really? That's the secret to their power? But that's not going to be an easy task. To pull this off, first, how much damage can the 3 of you inflict on the Silver Knight? And secondly, Rifi told Ned, it depends on you. Your role is crucial. There was a family with twin boys. The 2 sons of the Count were unique in that their mana resonated with each other. When they were together, if one used mana, the other's mana would also be stimulated. When apart, they acted individually, but when close, their movements and expressions mirrored each other. Although it was a rare phenomenon, the master of the Magic Tower, Great Mage Henrik, told the twins' father, Count Hugo, that because they possessed immense innate mana and an excellent affinity for magic, if trained well, they would grow up to be powerful knights. Hearing the mage's words, the Count pondered, if I just leave them be, they'll only live in their own little world. I need to put in the effort. Thanks to the touching dedication of their father, Count Hugo, the 2 brothers became promising knights. Odin, who had always kept an eye on them, secretly interfered with the succession of the Hugo family's title and turned the 2 children into his puppets to maximize their special physical constitution. He gifted them the Moon and Sun swords, which resonated with each other. Through the Moon and Sun swords, the infamous skills of the Twin Knights were perfected. As the 2 sparred, the Gold Knight said, during an attack, before transitioning to the next strike, there will inevitably be a gap in movement. At that moment, no matter who it is, they will expose a weakness. However, as if to fill the Gold Knight's gaps, the Silver Knight's swordsmanship is superb, truly masterful. During the eclipse, because their mana is linked, they can swing their swords and repel the opponent's blade at will. A relentless storm of blades slaughters the enemy with a transcendent precision and speed that they themselves are capable of. There is not a single opening in the sword strikes they unleash. So that's how it is. Ned held his sword and said, "This technique." Reefy replied, "Yes. It's similar to the Flowing Cloud secret art. The Flowing Cloud secret art is a defensive method that balances the yin and yang of electrical currents to redirect an opponent's attack during a battle with a fellow disciple. There is a difference in power, whether it's electrical current or the innate mana of the Twin Knights, but they are similar in that they instantly convert the push and pull of power into offensive or defensive force, to the point where it's considered a flawless ultimate technique. If one masters the Flowing Cloud secret art, they can recreate the eclipse by resonating with the Gold Knight using the Moon's sword, and dive deep into the Gold Knight's attack rhythm and shatter its pattern. Someone watching said, "This guy? Could it be?" Ned seemed to have figured out the secret of the eclipse, finding an opening in the Gold Knight's defense and striking him, sending him flying backward. The Gold Knight was utterly shocked that Ned could use this to hit him. He muttered darkly, "Other than Lord Odin, no one knows the secret of the eclipse. How could that guy?" He was furious that the secret had been exposed. Covered in blood and with eyes full of rage, the knight roared, "What the hell happened? Did Pollux, my loyal brother, reveal the secret of this technique?" At that moment, Aark. Oh, he couldn't hear anything else. Save me. Aark. 3 minutes. No, 1 minute. I have to take him down in that time. Those were the words the knight spoke. The fiery, bloody figure in the distance was rapidly approaching. Ready and waiting to intercept the attack, Ned successfully blocked the Gold Knight's strikes. He thought, just as expected, if I show him the Silver Knight's sword and secret art, no matter how worried Odin is, he won't be able to ignore it and walk away. If he sends the Gold Knight to Odin, he'll force Odin to escape at any cost. Losing the Silver Knight will make Odin even more cautious. After that, no one will know if the people Odin brings are soldiers or my master. While clashing, Ned kept thinking and made a decision. If not now, there won't be another chance. I have to catch him now. The Gold Knight's sword was pointed at Ned's neck. Both of them were covered in blood, their bodies bruised and battered, their hair disheveled. And at the same time, Ned's sword was also pointed at the Gold Knight's neck. The two were locked in a fierce, desperate struggle, teetering on the edge of life and death. At this moment, the knight seemed to transform into a giant, slowly driving his sword toward Ned. The Gold Knight thrust his sword forward, but it was cut in half. The Crow Cloak. The wearer can use mana to create a clone and then teleport to a nearby location. It seemed Ned had donned the Crow Cloak to counter the knight. He used the cloak's ability to teleport behind him and struck his back with immense force. A deafening crack of thunder echoed as a powerful palm strike slammed directly into the Gold Knight's back. The blow sent him crashing heavily forward. Taking advantage of his fall, Ned thought, "Perfectly intercept his movement. This is the opening." Ned immediately exploited the gap. A beam of light struck straight at his head, but incredibly, the Gold Knight used his sword to block the attack. The strike was halted. No, more than that. The sword was stuck and couldn't be moved. 2 and 1 and 2. His eyes darted backward as he shouted, "Got you." The sun and moon swords attracted each other. A giant hand materialized from the aura. Instantly, Ned took a hit, a massive punch straight to the gut that sent him flying. The punch was so powerful that blood spewed from Ned's mouth. Ugh! A large pool of blood formed on the ground. Cough, cough. How humiliating. You piece of trash. That's enough. The sword was planted into the grassy ground. He pointed his sword at Ned's neck and screamed, "Die." Ned still tried to put his hand on the blade to block it, blood pouring out more and more. Ugh! Pressed from above and resisting from below, blood dripping relentlessly. Hovering between life and death, Ned remembered the past with his father. "Ned, my son, one day, you will succeed me and become a baron. When that time comes, you will inherit the glorious duty of the master of our house. You must become a great knight, worthy of this sword. Understand? Yes, father. I will remember. Even though his hands were covered in blood, remembering his father's words, Ned declared with absolute resolve, I will absolutely not fall in a place like this. His clenched hand opened up, then balled into a tight fist as Ned punched straight at the Gold Knight. Ned poured every ounce of his strength into that punch. The devastating punch sent the knight crashing to the ground. The blow landed squarely on his eye. He covered his eyes with his hands, writhing in agony. A massive surge of mana and lightning erupted. Ned had gone completely berserk. That surge of power, combined with Ned's punch, caused the knight excruciating pain as he screamed, My eyes! I can't see anything. Damn it, I took a hit. I can't recover quickly. Arg. This time it's my leg. You bastard, I'll kill you. Where are you? I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Where are you? Where's that bastard? The Gold Knight knelt on the ground, screaming and thrashing in despair. The Crow Cloak activated once again. The Crow Cloak. The wearer can use mana to create a clone and teleport nearby. Too many tracks. The knight swung his sword wildly, desperately searching for where Ned was standing. Ah! Frantic, desperate screams echoed. Channeling his power into his sword, Ned aimed to end the Gold Knight's life, declaring, I will end this with this strike. Thunder Dragon. A terrifying surge of power erupted, sending blinding sparks flying everywhere. The sword lay on the ground, the body seemingly incinerated. The twin knights, the Hugo brothers, who had become one of the 10 strongest on the continent. Ned stood victorious, holding the short sword in his hand. In this moment, everything felt empty. The ruined fortress from the battle, the smoke and ash blowing far away. The crowd cheered in unison. Hooray! A nun dressed in white, holding a staff, turned and called out, If you're okay, come over here and help. Arno looked at the devastated, tragic scene and thought to himself, so much destruction. The collapsed buildings and defensive skills kept the casualties low. Thank goodness Odin left these buildings empty. He knelt beside a wounded soldier, holding his cross necklace, and reassured him, I will heal you now. The soldier asked groggily, Ugh, why am I here? Lucius watched the scene and thought, there were so many centipedes, yet they all died at once. Because of that, the brainwashing on the people was broken. That means Andy is either dead or incapacitated. Everyone, someone called out. Lucius's attention was drawn, and he looked over. Then, with a gentle smile, he said, Thank you all. Claudia ran over, holding their child. Beside her were Reefy, who was supporting Ned. A golden light shone behind the three of them. She threw herself into Lucius's arms, and he held her tightly. Seeing Lucius place a gentle kiss on Claudia's forehead, Reefy smiled. In this way, we thwarted Odin's plot and discovered the third diocese, the Grand Temple. After that, we were incredibly busy for several days, Reefy recounted. The scene showed a hospital ward where healing magic was being cast on soldiers in beds. Because the tasks piled up like a mountain, searching for and treating the wounded. The scene showed bound soldiers, wearing iron collars connected by chains, being dragged away, capturing the demon lord's cultists that Odin had brought to the central diocese. Of course, among the important matters to resolve, a golden wine glass was raised. Lucius's actions kicked off the banquet. The cultists who drank the wine were immediately poisoned, spewing black blood. Reefy recounted wearily, going through days of dizzying busyness, pushing the army's mobilization to the absolute limit of exhaustion. The banquet turned from joyous to deadly in an instant. Except for Lucius, all the other attendees vomited blood and died, Reefy narrated, including the purging of the demon lord's cultists who had been hiding in our military ranks for years. A new day arrived. Warm sunlight shone through the window into the room. Alfonso held a teacup and sighed, terrifying. That Odin's power. I am a priest myself, yet I never expected him to strip away my consciousness and control me. Furthermore, those centipedes kept wriggling around, preventing my internal injuries from healing. Lucius asked, Are you feeling well, uncle? He smiled and replied, I'm fine now. He then turned to Reefy and Ned, expressing his gratitude. Reefy, I don't know how to express my thanks. I've received such a massive favor that merely bowing in gratitude is useless. Reefy picked up his teacup and replied politely, It was our duty as human beings. He reached out his hand and said, "To celebrate your recovery, please accept this gift we prepared." It was a blood-red iron cage wrapped in thorny vines. Inside was a severed head, constantly groaning. Ugh, ugh. This cage is the cage of Memora, a burial artifact from Uritica. Whoever is locked inside cannot use skills, and their state is preserved exactly as when they were put in, Rifi explained. It's Odin's head. Seeing it, Alfonso's face turned pale. He cried out in terror. That's dangerous. Burn it immediately. Rifi calmly replied. We already killed the centipede queen, so his powers are gone. It's safe now. He added, I scolded him a lot, so he's very obedient now. Odin is a member of the Demon Lord's cult. We might be able to extract some useful information. Alfonso eyed the cage warily. He then took it and said, in that case, I must accept it with gratitude. Rifi glanced at Ned and whispered, Is it really okay to just give it to him? Ned whispered back, It doesn't matter. We got the information we needed, and we made him suffer enough. He flashed a sadistic smile, full of cruelty, and added, Besides, I feel incredibly refreshed right now. He thought to himself, more than getting that information, this has now become something I can't firmly grasp. Rifi pulled out a coverless book, placed it on the table toward Alfonso, and said, First, this is the information we extracted after torturing him. The members of the Demon Lord's cult, their other hideouts, and even the plans Odin knew about. Alfonso reached out to take it, saying, Let's see. He turned the pages one by one, reading carefully. His expression grew increasingly serious. In disbelief and horror, he exclaimed, Is this real? Alfonso read the plans aloud. The descent of the Demon Lord. The destruction and recreation of the world. The ones accelerating this plan. The Eastern Alliance. A map appeared, showing the continent shaped like a roaring lion with raised claws. In the Qian Kingdom, which occupies half of the Aslan continent, there are two factions, the Western Alliance of the Lords ruling the Western territories and the Eastern Alliance of the Eastern Lords. Originally, they were two factions of equal power. But after the Holy Son of Light was born to the Queen, carrying the bloodline of Duke Genesti of the Western Alliance, the balance of power shifted. Rifi said, due to some negative impacts, the Eastern Alliance has been in a prolonged stagnation since the Joan Google Black incident. Because of this stagnation, they even sold land to the West. He added, the disparity in power has only grown larger. Rifi continued, because of this, the Demon Lord's cult gradually seeped into the nobility of the Eastern Alliance, like ink dissolving in water. As a result, he announced, 2 of the 8 calamities of the world, the Blue Dragon, ATS, and the Ice Dragon, Maria, they began ravaging the Western lands. Hearing this, Lucius agreed, his expression heavy as he thought, that's right. That's why this mission is so urgent. The West doesn't have much time left. The area where the Blue Dragon is expanding its lair is the continent's largest granary. The territory the Ice Dragon has occupied is the West's central logistics port. If we leave those 2 dragons alone, the South will soon perish as well. Alfonso was also pondering this. In the West, because of this situation, the people are suffering from losing their land. The nobles are getting poorer, falling into an endless cycle of sinking deeper into the Demon Lord's cult. Who knows? This might all be a conspiracy by the cult. Rifi tapped his fingers on the table and said calmly, according to Odin, it's not that the 2 dragons are cooperating with the cult. It's just that the cultists provoked them and lured them there. If that's the case, we just need to hunt the 2 dragons and be done with it. He bluntly stated his decision. Ned and I will go hunt them. Hearing this, Alfonso was horrified. Are you out of your mind? Hunting a dragon is absurd enough on its own, let alone just the 2 of you going. Lucius, sitting nearby, said in displeasure, Yeah, meaning you don't need me, right? Rifi quickly explained, You have to stay and protect the 3rd diocese. Having our main base stolen would be a disaster. The attacks won't stop after just this one time. If something happens to you and your family, the tide of the war could be reversed. Hearing that, Lucius had to accept it. Fine, he then said solemnly. As the Holy Son, Lucius Genesti, I hereby appoint Rifi and Ned as temple knights. Lucius added, Furthermore, in gratitude for your efforts in protecting the diocese, I will gift you gold, gems, and 3 bags of mana stones. Temple Knights can freely enter and exit any territory under the influence of the Temple of Light. As the Holy Son of the Temple of Light, I will write a certificate so you too can freely use necessary supplies and mobilize personnel. And also, Lucius finished, my uncle and I will split the cost and offer the tributes required by the temple on your behalf. Rifi exclaimed, Whoa! Alfonso, hearing this, jumped in shock and turned to look at him. Rifi declined, saying, just getting the status on paper is enough. As for the rest, a priest can't accept that. Ned also chimed in, I don't need it either. Lucius insisted, if you don't, you won't be able to use the Temple of Light skills. Rifi replied, doesn't matter. Inwardly, he thought, I told you I don't like being bound by gods. Lucius shook Rifi's hand and said, I understand. If you change your mind, let me know anytime. Regardless, I'll try to expand our influence to the areas you're heading so you can focus on your dragon hunting mission. Behind them, Alfonso was speechless, thinking, what dragon hunting mission? He's actually worried. Since he's using his authority as the Holy Son, I can't even argue. Well, let's just see how this plays out first. Lucius walked with Rifi and Ned to see them off. He asked, when are you departing? We must hold a farewell banquet. Rifi, hating the hassle, declined, no need. We'll skip that, but there's this. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from behind them. The group startled and spun around in horror. The cage on the table erupted with an intense, purplish-red surge of mana. Odin's head inside twisted and contorted, letting out agonizing, ear-piercing, and gruesome shrieks. The flesh tore open like rotting maggots. A voice echoed, like a call from the deepest, darkest abyss, full of pure evil. I felt Odin's life force weakening, so I tried reaching out. A pair of eyes radiating a blinding purple light appeared from within the torn flesh. The voice spoke. Odin was captured. It was your doing, wasn't it? Lucius shouted. Who are you? A blinding light suddenly manifested. It radiated outward with immense power, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. The cage was obliterated. Something floated in midair, resembling a small octopus. It said, kneel, before you are punished. It looked like a mass of rotting, writhing maggots clumped together in the shape of a heart, with a single eye opening in the center. It declared, I am the leader of the Demon Lord's cult. Staring at that monstrosity, all 4 of them thought in unison, the leader of the demon cult. Lucius looked at it and thought, Odin knew he was going to fail, so he came here to end everything. Damn it. The eye narrowed as it spoke. I see. So that's how it is. Your aura is quite extraordinary. It stared straight at Rifi and stated, you are the owner of the dragon heart. Rifi glared at the entity warily, thinking, this guy, why did he show up so soon? He thought to himself, at this point, I know losing the dragon heart is no longer a major concern for the cult leader. After all, it was only a part of the plan. Instead, the cult leader is passionately enjoying his secret life. Rifi thought, that's why I could freely mess with Odin and the Twin Knights. For the next 2 years, the cult leader won't make a move. During that time, we'll hunt down and eliminate them one by one, and by sparking a debate with Lucius, I'll destroy all his subordinates. He wondered, does the cult leader really have a special relationship with Odin? If so, there's no way he would just ignore it while Odin was being tortured. Is it simply his capriciousness? He thought anxiously. If not, could it be the Demon Lord? At that moment, 2 pairs of feet stepped forward. It was Ned and Lucius. They stood protectively in front of him, startling him slightly. Ned said in a low voice, first, stay away from his body. We'll stall for time somehow. He thought to himself, ignoring the effects of the skill ban and his physical limitations, at the very least, the cult leader is close to the angel tier. Lucius calculated, this won't be easy, but I still have a trump card. The card of glory. He raised his sword and said with determination, I cannot let him take the dragon heart. Rifi stared at them blankly, thinking, these guys. Ned asked, you know how to use a sword, right? Lucius simply replied, follow me. Lucius pushed off the ground, sparks of electricity trailing from his feet. He calculated, the linked magic will be severed if the connection medium is destroyed. So, Odin's head must be destroyed. Two streaks of lightning, one gold and one red, flashed forward. It was Ned and Lucius. In the blink of an eye, they appeared on either side of the entity, swinging their swords. Both had decided to destroy it in a single instant. Just as their blades were about to strike the entity, a magic circle appeared. Both of them were instantly caught by a pitch-black claw. They were shoved far away. Both struggled relentlessly but couldn't break free from the magic's restraint. Ned thought, I'll use the crow cloak to launch a surprise attack. The activation speed is too fast. What? This skill? Lucius thought, my mana is constantly being dispersed. I can't use my skills. The entity spoke, don't do anything stupid. You can't break that skill. The skill Shadow of the Ancient Dragon. Targets affected by this skill have their mana usage severely reduced and are forbidden from using skills. The cult leader thought, I can't sense her traces. I came to see if she intervened and changed the situation. A wasted trip. He thought, if that's the case, I have nothing left to do. Glowing purple runes began swirling around the tentacles. Then, magic circles expanded outward, followed by surges of multicolored lightning-like mana. Skill, Circle of Curses. Curse of Disease. Curse of Agony. Curse of Corruption. Under the effects of the curses, Lucius and Ned immediately suffered severe adverse reactions. The pain was unbearable. Strange marks began appearing on their faces. Alfonso clutched the cross on his chest tightly, crying out in terror, Goddess Alice! Goddess Alice! Rifi gripped his sword and stepped forward, slashing fiercely. A powerful golden light from the heavenly light skill shattered the cult leader's magic. The cult leader was shocked, his pupils shrinking as he thought, that's... In Rifi's hand was a sword forged from brilliant, overwhelming light. His eyes were pitch black with crimson pupils. The cult leader stared at it and thought, the Sword of Light. He pondered, originally, the Sword of Light requires the user to possess terrifying power. You must have one of two things, the goddess's permission or the goddess's mandate to use it. But I don't sense either of those on his body. The circle of curses shattered. The cult leader watched with intrigued anticipation. However, if he wants to break the curse circle, there's no other way besides the Sword of Light. Let's see if he actually has the power to pull it off. And Rifi's choice was to buff his abilities. The Dragonification skill temporarily boosted the Dragon Heart's efficiency by 90% for 1 hour, usable once a day. The Meteor Tier Elixir drastically increased his mana stats for 2 seconds. And the ultimate skill of the Hyam increased the effectiveness of elixirs by 500%. He thought to himself, if I combine them all, I can wield the Sword of Light for 10 seconds without needing the Goddess of Light's help. He calculated, that's the best possible scenario I can think of. They came to eliminate us on the Demon Lord's orders. Rifi stared warily at the cult leader, thinking, if the cult leader charges in and tries to kill me, I'll have no other choice. If I can destroy Odin's head, it will force him back, but I'll suffer massive damage. How can I avoid a direct confrontation? He closed his eyes, steadying himself. I have to stay calm. He resolved. I must win while keeping myself and everyone else safe. If I want to win without losing anything. This is clearly a critical situation, Rifi assessed. He remembered his fight with the Demon Lord. When he had won, the Demon Lord arrogantly said, this is the first time a mortal like you has hindered me for so long. Such immense obsession. Truly commendable. The Demon Lord had mocked. Those who fight when there is no chance of winning are fools. But those who easily give up out of fear of the enemy's power, they aren't wise, they are just weak. Then, in a fit of rage, he had declared, I am the Demon Lord who has traversed 10 worlds, only to be struck down by a human's blow? Stop telling jokes. That is absolutely impossible. He had gritted his teeth and said, I cannot accept this. Just you wait. And when he was in heaven, the high-ranking angel Mercedes had asked, that guy will fight you one more time, and he wants a flawless victory. What are you going to do, Rifi? Returning to the present, he thought, Tartarus wants a flawless victory. He calculated, to defeat me in my perfect state. Before that, he will trample all over me. That's not what I want. Finally, he reached a conclusion. The cult leader showed up here personally. The cult leader suddenly spoke. I thought my coming here was pointless. He continued, but there is someone very interesting. Who are you? You aren't a holy son, so why were you chosen by the goddess of light? Rifi replied. Curious? The cult leader asked. I could tell you. But, he raised his hand, pulling out a coin. Rifi tossed it high into the air and said, if I just tell you, it wouldn't be any fun. Let's bet on it. We'll tell each other, bit by bit, what the other wants to know. How about it? Rifi said. And if I win, I'll tell my comrades your true identity. Likewise, if I lose, I'll tell you who I am. The cult leader exclaimed in shock. What? Lucius thought, the cult leader's identity. Ned thought in astonishment. Even Odin didn't know his identity. How does Rifi know? The cult leader narrowed his eyes, thinking, my mana detection skill can tell if the opponent is lying or telling the truth. He realized, he really does know my identity. Rifi said, you'd better stop thinking about useless things. If you defeat me now, my comrades will die too. But, if I escape alone and then hunt you down, hounding you and making your life miserable, it wouldn't be hard at all. Just like you, I want to protect my precious, secret life. The cult leader on the other side fell into deep thought, remaining silent. Finally, he decided, do it. Rifi caught the coin and said, that's more like it. He tossed the coin up again, watching it spin in the air before falling. The three of them, Ned, Lucius, and Alfonso, were incredibly tense. Rifi slammed his hand onto the back of his other hand, covering the coin. The cult leader immediately guessed, tails. Rifi calmly stated, heads. He slowly opened his hand. Ned held out his hand and said, it was tails. The person across from him was stunned and couldn't help but ask, how did he guess right all 10 times? He slowly explained, even if it were 100 times, he would guess right every time. To a highly trained eye, the movement of the coin looks like it's falling in slow motion. He smiled and continued. Among the people present that day, except for Bishop Alfonso, there wasn't a single person who couldn't see it. Ned recalled the moment the coin was tossed into the air and Rifi reached out to catch it. He slowly spoke again, right before he covered it with his hand, which waited the coin fall. That day, both Lucius and Ned had their hearts in their throats. They saw it very clearly. It was tails. He immediately watched Rifi and the cult leader with bated breath. Even now, recalling it, he hadn't forgotten the feeling of utter confusion he had back then. He said thoughtfully to the person across from him, I couldn't understand it. Were we leaving it up to luck? Or did he have a trick prepared? If it wasn't either of those, then why? Ned changed his tone and asked, first of all, would we propose a game where the opponent could win unconditionally? Obviously, the cult leader easily guessed the answer, he said. Even so, Rifi still chose the exact opposite without hesitation. Then, he slowly lifted his right hand, and the gleam of the coin immediately flashed outward. Actually, I can say for sure I know the reason. Rifi suddenly unleashed his power. A red light flared from his hand, accompanied by continuously flashing bolts of lightning. That light expanded, becoming incredibly blinding. No one could clearly see the coin in his hand. The essence of light and darkness. It was the mana of Rifi and the cult leader. He suddenly used force to toss the coin up again. Seeing this, the cult leader flew into a rage. A battle immediately broke out. Their powers condensed and clashed with terrifying density. Ned looked at the person across from him and mused. The conclusion that decides the winner of the coin toss is after the hand covering the coin is completely opened. But before that, after being exposed, the cult leader threw a punch at Rifi's face. Both sides tried to block the other's interference with the coin spinning in the air. He stomped his foot hard, causing the ground to tremble violently. His aura erupted fiercely like a roaring holy gale. Suddenly, the cult leader lunged forward, locking both of his hands together. Then, he thrust his massive, mana-enhanced hand toward him. Until the hand is opened, neither side can guarantee a win. He pinned him hard against the ground. The impact caused him no small amount of pain. The surrounding ground began to crack. The two sides fought for victory with such simple rules. The cult leader continued to use his sharp claws to press Rifi deep into the earth. Under his terrifying power, the rocks and dirt quickly shattered, scattering everywhere. Ned said, "This is the true nature of the coin toss." Very quickly, a deep crater formed on the ground. The cult leader's entire body was enveloped in a dark aura. He hovered over the crater, looking down at him with contempt. Ned's voice continued steadily. If we face each other without the resolve to determine a clear winner, then both sides will only fight to a certain extent. Speaking up to this point, he couldn't help but sigh. That's why that guy proposed the rules of the game, hoping to resolve the tension. Rifi gritted his teeth. He slowly sat up, pushing back the sharp claws. And then, he unleashed his power, summoning flashing golden light to shatter the sealing chains on his arms. Finally, the verdict was delivered. He immediately launched a strike at the coin, sending it flying even higher. The cult leader stared at Rifi in shock, his eyes wide. Rifi's eyes flashed as he glared back sharply, his expression devoid of any fear. Then, the two began gathering their power, shooting out beams of golden and purple lightning. They ran almost parallel to each other, constantly fighting and chasing, aiming to manipulate the coin to their own decided outcome. At that moment, a storm-like surge of lightning suddenly crashed into the cult leader's dark claws. Following that, a white flower of light bloomed in the midair, releasing countless powerful bolts of lightning. Riding that current of light, Rifi used the speed of roaring thunder and flashing lightning to approach the coin. The cult leader was internally horrified. His reaction speed is too fast. Rifi forcefully punched the coin straight into the ground. The light energy emitted was blindingly bright. The ground shook violently, exploding with a deafening roar. Wherever the surge of power passed, everything around it was collapsed by the shockwave. Seeing this, someone screamed in terror. Everything gradually quieted down. Rifi landed firmly, his cloak fluttering gently in the light breeze. This game was completed within the time limit. He opened his mouth and said, "What a pity." His gaze fell on the coin on the ground. After that punch, it had broken in half. Notably, the two pieces didn't match at all, because one piece was heads and the other was tails. He calmly continued, "It's a tie." At this point, Ned summarized it in one sentence. And just like that, only the building was destroyed. The cult leader returned without any major losses. Hearing this, Claudia praised, "Rifi is truly brilliant." He completely agreed with this statement and quickly chimed in, "Exactly. That guy accurately predicted the cult leader's mindset." The cult leader had to do something, or more accurately, he needed an excuse to call a truce. His goal wasn't a fight to the death there. Claudia picked up her teacup and couldn't help but ask eagerly, "So how did the bet go? I'm also very curious about the winner. Did he tell everyone the cult leader's identity? That's quite an interesting mystery." Suddenly, another voice chimed in to answer her. "The result was a draw. We'll have another match next time." She looked over in surprise. It was Rifi and Lucius arriving. She immediately greeted them. "Hello, you two." They quickly sat down. Ned asked, "Did you two find out anything else? The reason the cult leader appeared here?" He slowly answered him. "It's very hard to determine that person's motives. We need to slowly search for more clues." Suddenly, the mark on his hand flashed with a red light. He said, "Well, that's that. Until the second duel, I can't tell you the cult leader's identity. The link has already begun." The thing he just mentioned was the Covenant Link skill. It was proof of a pact made between two people. If one side broke the promise, the link with the other side would be severed, and the punishment period for the Oathbreaker would begin. The punishment was the loss of one of the 5 senses for 12 months. These senses would alternate every month. Lucius couldn't help but think, the situation is very tense. I can't do anything more. If we act under Sir Rifi's command this time, there might be a major turning point. At this moment, Rifi suddenly smirked and said, "The matter temporarily ends here." Hearing this, Lucius looked at him in surprise, while Ned seemed to have predicted it. He thought to himself, "Just as I expected." Then, Rifi smiled slyly and said, "I don't mind giving you riddles or hints to guess. After all, I won't be saying anything directly." Lucius' sweat dropped at his words. Rifi suddenly dropped his smile. He said seriously, "The cult leader's identity alone is far more dangerous than the story about the Eastern Alliance. So I don't want to drag everyone into a dangerous mess that even I can't predict." Lucius and Ned's expressions immediately grew tense. They silently repeated the words in their heads, "Cult leader." In a lavish palace, where everything was decorated with gleaming gold, a young man wearing a long red cloak, holding a large bouquet of roses, slowly walked down the red carpet. He looked deeply at the glowing red mark on his hand, thinking, how surprising. I thought he would quickly spread everything about me. Yet the covenant link hasn't disappeared. His thoughts shifted again. As the cult leader, I drew the match in that manner. I thought that guy was a complete lunatic, but he recalled Reefy's every word and action. Let's bet on it. Let's tell each other, bit by bit, what the other wants to know. How about it? If I win, I'll tell my comrades your identity. And of course, you have the right to do the same. His demeanor back then, in his eyes, was pure arrogance. Otherwise, he pondered for a moment. Then, he narrowed his eyes dangerously. A thought flashed through his mind. On the other hand, he also has massive ambitions. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. Something huge is going to happen. I hope it's something that won't bore me. By now, he had entered the palace's grand hall. Inside, countless nobles were mingling. His gaze landed on a girl in a white dress with long black hair. As if sensing his gaze, the girl slowly turned around. She was an incredibly beautiful girl, but the expression on her face was somewhat cold and distant. He took a few steps forward with the bouquet and smiled at her. Happy 20th birthday, Annie. She was the first princess of Qian, Auntie Zhao. Seeing who had arrived, she offered a slight smile and took the bouquet. I didn't recognize you because you took off your priest robes. Thank you for coming. Brother. Hearing this, the corners of his mouth twitched up slightly. He was the first prince of Qian, the youngest cardinal in the Temple of Light, Polaris Albert Qian. He possessed the skill to create patterns on the surface of a body or object until it was dispelled. This skill was divided into two types. One that was always visible, like a slave mark, and another that only appeared when you willed it to be revealed, like a holy mark, priest seal, covenant link, or only when the skill's effect was activated. The pattern appearing on the body was how it operated. Each skill would develop differently, depending on whether it needed to be visible or not. In a room with only a faint glimmer of candlelight, Lucius held a sleeping Claudia in his arms. But he tossed and turned restlessly, constantly thinking about the identity of that cult leader. The leader of the Demon Lord's cult. If I piece together the keywords Sir Reefy mentioned, that person's identity is an existence so powerful that I cannot stand against them. He looked at Claudia, then dared to think, but both my family and I have no way to back out of this war anymore. So, he got out of bed, took out a cloth, and meticulously wiped his sword. He told himself, there's no other way but to fight and win. He sat quietly in the dark, cleaning his sword as a flood of thoughts rushed in. My revenge isn't over yet. Master and senior brother, and the other accomplices Odin mentioned. I won't stop until I completely eradicate those bastards. His face suddenly grew stern as he thought, and, if it weren't for Reefy, I'd probably be regretting my foolishness right now, letting the demon worshippers use and discard me, let alone getting revenge. This debt is greater than my own life. His hand gripped the sword tighter. His eyes were incredibly resolute as he silently made a vow. I must repay this favor. Even if I have to fight the most terrifying enemy. There's just one thing I can't figure out. His thoughts continued to spin. In another room, Reefy was sitting shirtless, his eyes closed in meditation. His entire body was enveloped in a soft blue light. Then, he opened his eyes, drenched in sweat. At this moment, just like Lucius, he was constantly pondering the reason the cult leader had appeared. Whether human, demon, or god, one doesn't easily change overnight. There's always a personal reason for doing something. So if he suddenly acted differently, the reason for that is, history has been altered due to the interference of someone who knows the future. However, he still felt uneasy about one thing. But if that's the case, it doesn't seem like the cult leader changed his mind after entrusting the final plan to the 12 apostles and leaving them to handle it. I didn't feel any killing intent when he attacked Ned and Lucius. It was as if he just found it annoying to swat away some flies. He speculated internally. Is it just because he was curious about who took the dragon heart? Or, thinking of this, he lowered his eyes and asked himself, is there something I don't fully understand? Or is there something I missed? Suddenly, Reefy's left hand flashed with a blinding light, startling him. He didn't try to sit there and figure out the deep-rooted cause anymore, but decided to take action. Makes sense. I have to take action and test things out to know for sure. Anyway, I still have one thing to take care of before setting off. Then, He stared at the silver key mark on his hand and muttered, "The silver key has been acquired." It was the key to the Forgotten Castle. The owner could teleport to the silver room and store items inside at any time. Currently, the key was in his left hand. He suddenly remembered what Mercedes had told him. "I will increase the authority of the silver key. I have some information to convey, so please listen carefully once you've finished your business." He remembered exactly that when he used his life to threaten the gods in the main temple room, the angel had said that before disappearing. The silver key was still glowing. Rifi stared at it and thought, "What's the rush? Should I hear what she has to say?" He then picked up his shirt and thought, "Let's put this on first." After that, the blue light expanded and Rifi's figure sitting on the bed vanished. He was transported by it to another dimension. Before him was a pristine white villa. The only other color here was the green of the tree branches. The combination of these two colors brought a pure, refreshing feeling. He looked around and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Whoa, this is the space connected to the silver key." Mercedes suddenly appeared and answered him, "That's right. What do you think? That key is connected to my living room." She was leading a beast with a long mane and smiled as she approached him. "Rifi, please come in." He was quite surprised because this was only one section of the villa, but what concerned him more was something else. He voiced his doubt. "I didn't expect this. I couldn't figure out who gave me the silver key. So it was you. Can an angel like you grant privileges too?" Mercedes answered frankly, "Because I am your handler. Thanks to that, you also have privileges. Even though the gods want to play around a bit, if you end everything in a boring way empty-handed, I'd lose face too." Hearing this, his face turned cold, and he said with a sarcastic tone, "Oh, really? I'm moved to tears. What do you want to say? Just get to the point." She smiled leisurely and said, "Let's sit down first, shall we?" Then she snapped her fingers. Snap, the space changed again. Both Rifi and she were teleported to sit on a sofa in the living room. He marveled inwardly. Instant teleportation. Mercedes, while using her power to brew tea, slowly spoke. "Then I will only speak of the main point, as you wish. What we want to say is, there will be additions to the rules and rewards. Although it's quite amusing, we cannot continue to forgive disrespect, like the last time you used your life to threaten the gods." He silently stared at the teacup being filled, her voice continuing steadily. "Accordingly, in the event you pull a stunt like that again, the privileges granted to you will be immediately revoked." She suddenly changed her tone, a hint of threat in her words. "From that moment on, you will be designated as prey. All those hunting you will be granted privileges." Rifi picked up the teacup, sneering inwardly. He couldn't help but think, they actually used their brains a bit. If you don't want the enemy to take what's yours, then be less arrogant. Well, it's a trick that only works once anyway. Getting bitten once and letting it happen again, and you call yourselves gods? More like lunatics. Then, he lost his patience and asked her for the rest of the information. "So what's the reward? I'm sure I heard very clearly that the goddess of light would grant even better things. Stop hesitating and spit it out." Mercedes leisurely picked up her teacup, took a sip, and then slowly said, "You already received one thing, didn't you? The ability to use the Sword of Light. An exception among special cases that is originally never granted to anyone other than priests. The condition to use that sword is having the goddess of light's permission." She smiled faintly and emphasized, meaning fulfilling the goddess of light's commissioned request. As if afraid he didn't understand, she meticulously explained, "That is another new rule. Fulfill the commissioned requests of the gods. The added rewards are prepared not only by the god of light, but also by other gods. Those are the rewards for the commissions. Of course, we promise to only prepare the best items, selected under strict criteria." A white light flashed again. She spoke at a moderate pace. "I told you from the very beginning, didn't I? There is no free lunch in this world." Then she gradually disappeared. Rifi, wearing iron gauntlets, stepped into the stirrup and mounted his horse. Mercedes's words still echoed in his ears, "Serve the gods." Pass the test. The evening sun cast its glow on his resolute face. He was preparing to act according to the angel's words. "Prove to us that you deserve all the best things." At this time, Lucius's entire family was seeing him and Ned off. Alfonso said apologetically, "Even though it's for the operational plan, I feel very guilty having to send you heroes off through the back door like this. I will definitely give you a grand welcome when you return. I swear on my honor as a bishop." He quickly cut him off. "I told you there's no need to swear on that." He looked at the mist bracelet on his wrist. It was a bracelet with extremely powerful stealth capabilities. The size of the bracelet adjusted to fit the user. He couldn't help but think, right now, the expected completion date of the mission is approaching. All the informants sent by the bishop are guarding the temple. With this bracelet, there's no need to march at night. But it's still better not to leave conspicuously through the main gate, just in case. On the other side, Claudia suddenly handed a basket to Ned and said, "This is a food basket. Since you have a long journey ahead." She stopped and didn't say any more. Seeing Claudia's food basket, his eyes lit up. Because the food in the basket, if eaten, would instantly restore both stamina and mana. Although she couldn't use healing abilities, she possessed a power where the food she made by hand had restorative properties. He thought happily, "Even if I get my stomach pierced by the Gold Knight, this can heal me." So he said sincerely, "Thank you, madam." Over here, Rifi smiled and said to Lucius, "I'm leaving the rest to you. Do a good job." Hearing this, he smiled resolutely, placed his hand on his chest, and said concisely, "Good luck." Very quickly, Rifi and Ned spurred their horses and left. Lucius's group silently watched their retreating backs. After a while, Lucius couldn't help but think, it's not just the Demon Lord's cult. There are countless nobles, wealthy merchants, and adventurers aiming for the dragon heart. My job is to pretend I hold the dragon heart to misdirect them, helping Sir Rifi act more easily. Thinking this, he immediately took action. He announced loudly, "Close the gates. No one is allowed in or out." Very quickly, the massive gates of the diocese swung shut. His voice rang out again. "From now on, our third diocese will be on indefinite lockdown." At the same time, in some gloomy space, Uritica suddenly muttered to herself, "Rifi's traces are fading away." She asked sadly, "Has he left?" "Left this place." George suddenly appeared, patted her head, and said gently, "Let's go to the place we need to be." Uritica closed her eyes, tears rolling down her lashes. She replied softly, "Yes." She thought to herself, "My mission ends here, ending along with thousands of years of loneliness." The two held hands. A blinding green light flashed, and their figures gradually faded away. Her final thought was, what happens next lies in the hands of those who inherit our mission. At this time, Rifi was constantly spurring his horse, moving continuously. And, Uritica added internally, the descendants who will accompany that person. A dove flew close to the White Palace. And he took it, gently removed the letter from its leg, and scanned it. She couldn't help but murmur in surprise, "Lucius." The letter read, "Happy birthday, my dear cousin Andy. I apologize for not being able to attend the party due to my duties. Because of personal matters, it may be difficult for us to meet in the future as well, so I've sent a gift in my place. I'm sure you'll be very pleased." Reading this, she sighed. Humph, saying it like that means he's probably sent something strange again. She heard a continuous commotion from downstairs. "This guy knows exactly who I am and still. Be careful. This bastard is strong as hell." She quickly looked down and saw the sight of Rafai forcefully stomping on a guard's head. Her eyes widened. Lucius's words echoed in her ears. "My gift is someone who will become your strength, just as you've always wished." At that exact moment, as if sensing he was being watched, he looked up. Lindal Palace was a vast and magnificent estate. It was the territory bestowed upon Auntie, along with the title of Duchess of Lindal, on her 16th birthday. Currently, Rafai and Net had ridden past countless guarded gates and stopped before the sentries. He quickly dismounted, presented the letter to the soldier, and said, "I am an envoy of Lucius Jonnet, the Holy Saint of Light." The guard hurried off to report. Another asked in surprise, "An envoy from the Holy Saint?" Soon, a butler came out to greet Rafai and Net. He said, "I will escort you inside. Please follow me." They followed him, and Net looked around in awe. This place is huge. Then, he focused on the task at hand. Before they left, Lucius had given them a letter, saying, "This letter bears my seal. Please deliver it to the master of Lindal Palace. I'm sure she will be willing to help you both." Even so, Net was still worried. We've come here, just as Lucius said, but will a princess really be willing to help us with this dragon hunt? Rafai glanced at him, then remembered something. Right? He was born into a noble family, so he asked, "Do you know the princess?" Ned immediately replied, "No. I've only seen her face once from a distance during an event at the royal palace." He thought for a moment before continuing. "From what I've heard, she's currently wasting her immense potential. I'm a bit skeptical about what she can do to help us." Suddenly, a man in full plate armor fell from the sky and landed right next to Ned's feet. He was so startled he forgot what he was about to say. After a painful fall, the man lay limp on the ground. Ned looked at him in confusion, then turned to the butler. "What the hell is this?" The butler, all too familiar with this scene, calmly replied, "You seem quite surprised. As you can see," he gestured to the long line of people over there. "They are all suitors from every corner of the land who have come to propose to the princess." Hearing that, Ned's face fell. Propose? Rafai, however, just let out a bored sigh. Aren't they just a bunch of thugs? Speaking of Princess Artesta, she had the looks, the talent, and the lineage. A woman born with everything, she was the shining star of Aslan. As such, countless men wished to marry her. Even someone as noble as Polarit was willing to do anything for her. At the time, he had knelt on one knee and sincerely declared, "I, Polarit Albert, will renounce my right to the throne and become a priest of the light. I will also return the title of Grand Duke of Lindal to the Crown Prince." But what was more remarkable was that even fortune was on her side. The king had said, "With the second prince currently suffering from a chronic illness, it seems I will have to pass the right of succession to Annie and her husband." She was a child of luck, promised the throne without having to compete with her royal brothers. Because of this, more and more people schemed to marry the princess. Their minds were always calculating. If I marry the princess, then I will be, or my son will be. But no matter who it was, their ultimate goal was the position known as the next king. Vant, faced with a barrage of marriage proposals, she would only say with contempt, "Let's not even talk about marriage." She gave a faint smile and continued, "I don't even want to waste a single word on the weak." Because of those words, countless noblemen, in order to earn the right to a single conversation with the princess, came one after another to issue challenges. They came to challenge the princess's knight, leading to a nearly endless cycle of getting beaten to a pulp and sent packing. At that moment, Auntie's first knight, Australia Ames, covered in blood, coldly called out, "Next." One man said excitedly, "It's my turn. Heh heh." Before he could finish laughing, the match ended with his pathetic scream. She called out again, "Next." Witnessing this, Ned was at a loss for words. "I'm speechless, or maybe just completely stunned." He then noticed the men further back, radiating powerful auras, and couldn't help but remark, "I thought they'd be a bunch of weaklings, but it seems they're not too bad." Hearing this, the butler stroked his beard and said, "In any case, most of them are just mercenaries hired by those who wish to propose to Her Highness Annie. The princess will grant an audience if they can bring someone capable of landing a powerful blow on Lady Ophelia. That would be considered their own strength." Net replied thoughtfully, "So that's why there are priests here, too." Rafai thought silently. Although they can't reach the level of Net or me, they would still command a certain degree of respect anywhere else. It's just, he paused. He stared at the battle-hardened Australia over there. Their opponent is one of the 10 strongest on the continent. At this thought, a smirk played on his lips. He couldn't help but think, it's been a while, Australia. What if we met a little sooner this time? She still looks quite young. Suddenly, an annoyed voice called out. Rafai turned to look. The man aggressively questioned him. "Who the hell are you two?" He narrowed his eyes, his expression dark as he snarled. "The end of the line is over there. We've been waiting here for 3 days. Get to the back of the line." He glanced at the symbol on the man's clothes, deducing his identity. Blue robes with a golden canary pattern. He's a priest from the Sky Temple. They're the second most powerful force on the continent, after the Temple of Light. He guessed internally, probably a stand-in for some noble who made a hefty donation to the temple. Outwardly, he replied coolly, "We're not here to propose. Mind your own business and leave me alone." Hearing that, a vein bulged on the man's forehead, his eyes turning bloodshot. He gritted his teeth and shot back. What the hell did you just say? Rafai held up Lucius's letter, his face hardening. I am an envoy here on the orders of Lucius Jonnet, the first holy son of light. Step aside. He narrowed his eyes dangerously, emphasizing each word. This is an important matter. Can you bear the responsibility for this letter being delivered late? Hearing this, the man fell silent, clenching his jaw. Then, the man quickly changed his tune, putting on a bright smile and respectfully making way for him. He gestured for them to pass, saying amiably, I understand. So that's how it is. In that case, please, go ahead. Rafai and Net quickly moved on. Rafai cursed under his breath, annoying. The men behind them began to gossip. A brown-haired man said, confused, the Holy Son of Light? Shouldn't he be in the dungeon right now? Another man clicked his tongue. Maybe the timing is just a little off. No big deal. A hooded figure mused. Even so, that's too fast. I wonder if the princess invested in that expedition, too. The first man sneered contemptuously. Who knows? Once you get out of the dungeon, there are 3 priorities for sending letters. Third is to your investors. Second is to the relevant temple. And the top priority is. He glanced at Rafai, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Your lover. Rafai's expression immediately darkened. He spun around, glaring fiercely at the man. He growled, what was that? The man gave a vile smirk. Everyone in the capital has heard the rumors. Lucius is having an incestuous affair with the princess. They say they're even hiding a child, raising it in secret inside the temple. The others snickered knowingly. Encouraged, the man continued enthusiastically. And not only that. Suddenly, he was punched so hard his face contorted, and a tooth flew out. Rafai sent him flying several feet, his limp body slamming hard against the wall behind him. It happened so fast that his companions couldn't react in time, only managing to shout, Priest Jacob! The relationship between the Sky Temple and the Temple of Light isn't good, so they probably don't care that they're under Lucius's authority. But how dare they drag Auntie into the bullshit stories they make up? How dare you speak such filthy words about the woman who stayed with me until her very last moment? A filthy relationship with his own family? You want to die? The more he thought, the angrier he got. His face darkened as he crooked a finger at the other two. You two, get over here. His eyes flashed, and an oppressive aura emanated from him. He said in a low voice, Didn't you perverts wait 3 damn days just to get your asses kicked in there? You must be bored since no one's beaten you to a pulp yet. In that case, he suddenly emphasized each word. You don't have to wait any longer. Get over here. Hearing this, the other two broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. Jacob, who was struggling to his feet, couldn't stop his body from trembling. A short while later, in a magnificent garden within the palace, a clear laugh rang out. Haha, how long has it been since a brawl broke out in the waiting line? Rafai's voice replied, My apologies. I couldn't stop myself because they insulted someone I deeply admire. Hearing this, the butler quickly said, No, I am the one who should apologize to you both. As the butler, it is my fault for not escorting you properly and allowing this incident to occur. He found this rather extraordinary. Normally, Lady Ophelia handles any situation before a fight can break out. But this young man took care of it before she even noticed. He couldn't help but observe them more closely, speculating. The clothes they're wearing aren't the Temple Knight's uniform, so they probably aren't ordinary envoys. Furthermore, Suddenly, a soft female voice cut through his thoughts. What do you two think of my garden? When Rafai heard this voice, he turned his head to look. A thought crossed his mind. In the original future, Annie wouldn't have met me for several more years. His feet moved on their own, walking toward the woman in black high heels. His mind was still in turmoil. I spent a year training with Ned in the cave, and only after I left did the timeline resume. I never expected this moment to come so soon. He walked up to Andy, took her hand, bowed, and kissed it. It is an honor to meet you, princess. An indescribable feeling welled up inside her. This man, she set the strange emotion aside and said, I have read the Holy Son's letter, Temple Knight Rafai. Although he recommended you, I still wish to hear it directly from you. She opened her fan, hiding the lower half of her face, and looked at him. Tell me, what can you do for me? At that moment, Ned, who had been standing silently to the side, wondered, "Am I imagining things?" His gaze fell on the gloomy-faced Australia over there. He thought, confused, that night, she's been glaring at me this whole time. He kept speculating on the possibilities. Rafai was the one who started the fight. Have we met before? Under the golden sunlight, Auntie, Ames, and Rafai stood face to face, talking. Rafai looked into Andy's eyes and thought, Andy's communication skills haven't improved at all. She's still bound by the constraints of the court. But because she was born with deep empathy, she can still perceive people through her special senses. Auntie sat on a gilded throne, looking powerful, with her capable aide Ames by her side. Rafai continued his train of thought. She uses that talent to sense and fight against the opposing factions of the court, a place where the most vicious schemes and plots are used. I'm still torn by my countless thoughts about the beautiful and talented Auntie. At first, I was just vaguely following my master's wishes, living without purpose. But then she appeared and showed me a grand dream. It seems Annie was the one who saved a purposeless person like me. Recalling the words and images from the past, everything replayed in Rafai's mind. Find me a prince consort, one who can lead the kingdom and guide our people to new shores of happiness. Because the demon god cult's faction still holds great influence in the kingdom, Auntie's power is severely limited, even as the head of the court. But what she wants is simply a strong ally, someone she can rely on for her own purposes. With that thought, Rafai began to activate his power, a bright light emanating from his hand. He said, "Forgive me, Your Highness." As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body was engulfed in a brilliant golden light of power. "I can grant that wish," he said to Auntie. "It would be better to prove it now rather than just talk." Seeing this unfold before her, Ames, standing to the side, stared with wide, astonished eyes. Even Auntie couldn't hide her surprise. Could this be the power of a dragon? This man has a dragon's heart transplanted into him. Then, Annie turned to Ames. "Australia, could you have a match with Sir Rafai?" Ames respectfully accepted. "Yes, Your Highness." With that, Ames stepped forward, drawing her gleaming sword, and said confidently, "I will only use 3 moves." And so, the match between Rafai and Ames officially began. On one side, the blazing gold and black power of a dragon. On the other, a mysterious, jade-green aura. Rafai's eyes now shifted to a black and red color, full of murderous intent. On the other hand, Ophelia was not to be outdone. She began calculating in her head. "He's standing right across from me. His stance is perfect. If I attack without calculating beforehand, it's very likely I'll fail. I have to be careful." Thinking this, she gently stepped 1 foot to the side. Ophelia was also preparing to enter a combat stance, pointing her sword forward with a fierce aura. At that moment, suddenly a glowing blue butterfly resting on a rose gently flapped its wings and flew up, leaving the flower. Then, suddenly, something flashed past the butterfly at incredible speed, startling it. Those were the moves Rafai and Ophelia were unleashing to defeat each other. Ophelia used her first move, slashing relentlessly at Rafai, but his hand movements deflected the blade effortlessly. After the first move came the second. Ophelia thrust her sword, aiming to pierce his armor, but just as expected, Rafai easily blocked it. The sword couldn't pierce the armor. The two exchanged blows, sparks flying from the clashes between armor and sword. Ophelia proceeded to use her third move, but once again, it didn't put Rafai at a disadvantage. She thought, "The sword slipped from my hand at the moment of impact. I also took a relatively heavy recoil." Then, Ophelia was knocked quite far back by that blow. Meanwhile, surprisingly, Rafai was already standing behind Ophelia, securing total victory. His voice, tinged with coldness, rang out as he asked her, "Do you want to continue?" Ophelia, having been countered by this man's power, couldn't believe it and asked herself, "When did he get behind me?" Realizing Rafai's flawless strength and knowing she couldn't continue, she replied, "No, there's no need. I've seen your capabilities. Technique, skills, defense, combat sense, everything is perfect." She wondered, where did he come from? Rafai then turned to Annie, who had been watching the match the whole time, and said, "Two dragons are wreaking havoc on the western continent. I heard you are looking for a solution to this." In the poetic setting under the warm sunlight of the palace, Rifi maintained a normal tone and continued, "Reclaiming new land for agriculture is the main task. But the Demon Lord's cult faction will emerge again like pests. They will definitely destroy the new agricultural land. But for that very reason, the princess should continue clearing the Thor Mountains. In other words, expanding the kingdom's line of sight." Rifi spoke with a very serious expression, having clearly thought and calculated very carefully. That way, you will be able to spot other enemies. Our defense will always be proactive. If we can proceed with that quickly, everything will be completed in about a month or so. Rifi held his hand out toward Auntie and declared his mission. "I will take charge of bringing you the blue dragon Audis' head." Hearing this, Auntie asked, "In exchange, what do you want?" Receiving Auntie's question, Rifi lowered his head, his eyes seeming to drop slightly, and replied, "Please pay an appropriate compensation." The process of raiding Urica's tomb had a slight complication. The Tri-Army Alliance wasn't deployed properly. That army didn't have many healing clerics. "This time, please lend me as many healing clerics as possible." Auntie sat there, listening to Rifi's entire answer, and marveled, very cautious. He seems to want something even greater than power and status. Auntie rested her chin on her hand and asked Rifi, "Do you have the ability to hunt the blue dragon Atis?" Rifi slowly approached Auntie, placed a certain magic stone into her hand, and said, "That depends on you, princess." Auntie looked at the red magic stone in her hand and subconsciously exclaimed, "This is the ultimate magic book that systematically crystallizes magic, allowing you to learn all skills just by holding the book. At the same time, the stone also has a healing effect. This is the ancient magic of the Media Kingdom that Uritica researched and recorded. To unlock the skills, you need to master level 2 of Media's ancient magic." Rifi thought, the ancient magic of Media, a kingdom of the past. Annie should have been able to learn ancient magic when she was young. But in the end, she said learning this was very difficult and time-consuming. Her circumstances didn't allow her to master it. Rifi thought this, then said to Princess Auntie, "This is something the predecessors entrusted to me because they believed in me. Princess, they told me to remember and give this back to you." Thinking about the dragon heart in his body, Rifi knew, if Auntie gets the magic absorption crystal, she will definitely become much stronger immediately. My dragon heart will also have a chance to complete its assimilation process with my body. Concluding the meeting, Rifi said to Auntie, "I must go now. If anything is unclear, please contact me." He walked out of the lavish palace, strolling down the street while thinking, compared to my past life, this first meeting went so well it almost brings tears to my eyes. It wasn't that bad. Rifi had many thoughts about Auntie. As he walked, he thought, "I really missed you. Lucius introduced us so we could have this first meeting. So me showing her my strength to catch her attention was definitely the right move." Rifi smiled smugly. "She'll have to come looking for me eventually. Don't make me wait too long." Meanwhile, Auntie was also captivated by Rifi's strength and mindset, saying, "What an interesting person." Auntie turned and asked Ophelia, "What do you think, Ophelia?" Ophelia immediately replied, "This is very valuable. At first, I was a bit worried about Sir Lucius's recommendation. But if we only consider combat skills, he is someone who meets your expectations, princess." Ophelia pondered, then added, "However, for an owner of a dragon heart, he still isn't as strong as I thought." Auntie replied, "That's just because the dragon heart hasn't fully assimilated yet. He will become stronger in the future." Remembering the words Rifi said when he gave her the stone, Auntie fell deep into thought. He spoke as if he had actually met Uritica himself. The fact that a legendary mage like her is still alive in some tomb wouldn't be too surprising, right? If that's the truth, then Auntie suspected that Princess Uritica was the one who transplanted the dragon heart into Rifi. Auntie practically acknowledged Rifi. Perhaps he is a great knight on the continent. He will be a crucial key in my plan. Suddenly, Auntie's eyes sparkled as if she was troubled by a lingering doubt. She thought, "And there's still one thing bothering me." Auntie remembered when she interacted with Rifi, he had kissed her hand. It made her quite conflicted. "My feeling when touching someone else, It wasn't either of those two feelings. Warmth and familiarity. Auntie's eyes widened in confusion. The feeling when their hands touched, it was like a jolt of electricity. It was a deep-rooted connection that was hard to sever, leaving Annie wondering, so what was that feeling?